Hello world. After a tour of part-time jobs during my college years, I finally decided to join the IT job market. My first job was to create a data warehouse for an electricity company back in Portugal. This was about the same time that smart grids and smart meters were starting to appear. I've always wondered how complex the smart grid must be, what algorithms keep it running, and what are the people behind those algorithms. On this first episode, we speak with Giuseppe, a data scientist and a data science manager at Dexter Energy, a company in the Netherlands working on AI and energy. This is a conversation about his journey, advices for first-time engineers, and of course, a little bit of a Gen AI. Hope you enjoy it. Welcome to Away from the Keyboards. So, I'm curious, what is the story around that? Like, what made you move from Italy to the Netherlands? How that story went?
Yeah, indeed, it's a bit of a story. Let's start with the fact that, when it comes to choosing sort of computer science or computer science or computer engineering, I chose at a very young age because I was always passionate and always a nerd inside and always passionate about technology and especially computers. I started my first computer at home arrived when I was 8, I think. My father was an engineer, so he sort of needed it. And then the first basic programs started not long after. But yeah, I knew for a very long time. So I did my bachelor in Sicily, actually. That's where I am originally from. Then I moved to the north of Italy for my master's to Turin, which is one of the best universities in Italy, the Polytechnic of Turin. And then after graduating, I was like, okay, I could go for a job, just like normal people do. And I sort of looked around, but then back then I remember I mostly interviewed for these big consultancy companies, and I immediately felt that was not the right place for me. I didn't find a good match back then. And as a suggestion from my sister, I decided to apply for a PhD scholarship because I really liked my master thesis. My master thesis was about software engineering and specifically green software. So energy efficiency of software applications, which, back in the days, this was 2011. So yeah, it was not yet very sexy, I guess, or very popular, but for me, it was already a thing. And so I applied for this PhD scholarship and I got it, which I was very happy about. So then I had to decide, okay, do I do a PhD? Maybe with a very low salary, but then, with the prospects of maybe going abroad and doing some other stuff? Or do I just, look for a job and settle down, quote unquote? But then again, also for a very low salary, right? Because the entry-level salaries in Italy for a new graduate are really, really bad. So yeah, in the end, I went for the PhD because, as I said, I really liked my master thesis and I really liked my tutor, my professor. We worked very well together. But then when I started, I immediately told him, look, it's nice and all to do a PhD here, but what I really want is actually going abroad, because I did an Erasmus program while I was doing my master, actually, which it's a bit already uncommon because you normally do Erasmus during the bachelor. But then I decided to do it during my master and I went to Spain for almost a year. And I loved it. I really enjoyed living abroad, meeting people from all over the world, or Europe anyway, in this case. So I was like, yeah, that's my dimension, right? I don't really need to be stuck in my own country. I can go around. And that's the amazing thing of the European Union, right? Yeah, so then basically I started a PhD, and then 1 year into the PhD, I went to a conference in Zurich. It's one of the most important software engineering conferences. Well, actually, the main software engineering conference, which is called ICSE, International Conference of Software Engineering. This was 2012. And I met a professor from the VU University in Amsterdam, the Free University, which was, she's actually Italian, but she was working here in the Netherlands, in Amsterdam, on the same exact PhD topic that I was working on. And fun story, she actually knew my supervisor because she was working at my university as well for a while she was still in Italy. So there was a fantastic network, a great connection. we met, I introduced her my work, and she was like, yeah, why don't you just, come over to the Netherlands one of these days, and, you do a pitch or something, a presentation, you show us your work. I was like, yeah, sure, let's do it. And then, I went, and then from a presentation, it became a research visiting period, and then eventually it became a basically double degree kind of program, but as a PhD candidate. So it's called a co-tutorship, where you basically can get a PhD from two different institutions. And actually, these two things that you see here are my two PhD titles. So it's the same stuff, right? It's one PhD actually, but it's, I get two pieces of paper from it. So that's cool, I guess. So that's what brought me essentially to the Netherlands. Long story short, I moved in March of 2013. And again, back then I didn't know for how long, right? Because it was intended as a research study period, but then eventually turned into a more permanent settling down than I originally had imagined. Yeah, so my PhD was in specifically on what would you call now green IT. So essentially, the main focus was how to improve the energy efficiency of software applications. That was my PhD topic. But then, of course, when you start working into this space, you also get exposed to all sorts of sustainability related topics. So I also did some work in things like renewable energy, smart grids. I started looking into ways in which you can use software to basically help the energy transition, the stride against climate change and sustainability. There's always been my let's say mission, and what actually really motivates me to keep going, and still doing it to this day.
That's super cool. And one of the things that I would like to understand, but how important was what you chose during your study for your first job? Because you ended up working for an energy company, right?
That is correct. Yeah. So that is a good point. Obviously, like my PhD was on a very academic topic. And even though I did a lot of practical stuff, like I ran experiments, I wrote a lot of code, but I wouldn't say that had an immediate industrial application, right? So in the end, I had to sort of at some point make peace with the fact that if I really wanted to have impact, and if I really wanted to go into industry, to have a more non-academic environment around me, then I needed to pivot to something else. But the truth is, when you do a PhD, it's more than just the topic you study, right? Well, first and foremost, of course, I had a PhD in software engineering and specifically in software architecture. Immediately there, you are exposed to a lot of knowledge and a lot of things that are not only related to what you're doing. I learned a lot about software architecture, I learned a lot about, lots of theory, of course, but also practice. I talked to a lot of companies. I did a lot of real case studies with developers, interviewed them. So it's not like it was all theoretical. And then you also learn a lot about, soft skills, so to speak. So when you do a PhD, you have to typically coordinate master thesis projects. You have to teach. I actually had to teach a course that I designed myself called the Green Lab, where we were basically teaching other students on how to do experiments on software energy efficiency. And the course is still going on to this day, which I'm very proud of. It's run now by a very good friend of mine, Ivano Malavolta at the VU. It's a lot of experience, actually. It's not just studying, and it's not purely academic background. And of course, it's also about what you really want to learn and how you want to shape your own profile. There was, I have to admit, when I started looking for a job in industry, there was a bit of an imposter syndrome that I felt like, oh, am I ever going to be good enough to actually, write code and work in Agile or, deploy to production, this kind of stuff was
on a Friday.
On a Friday, yes, exactly. YOLO at 5 p.m. Did it so many times. Probably shouldn't say this on a podcast. But yeah, so that's very typical for academic people with academic background to feel that they're missing something, right? But then in reality, we're suddenly looking around. I felt like, I had a lot more things under my belt than just my coding skills. So that's why I then decided to make the move. And indeed, my first job after academia was an energy company, Van der Bron, which is a Dutch energy supplier, purely working with renewable energy. And I had the opportunity opportunity to work on a super cool project, which was essentially developing a smart charging algorithm for electric vehicles to balance the energy grid. So there was a project that Van der Bron had in collaboration with Tenet and with IBM, which then culminated into the development of this platform they called Equigi, like equity and energy, right? So yeah, you can look it up on the website. I can also send you the link later, but it's still going right now. And yeah, it's pretty cool because essentially, trade this energy of all these vehicles in real time by steering them, stopping charging, starting charging. You can also do it with batteries. You can even do it with wind turbines these days. So it's, it was quite a lot of fun to work on it and to build it at the very beginning. And again, I started as a data scientist originally because, of course, through my PhD, I studied a lot of statistics, I worked a bit with machine learning. I analyzed a ton of data. So that was something that I knew how to do. And I mean, obviously there was a steep learning curve, but because of course there was a specific problem on the energy market, I had to study a lot of mechanisms on how the energy market works, etc., the day I had per day. But then eventually I fell in love with it so much that now I'm incredibly happy to work in this sector. It's one of the most rewarding things that I did in my life, to really get into the nitty-gritty details of how energy works, really, how do we use electricity, how is it generated, how is it stored, how is it traded. It's fascinating and very, very, very relevant for the times we live in. So yeah, I wouldn't go back.
Yeah, I was thinking, I guess this is a feature that we really don't have that much in the Netherlands, which is hydroelectric, right?
Yeah, we lack something called elevation for it.
Yeah, exactly. Which is kind of a cheat code. If you have a country with hydro, you can just pump your extra energy back into pulling the water up the reservoir, and then you use it in a later date. So when you don't have that cheat code like the Netherlands, what are the solutions? It's basically batteries.
Well, yes, it has to be said that the Netherlands also depends a lot on the neighboring countries like Germany or Denmark, Belgium, of course, or France. There's a lot of interconnections between the European countries these days, especially Central Western Europe. But yeah, it is true that the Dutch grid is heavily congested because, of course, it's a very densely populated country, and electricity is just the electrification is going on in full force. And of course, you can have moments of very sort of high exchanges on the energy market because indeed you don't have these buffers. But typically these are solved by the unified energy market across Europe, and that allows you to sort of account for this lack of flexibility, so to speak.
Well, so that's cool. Basically, you can export your extra energy to different countries, and that way you don't really need to worry about pumping it up amount to put on a hydro.
Yeah, correct. I mean, obviously there are costs related to that, and mostly it makes your energy price dependent on other sources, right? So that means that, for example, for whatever reason, a coal power plant trips, as we say, so shuts down unexpectedly in Germany, then you have repercussions on the Dutch energy grid, and it's usually a bad day on the market or a very good day for some, right? So depends a bit on which side of the market are you on. But indeed, like the Netherlands is a pretty unique country geographically. It also has installed in the past few years a humongous amount of renewables, especially solar, up to the point where basically now we are in situations during summer, for example, where energy is so cheap that actually you can have called negative prices. Basically, you can buy energy at a negative price, which means that you actually paid for consuming it. So it's quite an interesting situation. And that, of course, it requires a bit of thinking because it's something that is a bit hurting the business case for renewables in a way. It's a bit of a complicated market dynamics, but basically the energy for solar, for example, during peak hours is so low that a lot of solar asset owners are not really making money anymore on this power. It's too cheap.
Yeah, it's a complicated market. But luckily there is guys like you looking into it to try to make it a bit better.
Yeah, we're doing our best.
So you were saying that one of the things when you started your first job that you had to learn about the energy market and how it worked, and you learned soft skills during your postgraduate. How would you rate it in terms of a percentage for someone that is starting their first job? Hard skills versus soft skills?
I don't know whether the distinction is so clear. Let me tell you what I mean, right? Obviously, you have things like, just your pure knowledge of a programming language, right? Or just your pure knowledge of libraries and stuff like that, right? Or architecture. But the truth is, a lot of times building software involves things like communication, for example. It involves things like writing stuff, right? Documentation, or just, good commit messages or PR summaries, right? As in pull requests, not public relationships. It's actually a less clear line as we would think. So, for example, when I started working, I knew quite well how to code, right? In some language. I knew Java and I knew R, not even Python back then. And also I had a lot of theory. So I could pick up new languages fairly easily. So at Thunderbrom, we mostly use Scala, which it's a bit of a different language than Java, although, there's a lot of similarities. But that was not the problem. The hardest thing for me was like learning how to do good commits. For example, how much of change should actually be in one commit, right? Because then when people reviewed my PRs, were like, oh, this is a mess. Like there's so many changes. How do I review it, right? And then, if you go commit by commit, then it's usually clearer to understand the flow and what's happening, right? Or again, for example, obviously these days with ChatGPT and all the sources you have online, right? Developers are so much supported in their work, right? That, sometimes the syntax is definitely not the biggest concern. But then again, you have to learn when to sort of copy paste code from, or you shouldn't copy paste code from, ChatGPT or Stack Overflow without understanding what it's doing, right? And that's also involves maybe talking to other developers and asking, hey, what do you think this means? And what is the best solution? And, there's some amount of soft skills in there as well, I would say. It's not easy to draw a line in there. Having said that, I definitely think doing a PhD helps you a lot in things like knowing how to do presentations, knowing how to talk with non-technical people, which was a huge deal in my job. Actually, when I started at Van der Bron, after the first, I think it was even 6 months, I went from sort of being a data scientist in the team. I was also doing the interim product owner role because I could talk to stakeholders, right? And then after not even a year, I became a manager because, at that point, it was clear that like my ability to communicate with non-technical people, my ability to translate requirements into words, basically, or into code and to also sort of plan work, et cetera, and understanding more architectural concerns was more a skill for me than just, your pure individual contribution, like your pure coding productivity. So I would say that depends really a lot on what kind of person you are. And by the way, right, I also think we need in teams people that are very deep and focused workers, right, and coders. So people that, need to sit behind the laptop for a whole day and just build awesome things. So I really think it depends a lot on what kind of person you are, what makes you tick, and what are the things that come more natural to you.
When we speak about software engineers, data engineers, the idea is that there is a solution fits all. And when we speak about something like, you want to have a cross-functional team, you just think about, you want a front-ender, a back-ender, a UXer, and a data guy in the team. But in reality, sometimes it's more important to really have those skills in your different engineers, because someone will have to speak your top product owner. You'll have to have the guy that is so much into the code, that is producing a lot of it, or maybe reviewing a lot of the PRs and teaching the rest of the team how don't do a pull request with 50,000 lines of code. No one is going to review it after. Those type of things, right? Quite interesting, because we just talk about the role as one role, but in reality there is it's the T-shape kind of theory, right? You have your very much hard skills of software engineering, but maybe you dabble a bit on the product ownership, and you're able to tell requirements to business people without going deep into catch try or something, something in those lines, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And like you said, it's really about this mix of personalities in a way, and this mix of seniority, right? So I would say, as a neo graduate, what you should do, you should sort of glue yourself to the beside a senior guy that is willing to teach you and to mentor you, because you need that mentoring, right? You really have to go through it, and you have to have these people that, really take you by the hand and sort of bring you. And if you're talented and you're ambitious, then you're also willing to learn, and you enjoy learning a lot of these things. And eventually you will become, an independent contributor that can do these things for other people as well. And I definitely think that it's something also that we teach way too little in university. And yeah, definitely we emphasize a lot in the hard skills. I don't know, the distributed systems, algorithms, CAP theorem, all these kind of things, formal methods, which is super important. Definitely not downplaying that. But maybe when it comes to real software development, we should also emphasize how much collaborative it has become, right? The era of the rockstar developers that code a system by themselves is gone, right? That doesn't exist anymore. Maybe now with AI, a single software developer can do a lot more, but anything that requires some degree of complexity and interaction requires a team to work on. And yeah, it's also a healthy thing.
Yeah, you're talking about AI, and now it's all the rage, right? And we all like to generate our code in ChatGPT or DeepSeek Coder, Llama Coder, whatever is the new craze that comes from that. So I was thinking today about something, and wondering also about picking your brain around this. I've seen the interview a while back with Zuckerberg. He was saying that, well, we are a couple of maybe months away of having an AI that is like a senior developer. But what I see the value on it, because I was trying to reverse engineer an APK. And when you reverse engineer, the code comes all gibberish. Like it doesn't have the proper names, but you can just dump that into the AI, ChatGPT in this case, and ChatGPT started explaining to me what the code does, even like all the function names are cryptic. So I started thinking like that is probably a really good business case for AI, because most of the times you write code 6 months after, you don't really remember that you wrote that code, right? You go git blame, who wrote this? Oh, it was me. Oh. Interesting. Oh, yeah. I'm a smart dude. That's really cool. But that could be an accelerator that really comes into play, not just the production of boilerplate code, that most of IT is boilerplate code, like you get it from other repos or open source or whatever, but also the coming and explaining like, oh, okay, remember this function that you wrote 6 months ago? This is how it works. Right?
Yeah. So explain it to me, please.
Exactly. So we are from the data world, which is a bit different from hard code software engineering. Yeah. If you had to guess, if you had to speculate, where do you see like the biggest value of these AIs like Copilot and so on coming into the picture?
I recently listened to a very nice episode of the Pragmatic Engineer podcast from Gallagher with Grady Book or Butch. I think it's Book. I'm not entirely sure how to pronounce it, but basically he's a very famous software architect, you would say, or anyway, pretty much a guru in software engineering. He was one of my heroes when I did my PhD. And among other things, he's the creator or co-creator of UML, to name one. Obviously, they also talk about this. And I think I very much agree with his stance, which is, at the end of the day, software engineering is a history of increasing levels of abstraction, right? I mean, and that's just what it is, right? So you start from assembly, then you move into, procedural code, then you move into object orientation. And this is probably one more level of abstraction where it might even be that, the code dimension, as in, us looking at code and writing code, might be a thing of the past, right? Maybe programmers will use a lot more natural language in the future and then have the machine write code for them. There's a lot of implications which I'm not going to get into, but for me that is what makes sense. And then things like code obfuscation, like what you were just telling me, right? So the practice of hiding the meaning of your code by using a lot of nonsense ASCII characters, that's probably something of the past, right? That doesn't work anymore. So a lot of these things will just become obsolete, but then they will move to other levels of abstraction. So for example, I don't know, trying to fool your AI with some weird prompts or stuff like that. I don't know, right? So there will be other issues, that's for sure. But at the same time, I do think that this is what we are experiencing right now, that we're witnessing this transition of going from having to really understand what each single instruction in our code does to maybe not necessarily having to care that much, right? And being able to write a high-level instruction that then generates the code for us. And then, if we wanted to make it efficient, then we ask the machine to make it efficient, right? So I think that's a bit what is happening, which, I'm quite neutral about it. I think, as with all things, you can use it for greatness and you can use it for very, very awkward use cases. That's a bit my view. And of course, I do think you have to use it, that you would be an idiot not to. And I do think, and especially because we are in the data world, it's also very important to understand how these machines like LLMs work. And just on an unsolicited opinion, I do not believe that they will lead to AGI. I do think that for AGI, we need a little bit more complexity than just a stochastic parrot that is able to infer words. But that's just my opinion. But I do believe that they are very useful tools for a lot of stuff, and that we should use them and make the most out of them.
Exactly. They are. I see them now almost as the old promise that we had of code blocks, where you'd have like magic code blocks that always did the things, and then you start connecting them together, and you can do the same thing with the prompts, where you say, I need you to create me a function that will do a timer of 50 seconds, but receives a JSON file and then search for attribute X, and like those kind of things where you don't really need to go to the nitty-gritty code. And maybe there are 50 different ways of coding that piece, but probably 40 of them work. Right? I think it's an accelerator, the same way as we kept on accelerating the languages as we moved along, right? Started with assembly, right? And then you have C, which is already an abstraction layer on top of that. Then you have Python, which is on top of C, but it's written completely different and gives you a bit more options. And then eventually you end up with JavaScript, and then you break the world. Those are completely, that's outside of the scope of this talk.
No, I completely agree. And I think that's also where you see the limitations of this. Of course, now you have on the internet all these people saying, look, this website was entirely built by AI. Fine, great. Is it a great website? So whenever you have to build something a little bit more complex than your typical bubble sort algorithm, or maybe an API web server or something like that, then you need still humans in the loop that can figure out a way to build things efficiently and come up with an architecture, maintain it, right, review it. I think that level of complexity is still something that we should actually focus on. But at least we can save time for us, just not having to remember how the hell did you, declare an array list in Java or or something like that.
Yeah, how to not get a null pointer exception. Right?
Yes.
Those kind of things. Yeah, I agree with you. When it comes to a bit more complex task, it can only be, for at least for now, an accelerator. And what we have seen so far is that we are kind of hitting the flat line of the amount of information that you can ingest into this model. So the quantity of information will not be the thing that is going to make an AGI just by feeding it into an LLM. To arrive to that, we need to go to something a bit different.
Yeah, and on this, I actually, again, shamelessly planting is something I heard, right? But again, on that podcast, one very interesting reflection that Grady does is, if you think about our intelligence, human intelligence, right? It's extremely embedded in our bodies, right? A lot of our intelligence comes from just the fact that we exist in body and not just in thought, right? So we have a sensor experience that actually helps us understanding reality and operating in it. And that is a lot of data. If you would imagine like the amount of sensors, quote unquote, that we have on our body, to do vision, to do tactile, to perceive temperature, sound, right? Taste, smell, all these kind of things, like all this data that we receive on a continuous basis, and our brain is able to process and interpret and connect to memories and experiences. And out of that, you have a person, right? You have a general intelligence. And that's something that even a 1-year-old, as you very well know, already does very, very fast, right? Understanding touch, for example, or recognizing your parents. That's something that you can do, like image recognition, right? That's something you can do with a few, maybe weeks of life. So I think that in that sense, you have there's the difference. There's a big difference, and until you don't find a way to have these intelligences being in the real world, then it's going to be very hard for them to actually develop a general intelligence. They just have not enough bandwidth. And then we have to find very, very clever ways for them to actually get all this data, process it. It's not about how many GPUs you can throw at it, right? It's a very different problem. not necessarily a solved one. And I mean, the analogy, the brain equal neural network, breaks so many times, right? It's just like there's so many things that we don't understand. We barely understand the positional nature of brain areas. We don't even understand how brain waves are translate to impulses and everything. It's very far, I think, still. And I don't even know whether biomimicry, so reproducing artificial intelligence using the human brain as a template, is actually the only way. Maybe we will find another breakthrough in 2 years, or maybe in 20, or maybe in 50, who knows, right? But I definitely do not think that LLMs are the answer, right? There's so much more to be done before we actually boot up Skynet. I don't think we've found sort of the killer app for this technology yet. The best we've found so far is actually coding and help developers. I think that's the one that has the most industrial value so far. I think that is definitely sort of having an impact on the industry. But yeah, other than that, I don't know. It stands to be seen yet.
Yeah, and I think that's a great positive note for us to end.
Sure, absolutely.
I would like to thank Giuseppe for coming here and having this chat with me and being the first ever guest of this podcast. I would also like to thank you, the listener, for spending this time with us and hearing this chat. If you like it, share it with a friend. It will help the podcast. And if you know someone that has an interesting story that you want to share, reach out at contact@afks.xyz. Until next time, see you away from the keyboards.
It's funny you should mention the kind of the whole like production thing, because I also come from like computer science background, and then I spent a couple of years kind of as a programmer. Decided I'd much rather do design, and I went and did a master's in interaction design out of the College of Fine Arts in Carnegie Mellon. And that program was very much kind of focused on how you look at human interaction with things. So it could be like interfaces, but it could also be just like wayfinding and other types of like way that you interact with the world, right? It didn't necessarily have to be technology. So a really philosophical kind of program. While there, I got distracted and took a bunch of classes doing motion graphics and decided that was what I wanted to do with my life. Got myself hired at a studio with Kyle Cooper, who eventually went on to become the director of photography for Across the Universe, and like had done all these like really great opening credits and end sequences. And a week in, I was fired from across the room by email. Because as it turns out, I didn't have the practice for it. And the only reason that I had a portfolio to speak of was one, programming skills. I built some of my own tools. And the second was that I would spend 4 to 5 times as much time as my colleague. And, when you're in kind of a high pressure environment, you can't do that, right? So after that, people go through their wanderlust period, and I spent mine at a Buddhist monastery in Germany. And then when I left there, I was like, I guess I know how to program. I don't necessarily think I enjoy it, but whatever. It's a way to make a living, right? And for me, it wasn't until I became a tech lead or like an engineering manager for the first time that I really, at that point, I found kind of the spot that I really enjoyed, right? I'm not as interested in technology. I'm not as interested in kind of like solving problems with technology, but I really enjoy solving problems in human interactions and with like people and organizations, and and within the last, I guess like five to 8 years or so, like we've seen a lot more discussions about mental health, about psychological safety, about like how teams can operate in a more empathetic manner, and how much healthier that is of a work environment. And so that's the stuff that interests me, right? Like, and the whole programming bit and computer science and IT for me is secondary to the people that I work with.
I didn't do that. You went to a Buddhist monastery.
I don't talk about it much because it's a detail that I'm like for me, like I had a really great experience there. but like for some people on the outside, they sort of see some of the things as a cult. And so it's sort of one of those things where I'm like, I don't want to get into the detail because I might still be in a little bit of denial, right? But you know what, like whatever, I got some value out of that experience, and I'm not a particularly religious person, and you know, I got what I needed out of that.
And when was that?
Oh, that was in winter of 2005 to 2006. So like my undergraduate degree was in 2000, and I started the 2-year program in 2002, and I finished it in 2005. And I just to mention that as well, World of Warcraft came out in 2003.
That game has a lot of hours of my life.
I quit in 2010 or so, 2009. Best decision I've ever made.
I think it was about that time that I got hooked into it. So maybe we crossed for a small little amount of time.
Maybe.
But you were probably level 65 when I was level 1.
No, I was pretty obsessed. For Halloween, one Halloween, I actually made myself a costume of like the actual set that I had, my character had. Like went and figured out how to do sewing and like everything, and went to BlizzCon with that.
Which one did you play?
I always played healers. Like my first character was a healing priest, and then when I played a second character, I played another healing priest. and back then, you couldn't change servers, right? So you just whatever server you were on, that was it. And if you had friends playing on another server, you just have to start a new character on a different server. So then my second character was a healing priest, and then my third character was a paladin, healing paladin.
So now the most important question: Horde or Alliance?
The paladin was Horde. The two priests were Alliance.
Ah, nice. My first character, I forgot what it was, but it's like that one that looks like a cow.
Oh, Tauren.
Yeah, like I could change into animals. And it was really cool because you're not really good in anything, but you have a little bit of rogue.
The druid.
Yeah, druid. That was it. Yeah, you could fly by yourself, which was super cool. Like you could run from someone, just jump off a cliff and then change into an animal that flies and no one kills you. So that was super cool. Then I think for a while I also played a small character as a rogue. I don't remember which one. I think a goblin. And then eventually the third character was a Dark Knight.
Yeah. On that expansion.
But then I was like, nah, enough. So what brought you here to the Netherlands?
The sort of the public answer, the polite answer is that I came here for a job. Right, I got a job at Booking, and they moved me. The real answer was that at the end of 2017, I had given kind of the political scene in the U.S. a chance. Like I was like, you know, as much as craziness was happening, all politicians they'll sort of exaggerate. They'll sort of like, you know, say whatever to get elected. Maybe it's not going to be so bad. Maybe there will be adults in the room to sort of like, you know, calm things down. And then one by one, Trump fired all of the adults in the room, right? So so by the end of 2017, I was like, okay, I want to try going elsewhere. And by that point, I had lived in California for 12 years. So I was like, I'm ready for a change. So with that job opportunity, had all of my belongings in a shipping container that went, you know, across the ocean. And for the first 6 months was pretty miserable because I had not only landed in like January, like February, you know, Dutch winter, but also learning about Dutch food for the first time. I didn't know anything about the Netherlands. I just knew that it was somewhere in Europe. That was kind of the way that I was escaping. And then coming from Los Angeles, right? Like everyone's asking, like, why? And I was sort of thinking that myself. But I'd always sort of thought that I was pretty multicultural. And it wasn't until I was working at Booking, which was like actually like multicultural, realizing that there was a lot that I needed to learn about interacting with people from different cultures. And then as it turns out, I'm way more American than I want to admit, right? Like I kind of just presumed, oh, you know, my parents are from Taiwan, and I grew up in a household where they sort of like kept, you know, practices, whatever. Yeah, no, it's like,
you're USA all the way.
Yeah. So as of last year, I got my permanent residency.
Oh, congrats.
And as of 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, I got married. So like, I'm kind of like, even if I'm not here to stay, I feel like it's been a good move.
But yeah, you moved here in January Oh my God, I committed exactly the same mistake. I came here on the 2nd of January, although Portugal is not really San Francisco in terms of the weather, but we do have a lot more sun during the winter than in the Netherlands.
Yeah. When I like for the interview process, this, before the pandemic, right? Like you would get flown in. So booking flew me in for 3 days, and I was here like the beginning of December. But like right before December, I had gone to a conference in Helsinki in Finland for about a week. So when I landed in Amsterdam, I was like, it was cold, it was winter, but I mean, compared to Helsinki, it was like, oh, this is okay. I can deal with this, right? And then not realizing that it's still not okay. Like by comparison, it's okay. But last week there was that brief bit of warmth that you could sort of like be, in shorts, like outside for a little bit.
So apparently the Swedes call that full spring. Yeah, after that second winter comes.
Yeah. And then now it's like, it's cold. It's so cold.
I was checking, and I don't know if it's tomorrow or the day after. It's going back to negatives as minimum. And like we had days of 18 degrees. Last weekend was 18 degrees. So typical thing in the Netherlands, talking about the weather, right? So you're fully integrated into the Dutch culture.
Although I think though, for me, the moment that I felt actually integrated, right, at least to Amsterdam, was the first. I've only hit a pedestrian once on my bicycle, and in all fairness to me, he's sort of like the guy was walking across the bike lane, and I kind of started going. I was like, okay, he's walking in this. I'll be able to go right behind him, right? Like we'll just pass like, and then he saw me last moment and then took a step backwards into where my bicycle was going. I flew off of it, landed on some motorcycles like that were parked on the side, and then he apologized to me, right? So that's like, I feel like a classic kind of like, how do you know you're an Amsterdammer? It's kind of thing.
Yeah, the first time that you scream at tourists on your bike, you know that you're fully integrated. Cool. So you moved here in the peak of winter, and then you started working in booking. Was that when you started already as a team lead?
Yeah, I was already a team lead there. Basically, I think like previous to sort of my interview as a team lead, they hadn't actually been interviewing, they hadn't hired team leads from outside the company. And I think 6 months before that, they had kind of officially ended the experiment of no team leads, right? So as a like the idea of an autonomous team is a really alluring one for companies, for organizations, right? It's like, if you have a team of people that are all kind of like contributing, then why do you need someone to be like a manager for like 5 people? Like that doesn't necessarily make sense. But when things aren't going well, you do need someone to be there, kind of to be able to spot that things aren't going well, right? People that are difficult may take a little bit more effort to sort of manage. And if you have like 6 teams, each with 5 or 6 people, that's going to be way too many people for you to actually keep, a focused count of everybody.
And what led you to become a team lead?
So the first time I got a promotion up from being an individual contributor was quite literally the day after they laid off a third of the company.
Wow.
So right place, right time, right? And I haven't kind of gotten kind of the next kind of promotion up because I have left places before the right place, right time kind of moments. Like I've apparently found a really great way of doing that. But I was working for a company that did music streaming and had just introduced a video streaming product. So their idea for RDO was that they had RDO and video, VDIO, RDIO, and the 2 services were going to be eventually bundled up together. So you could get your music and your video from like one provider. Unfortunately, buying rights to stream video is a lot more expensive, like really, really expensive, especially if you want kind of current shows. And this was before the proliferation of like video streaming services, right? The only other game in town was Netflix. And this was before Netflix even started creating their own content. So sort of the whole delving into it, finding out that as a startup that might not be entirely sustainable. And the investor that had kind of dumped in a lot of his own money in order to start this business. He had gotten his money from the sale of Skype to Microsoft, and he decided to stop writing checks. So a week later, like he had said that he was going to stop writing checks. And so suddenly the company needed to try to find a way to become at least break even or profitable within like a year and a half, something like that. So a week later, the entire video product was cut and a third of the company was laid off, including like 10 or 11 out of the 40 some odd like software engineers. And my team was the content ingestion team. There were 4 of us, 2 that were working on the music side of things and 2 working on the video side of things. And there were 3 senior developers, me, the tech lead of that team, and also another guy kind of in a different team. We had been hired to work on the video thing, like explicitly. So the 3 of us got to do whatever we wanted, right? They basically, to one guy, he said, what do you want to work on? He's like, well, I want to work on music feed. So he got to work on music feed. Another one wanted to work on quality of service. So he got to work on quality of service. I had expressed an interest in becoming a lead. So quite literally the next day, they were like, so, your backlog has been cut in half. So would you like to lead this team that we need a lead for? I'm like, if you'd asked me 2 days ago, I would have said yes immediately. Let me think about it, and eventually took it, right? And the team that I joined had 4 developers. We hired another 3 developers, and then there was someone doing operations that also joined the team. Yeah, I knew nothing about what leadership meant. I knew nothing about what management meant. But I just worked under the one statement of you can't make a software developer do anything they don't want to do. Like, especially in Silicon Valley, like 2012, 2013 era, it was still the kind of thing of people had choices, right? Like where they wanted to work and stuff like that. So I just only did that and things went pretty well. And I presumed that it was like, oh, I'm good at this. And it wasn't, until like another 5-6 years of realizing, no, I wasn't good. I just got lucky. I had a good team, like.
But sometimes that's all that is needed, right? At least to break the initial inertia to become a lead. And you're always afraid, like, how is it going to be now? Like, people will look up to me. If I try to tell them to do something, will they do it? If they don't, like, how am I going to react to that? So what was the biggest challenge that you faced in the beginning as a lead?
In the beginning, I think I didn't face any challenges in my first time. Like, I was there for a year and a half. And then at that point, I decided to sort of move down to Los Angeles. So when I moved down there, the second job was the first one that I kind of had a really, really rocky moment, because that company, the entire value prospect was technology, right? It's streaming service. It's on the computer. That's what's getting delivered. Music is getting delivered through the computer. The second company that I worked for, called Zephyr, they were an operations company that happened to build technology to sort of help support it. Mm-hmm. Right? So what they did was they had YouTube at the time wouldn't allow anyone to sort of automatically do content removal, right? Like kind of like copyright marking. So you had to have a person behind the monitor to sort of like actually say, yes, this is copyrighted or not copyrighted kind of thing. And this company had basically made a deal with all of the studios to take down like full-length movies, and in return they would sort of split the royalties for like short form, like clips, right, that you stick ads in front of, and then split the money with the studios. And as far as the studios are concerned, it's like, free money, right? Like, yeah. And then they also don't have to do the work to sort of pull down like actual content. And given that the 2 founders were non-technical, they were doing it purely from an operations perspective, and technology is kind of like the second tier, right? That was the first time I had to sort of like had to work with the business side of things, and also office politics, like in that kind of like environment, right? And within 6 months, I had basically alienated myself from all of the people on the business side, because I was so trying to protect my team so much, right? And kind of like neglecting the whole managing your peers and managing upward kind of activity that you need to do as a manager.
Yeah, that's a common rookie mistake, right?
Yeah, right. And it's like, you encounter that once, and then it's like, okay, well, need to learn to do stuff better, right?
And how did you felt it was different leading teams in America and leading teams here in the Netherlands?
So there is a really big multicultural component like in the US, even if you have people from all sorts of different places, the expectation is still kind of the management style, and the interactions and stuff are still very much like rooted in American culture, right? So an example of that would be the delivery of bad news. The way that American delivery, you try to do like one or two like good things, and then you hide the bad news in the middle of it, and you do say more good things at the end of it. When sometimes we call it a shit sandwich. People know how to look for that, right? They read that, and you can't do that here, right? Like you can't also like if you try to make references like kind of like, you know, kind of like side references, which is also another thing that like American culture sort of does, right? Rather than saying that someone died, you say like they passed on, they moved on, like, you know, like kind of this like very gentle language, which sometimes hides the true kind of meaning, the true intent, you know, especially if you're talking to people for whom like English isn't their first language. You can't hint at things. You have to just sort of say exactly what you mean. I mean, also the style of leadership, as much as like the American culture has this kind of the reputation of the whole thing of, oh, like, you know, we like democracy and we like to have people vote and stuff like that. The decision-making process, even like the hierarchy, is pretty flat, right? You sort of, you know, you might still talk to someone like a higher like hierarchy, or you might like yell back at them or whatever if like things are kind of getting like conflict is getting bigger. But leadership is still very much like the leader decides and then everyone else kind of follows or protests, right? You can protest a decision. Decision isn't necessarily final, right? And there's a whole thing of like American managers don't like to tip their hand, right? If they're going to do something, it's not going to happen until it's already like done, so that no one can have a chance to sort of say anything. So like things like layoffs, and the way layoffs were sort of announced to us at Ardio was quite literally at noon. We all got an email that said a third of the company had been laid off, told us what the names were, and that all those individuals had been told in the morning and would be coming back to like collect their stuff in the afternoon. Right. So like just like immediate, like no notice to anybody, just morning of, you know, announcement, and then that's it. And then, you know, and for us, since it was startup, so in the afternoon, we all went and like at 3:00, we went to the local bar and got plastered, and commiserated, you know, with our coworkers that had just lost their jobs. And that doesn't work in Europe, right? Like that's horrific in other cultures and other places with employment laws and stuff like that, right? So Warner Brothers Discovery was the place I worked at like previously. They tried to lay off the entire European QA department in the middle of a release. You know, no notice. The QA manager that I was working with was like, you know, why is the PS5 not getting tested? And then she found out from her reports that they'd been laid off. Like it wasn't even her that sort of delivered the message. It was her manager that sort of directly like told them, right? They ended up having to sort of pay for another like 3 months worth of everyone's salary. None of the stuff was done with any notice, but also it wasn't because it was kept secret, right? It was sort of like all of these things in motion. No one was allowed to talk about it because they didn't want like, you know, anything leaking from that perspective. Very American way of kind of like approaching it, right? Whereas like the layoffs that are going to happen at Booking, going to happen, haven't happened yet. But we've been hearing about it in the news. Like all of my colleagues, my friends who still work at Booking, have found out about it like in December that it's going to happen. You know, like they're kind of nailing down the details, but everyone knows that it's going to happen because that's kind of like part of how you do business here, right? Yeah, but I mean, and the thing is, I think like from a business perspective, there's always a whole, oh, we don't want, you know, the people who are like delivering like stuff to leave, right? Like the layoffs, even though they're always like, oh, we're going to do layoffs for business reasons. American companies very much do this thing where they will try to find like all of the people that kind of are not performing as well, that they couldn't actually put on paper like a real reason for them to sort of like fire them, and they say, oh, these people are getting let go for layoffs, right? Like kind of like the thing, so that rather than going through the effort of being like, okay, well, you know, what's actually going on? Why is this not necessarily working? You know, it's a shortcut.
Yeah. And as you led several teams over the years, what are the commonalities that you see in almost every team?
I think I dare say that there is a commonality for everyone, every individual person I've ever led. Not just every team, but like every individual person. And that is everyone is driven and motivated by things that are emotional. in nature. And so like whether a team succeeds or fails, it's whether those emotional things are aligned or in conflict. And sometimes people will try to look for the alignment. And I think when you have a bunch of people that are kind of like haven't worked together yet, and they kind of come together, people want to find that alignment. Like we want to connect with other people, and then there might be circumstances that cause people to become unaligned, and then at that point, it's very difficult to get them to kind of come back again, especially if like someone feels hurt because of something else that someone else did. Right. I'm talking in very, very broad, generic terms, right? But I think this is one of those things that like we kind of forget, especially in tech, where we're like, oh, it's all about the product, right? Or all about the technology. And some people are certainly motivated by that. Where I've talked to individuals one by one, and then it's like everyone sort of agrees in principle to like a particular kind of like a technical solution or kind of technical direction. And the moment that you get everyone in the room together, one person says, I want this idea. Someone else will say, oh, no way, this is okay, right? Because there's something emotional going on and they have a 10 to 15 year grudge. So it doesn't matter what the technology is. It's that those two people can't be in the room together.
That's so true. In the end, it's all about the individuals in the team. You can pull in the technology, you can pull in all the stops, but if the people cannot really work together, there's nothing. So that's where the job of coach and a good manager comes in, right?
Yeah. In some cases, the best thing to do is to find another team for one of the people, right? Like find some way where they don't have to work together, especially if both individuals are actually contributing. This also ties back to the whole like American versus non-American way, right? The American way would be, fire one or both, right? Like, it's like hiring and firing is easy. So why not just do it? Whereas like if you're in a place where you don't have the tool of firing someone, then you start having to be a little bit more creative of finding ways that structurally people can be separated, right?
Yeah, and that's a good idea because if they are both good individual contributors, maybe in different teams, they will still provide good value to the company. So firing doesn't really give you anything back. And when it comes to team development, do you have a favorite phase for the teams to be in?
I don't think I have necessarily a favorite, right? Because it's one of those things where each one has its own different challenges. For me, like the biggest challenge for performing phase is to not get bored, right? Like as a manager, it's like there's nothing to do. Then the norming phase, there is always kind of the thing that's nice is that there's already sort of a system in place, and then you're just tweaking, you're finding places to tweak little things to make it even better. Right. With forming, you get to sort of like go from complete scratch and stamp your own culture and kind of really set the stage for how people interact with each other. Right. Like people do very much end up mirroring their leaders a little bit, especially if they're having kind of a good experience. And then like storming is always an interesting challenge. It really depends on how it's storming, I think, whether I actively enjoy it. Well, I mean, sometimes a team is storming because there's one individual that just hates the company, right? Like as a manager, I've always used kind of as a conversational like anchor idea of even if you don't like the company, what experiences do you need within this team so that you can interview and have a narrative to take to the next place, right? At least if someone has a goal that's kind of thing, then we can work together. We can figure out how for me to get you what you want so that you calm down. You kind of like, like cooperate within the team. It's very difficult to do that at a company like Booking, that like if you work there, you're not going to get paid as much anywhere else, right? Like at least in Amsterdam. I had 2 of those people in my team at the same time, and that burnt me out. That's why I ended up leaving Booking.
Sometimes you can even burn out the manager that the manager needs to leave, yeah.
Yeah. I didn't appreciate until after that point. Like I didn't value my own kind of like sanity or my own kind of emotional well-being highly enough, right? I was like, oh, like this is part of the whole job to sort of like try to make the team work. And at that point, it's like I needed to sort of disconnect myself, at least from those 2 individuals, and then start just, documenting all of the stuff that they were doing that was like difficult, right? Or pulling in HR to be like, hey, this is your job to sort of deal with. I have these 2 people that I would love for them to like leave. The thing that makes it so difficult is that with almost all of the other kind of like scenarios, there are very reasonable ways to get people to introspect on themselves enough to be like, oh, like I want to do this, or like I need to do this, or for someone who's performing well, get them to acknowledge that they're performing well, or that get them to see that they're doing a good job and things like that. I've only ever seen once in my career someone who was being very difficult and acknowledged he was being difficult. Like after I left, I asked him, what would you have me do? And he was like, look, I like you as a person, but I expected when I was being difficult that you would go to HR for that. It's not your job. I was like, up until that point, I had thought that my job as a manager was to fix people within the team if I needed to, right? And that I could fix everyone. And that was the moment that I realized, no, you can't fix everyone. And if someone doesn't want to be fixed, then, trying to find a way for them to exit. Like this individual, he all but told me, and like after I had left, that he was very much bribable. He was trying to tell me that he wanted to be bribed, right? He was trying to tell me he wanted a settlement to leave. He felt that he was wronged. He wanted a settlement and then he would leave. But like, I didn't understand that. So, it's a live and learn moment.
Yeah. And the interesting part about those interactions is unless you have them, it's impossible to learn about them, because you really need to experience like managing a bad individual or having a bad individual in your team, because without experiencing that, you'll never know how to react in those situations. Now you know that probably if you see similar behaviors, you're going to think twice, maybe I should engage HR sooner, or maybe this person really wants to leave, so let me help him. Back in 2021, when I was working as an engineering manager, our team was building a lot of software from scratch. At the time, we decided that it would be best to build a couple of pieces of software that are going to automate the work that we did, and that was going to help us in the future. During my spare time, I decided to build a GitHub action to version our code. The GitHub action would be able to deal with patches, minor versions, major versions, and using the semantic versioning model. The goal was to automate this and to make it as simple as possible for us to, whenever we release a new feature, we didn't have to worry about what was going to be the next version, and no one would forget how to version their code. I decided to make that part open source, and one of the best feelings that I got was when someone contributed to my project. It's like a feeling of what you did was useful and people are using it, and also they want to make it grow because there's some utility on it. Today I speak with Farshad, a senior software engineer and a longtime colleague responsible for creating the application Wait For It. Wait For It is a lightweight tool designed to test service readiness and exit gracefully once the checks are completed. It currently has over 1.1 million Docker pulls and rising, and it's currently in version 13. It's completely open source and can be used by anyone. We talk about Farshad's journey as a software engineer and what got him interested in the field, starting with Autorun, moving into PHP, and more recently working with Go and Kotlin. It's an interesting conversation, and I hope you enjoy it. Welcome to Away from the Keyboards. And now back to Farshad. Tell us about your journey.
That was a journey. I think I got my first computer when I was 14, if I recall correctly, when I was 14 years old. And internet was not a thing, at least where I was living. I think the first time I got access to internet, Yahoo was a big thing during that time. Google was a new name on the market. And accessing internet was quite expensive. Where I was living, it was not something that you have it at home. Then I was playing around and I was quite curious, so I kind of messed a lot with my hardware. I lost the hard disk due to multiple installation of Windows. So I wanted to just see how it works. Then I think the journey began one day. I was putting a disk on my drive and tried to install a game. And then I saw a weird application coming up with different buttons, shiny buttons, and music. And then I was like, okay, what is it? And that was the moment the term auto-run application came into the picture. So I learned about it. I said, okay, this is a fancy stuff. So you put it there, something comes up, and then you can put something in there, whatever you want. So at that point of time, there were two applications mainly used to build auto-run applications. One of them very famous during that time. It was called Multimedia Builder, or in short, it's called MMB. And it was like a WYSIWYG editor, so you could put things in it and then define some actions in it. And if you want some more advanced thing to be done when you click a button or something happens, you could have wrote your script. And I tried to learn it, but there was no documentation. And again, internet was not a thing for me. So that was a failed attempt in the first time. I could have built the small things, but like building an application that does something that was not possible. So after a while, I learned about another application. So I got it, installed it. It was called Autoplay Media Studio. It's still similar like a WYSIWYG editor. It was a bit fancier, and it has a really good help embedded into the application. So there was tons of document there. And I started reading there. And it was easier to build a bit of a complex applications. I had no idea what software engineering or like how to write codes. So I just began to connect the dots together. And at some point, for example, I needed a bit of a more complex interaction. So I started going through the documentation and say, okay, there is a concept like, what if I want to do something? And then, oh yeah, there's a possibility if I write if and then put something in front of it, then it actually evaluates it and goes into the different branches of the code execution. Here and there, I started learning it, building different weird stuff, most of them useless things, but it actually helped me to get an idea of how I can build an application. With a different version of this software came different capabilities. At some point, you could connect to a SQL database, whether it was a SQLite or MySQL, and like calling an external service like HTTP call, getting their response and do something about it. So it became a bit complex and complex. I think I was around 17, 18. I was building a couple of stuff for some local businesses around that was not paying, but it was wonderful for me. So I loved building things. And during that time, I think when I was 18, 19, internet was a bit more accessible to me. I didn't still have it at home, but there were tons of places that you could go pay some money and get access to computer with internet. So like for me, it was like bringing a USB stick, trying to download everything possible during that time with the slow internet and go back home and start reading things. That was the time. During that time, I got familiar with a group of people. They were having a hosting company. There were 2 or 3 people. They had their own company. It was a small hosting company back in the days. They're still operating like after 20 years probably. So I could say they were successful in their business. But that was the first time I learned about PHP and like CMS concepts. So, and then that was the first thing, okay, these websites are built not from scratch, probably on top of something. And it was written in PHP. So what the hell is PHP? I found a book. It was written in Persian by some guy, published it for free in the internet, and was describing how like the syntax works, how you can write the hello word. He was teaching PHP for, I think it was 120 pages or something. So I started reading that, trying to run it, and then I learned, okay, how do you run a PHP code? And that was the time I used my dial-up internet connection, at most 4 kilobytes per second. So it was quite slow. And I tried to download easy PHP so I can run my code and see how it works. And it took me an hour. I never forget it. It took me an hour to download, I think, 16, 17 megabyte of file. It's weird, probably in 2025, but it was quite a journey to download 20 megabytes of file, at least those days. So that's when I started learning PHP. I started to build a couple of things again for people around me, and reading more books about how to develop applications, reading a couple of books about like PHP 5, the changes they've made. And at the time, PHP 5.3 was introduced. They also introduced the concept of a namespace, so the language became a bit more mature. I think there was one specific book I really enjoyed at that time, kind of uplifted me. It was a book from O'Reilly, PHP Advanced Programming or something. I think it was from O'Reilly. So I started reading it, learn more things, trying to build the stuff. And I was a student in the university at that time. And I was building different things to just either earn money or learn something. And then I met some guys who were building a small social network similar to Twitter, but like back in the days, it was just targeting a niche audience for specific people around the town. During that time, if you recall, most of the database, when they started with the user table, the identifiers was like just numbers, right? So it starts from 1. So the 1 was user ID 1 was the owner of the website. And I was 873, so I was a 173 user in the system. So I started helping them to build different things to add to the website, this social network. That was a great experience and a lot of experiments. We didn't have money to pay for like server administration, so that was also the time. Okay, I think we were 3 people at that time developing the website, and said, okay, we need to learn it. So we started learning about Linux. The first time I got a VPS to just try something out, the first thing I was asking, how do I connect to it? There is no interface. And okay, now I need to learn about terminals and like SSH. So I started learning about how to maintain a Linux server because we had issues and we either had to pay a lot of money to someone who already know and fix it for us, or we had to learn it by ourselves. And the problem was the social media was just a fun project. We were, and it was not generating revenue. And I think all of us were doing freelance works during that time. So it was less like a fun project on the side to do some experiments. If we learned something new, we tried it there. And it was growing slowly and steadily. But again, we were a bunch of engineers, so we didn't know how to do marketing or how to generate revenue out of it. Then it went on and on for a couple of years. I think in 2012 or 13, we shut it down and we started a couple of projects with those people and some new people we met along the way during the years. So with all we've learned, we tried to build the products, and we had other people from like non-technical background to help us to build the product. We spent, I think, then 2-3 years to build these things, and probably you've guessed it, they both failed because again, there were a lot of things we didn't know. We spent too much time on the engineering side of the things rather than trying to bring the product to the market, see how it behaves. So during this time, I was living in north of Iran. Then I moved to Tehran, the capital city, and started working for a company for a couple of months. It was not a good experience. And then I moved to another company, 4 years old startup, and they were doing different services, but mainly it was similar to Uber. And they were providing services to in many cities, not the whole country. When I joined them, I was the 11th or 12th backend developer they had. So it was quite a small team when I started there. And that was a very interesting journey. We did a lot of good stuff there. So when I joined them, we were around, like the technical part of the company was around 70-80 people, because like we were having like Android team developing the Android application, the iOS team, PWA team, and the backend, also infrastructure and stuff, because everything was in-house. And when I left them, we had around, I think, 60-70 just backend engineers. So the company quite expanded during the almost 2 years I was there. And I moved to the Netherlands in December 2019. Started working for a company here. They were providing infrastructure to many different customers. I was developing their DNS application, so their DNS platform. I was adding stuff to there, and I was still doing PHP. And at that point, I was quite tired of the language itself, so I was looking for different things. And I think in 2021, I joined AFKS and kind of changed the whole stack of development. So I think that was the first time I also met you. And yeah, from that day on, we are doing a bit of everything. So far in the past 4 years, that was quite an also interesting journey here. We've built tons of things, but now it's not PHP anymore. So it's Java and Kotlin these days.
So never again you touch a line of code of PHP.
It's weird, but I still follow up the changes on the trend in the language and like in a couple of famous framework it has. And it's like, how do you say it? It's a hate and love relationship with it. So I still follow it, how it's going on. Okay, what are you doing now? What has changed? And I say, okay. And then I also say, thank God I'm not doing that anymore. I'm just tired of it. But it's a matter of personal preference. So
yeah, because what is it? The majority of the web is on top of WordPress, which is on top of PHP.
Indeed.
Because it used to be the stack that everyone used, the LAMP, SHAM, WAMP.
Also, it was very fast to build the stuff and like prototype stuff. It was quite easy. And I remember when I started, it was super easy to host the website and super cheap to host the website using PHP, because you just like there were shared hosting that provided things out of the box. I think it was with cPanel or direct admin that you could just pay a small price monthly or yearly, and then you could have access to 100 megabytes of storage to put your code there. And it was funny because it was super fast to build the stuff with it. You could have scaled it pretty well. I remember a lot of big companies also were using it today to deliver their products.
I remember cPanel and using it also to build a website. And I remember the first interview I went and I got rejected for was as a PHP developer. This was still in college time, and I was looking into a part-time. So there was a part-time in a university department of another college. And I remember going to have an interview with the guy in a cafe in the morning. And he was just talking a little bit about PHP. And I remember telling him, yeah, I know a little bit of PHP, but I think the important part is I know how to code. One can learn syntax very easily. And the guy said, no, PHP is extremely complex and powerful language. One does not just learn PHP by the syntax. And I never looked into PHP ever again.
PHP was a trend, at least during some time back in the days in Iran. Still a lot of company build their softwares with it. I think in the past couple of years, Laravel also got quite famous and extensively used there. So still, it's a big deal. I'm not sure, but it was kind of like things, okay, start using it to just begin with. Then we were using PHP, then we created a lot of small services, microservices with Go. So it became kind of a hybrid stack for there, partly PHP, partly Go. And I've seen this trend in different places also. So it still works. So
yeah, it's not stupid if it works, right?
Yeah, indeed.
And it's not the worst performing language in the world. Like if you want to build a website and you don't know JavaScript, probably the easiest one that you can learn nowadays to build a website. You're basically writing in English, so it's quite easy to understand. But now your favorite one is Go, right?
I like Go for its simplicity. Some people says it's a bit verbose, but I still like it for building small services or small things. And I know a lot of people with Java or PHP background may not like the syntax or like how it works, but I see it pretty useful. So
yeah, it's so useful that Microsoft now is changing the backend of TypeScript to Go.
Indeed.
Microsoft started using the language of the biggest competitor that they have.
Yeah, that was an interesting thing. I was just discussing with a colleague a couple of days ago. Okay, so your systems are going to be executed by Go. That was a fun discussion.
Go now becomes an integral part of their stack.
Probably they don't need to touch it, but it will be there.
Lurking in the background.
Exactly.
And when did the passion for developing open source software started?
It was started during the pandemic. At the time I moved to the Netherlands, I think after 2 or 3 months, the pandemic started, everything was shut down. For me, it was living in Netherlands was like, I am in the house. I go to Albert Heijn to buy stuff for the next week because it's still scary to go out. So I don't do it on a daily basis. I do it once a week and go back home. We work through the day and then it's just you need to wait for the next day to just either work or in the weekend, you're just looking at the walls, watching a movie. It got pretty boring after a while. And I'm kind of person I enjoyed spending time doing nothing or spending time at home. So all my favorite things happens at home. I read the books, I play the games, I watch movies. And then it got boring. So it was pretty hard time. The idea of the wait for it began, I think one of the last projects I worked in that Uber-like company back in Iran. We had different teams during that time. To just put a little context, we had different teams, a backend team developing all the APIs and stuff, the client teams developing the Android, iOS, different applications. And we had a separate QA team during that time. So every feature from all of these teams, it should have been tested by them. And then when they gave us thumbs up, then we would have deployed. And deploying also was a bit hard, depends on what you're releasing. And when the teams got bigger, so we started with like 10, 12 backend engineers when I joined them. Almost a year after, we were around 60, 70 backend engineers. Also, the other teams grew as well. So we had an issue, and that was testing the features, because every time we had some pre-configured dev environment, and those dev environments tend to break a lot easy. So during like 5 days a week, 4 days they were not working, someone had to look into it. And normally, since it requires a lot of data to be available in those environments and to be available correctly, and every time someone was playing with something, they would have broken it, and then they didn't know how to fix it. So it was a mess, and it was getting harder and harder to make major releases or like big features. And again, you're working in a highly competitive area, so you know when something is not working right. So it was me and 2 or 3 other engineers from other teams who had some knowledge about how all the systems are working. So we sat together for 2 months. Probably during that time, we were working around 12 hours a day. And at that time, we had a separate cloud team that were providing us OpenShift. So what we did was to make some sort of automation that if you wanted to test a new feature, basically a branch in the Git, it would have developed the whole ecosystem in 10 minutes to the cloud, everything set up, everything seeded, like the database is set up, the information is already there. So you could have just started like testing the feature. I don't remember exactly the numbers, but when we rolled it out and fixed most of the issues, we kind of unblocked the QA team completely. And I think we were able to deliver the features 30% faster comparing to the previous time. And the wait for it idea, at that time we did it with a bash script, so it was nothing like this. I created the project I think in 2020, and I was already in Netherlands, but we had to, since many containers coming up at once, and some of them required a database pre-filled with the data, and I needed the database service since it's a container just coming up. I needed the database to be ready. So we created some bash script to wait for the database to be ready to accept the connection, and then we allowed the container to come up and start seeding the data, and doing the rest of the orchestration happens. So that was a bash script back then. And during the pandemic, I was sitting there and saying, okay, what can I do? What should I do? And like, I wasn't doing Go for a long time, so I missed the language. And we were using PHP in that company, and it was an old version of Symfony. So there were tons of things that requires to do like a manual wiring. It was quite boring for me. So I needed something to do. And I was thinking, okay, why not build the same bash script a little bit better with Go, and let's see what happens. I have nothing else to do. I cannot go out. So that was the time I started reading more about the changes, like in the past year or two in the Go, and started building this application. And then it became fun. So I don't remember exactly how many services I was supporting back then. I think it was in October 1st, 2021. That I also called for, like in my Twitter account, that, hey, is there anyone who wants to contribute to the project? And some of my friends made some patches to the code, made some contributions, and the project was live. I was just making sure all the dependencies are up to date, the Docker image is up to date. And I think it was around September 2024 or something, I noticed that more and more people are using the Docker image. So I think before, like last year around here, was like 100Ks of pulls. And during the past 10 months, a lot of people are using it. I don't know who exactly is using it. Please reach out if you're hearing this. But now it's almost 1 million pull in Docker Hub. So that was quite an interesting journey for me. And I've been wanting to publish this in like as a Linux package for like Debian and like so, but never like got the reason for it. But now I have it probably. So probably at some point in the coming months, I spend more time on the project itself. But it was a fun project for me, and kind of when you're not doing Go on your daily job, that was my side project to do it.
And if you are able to push it into the repositories of Debian and Ubuntu by getting the same package manager, then maybe it can be integrated with GitHub Actions as well, as the runners are Ubuntu.
Yeah, by default they are. Yeah, that might be a good approach indeed.
It could open some crazy doors that you are not thinking yet.
True.
That could be a nice one.
Yep, and recently I've got some feedback to add support for more services. I just need to spend a little time to add those as well. But again, it's fun that I see a small project I built 4 or 5 years ago. People are using it. It's getting used and useful.
Yeah, and have you been receiving a lot of contributions?
Not recently, because mostly in the past year actually, it was mostly in the maintenance mode, so making sure all the dependencies are up to date, building the project time to time. But there are a couple of issues open in the project right now, so if someone contribute to it, that would be great. And if not, I'll try to make some room and actually develop those things.
And how easy it is to manage an open source project at that scale?
It's a small project, so that was not a big problem. People time to time come with different ideas. Some of them I've accepted. Some of them I had to reject them because they were changing the things from scratch, and it was like becoming a bit of a different project. So I already asked them, hey, you can just fork it out and do whatever you think best. But it's not a big project, so not much of a hassle. But I can imagine like big projects in open source, they can get a bit tricky. Actually, you see that like they're making comments, okay, make sure you read the issues before you open any issue. That was not a problem for me. So not much an experience on that part, probably.
Have you already put some automation on managing the issues in GitHub?
For this project, no. I'm doing things manually until I get bored of doing things manually. Then that's I put some automations there. I think the last automation was it was missing some tests, and since this project is basically checking the connection, there's not much you can do with the unit testing. So I had to do some sort of integration testings. I found a bit of a weird way to make it work, but it's working quite well. So every time there is a dependency update on the libraries that I'm using to check the connections on different services, at least I can rely on those tests. I think I added it in 2023 or early 2024, and that was the latest changes probably.
Thanks, Farshad, for being a part of this podcast and coming here and having this chat with me. For you, the listener, again, thank you for listening to our podcast. You know where to find us in all the socials. And if you know anyone that wants to be a guest, please contact us. Give them a nudge. Until next time, this is Away from the Keyboards. Welcome back to another episode of Away from the Keyboards. Today I'm joined by a good friend of mine, an entrepreneur and coffee aficionado that tried to revolutionize the last mile by bringing packages closer to where you are instead of where you live. During this episode we will deep dive on the lessons that he learned as a founder and hear about his unique journey into the world of technology. So without further ado, Ram, welcome to the show and tell us, how did it all started?
Thanks for having me. Great. It all started, I think, way back when I was 14 years or so. I was, of course, playing like any other kid, and I was living in India back then, right? So it was literally playing cricket, badminton, and then I was also looking across the street where one big man turning the other way around and doing something on the computer. That really struck me on that day. And he happened to be the elder brother of my friend with whom I play every day. So I got a bit intrigued, actually, what this guy is doing all the day, turning the other way around. And I think 15 years, 16 years, I think that's around the time when I found a small ad on the paper and the newspaper and said, hey, we will teach you how to program and stuff like that. So I took my dad and then said, hey, can you put me in here, this small class, or, I can go, I want to just learn how it is. And he did that. And that's really the beginning of it. And I think the more time I spent after the school was in that institute. You know, I used to get phone calls from my home. Hey, when are you coming home? So I kind of enjoyed that time and the company of all the other students out there, and just gotten into it. I enjoyed the creating new stuff with computers. Back then, I'm talking about Visual Basic, Power Builder, Oracle, MS Access, these sort of packages back then with C and C++ programming at that point of time. But I think over time, what it also gave me the advantage of, if you just think something or that you want to create, and this kind of gave me that platform to create. So I'm talking about 97, 98. I used to write this freeware softwares we used to call those days, and just ship it up to these magazines, like PC Quest and these sort of. The next month, they used to put your software on the CD-ROMs, and then you could just go to the shop and then just see and feel good about it. Oh wow, they published my software. So that has been the circle, and that kind of really ignited the whole process in getting more interested in the computer science. I think back in 1999, that's exactly when I gotten into computer science education for the university, right? I think that's exactly when also one big turn happened. I got heavily influenced by Bill Gates at the time. On MS-DOS 6.x, perhaps, came up, and with all the CLI stuff, and I somehow got hands on the MS-DOS 1.0. I got completely blown away by it. And how could this whole operating system fit on a single floppy? And if I just put it in with a brainless computer, just no hard drive, nothing, it just gets me the basics I can work with. So that really led me into actually questioning myself, can I probably perhaps build an academic operating system? So in the year 2, year 3, and year 4 of my undergrad, that's exactly when I paired up with the 3 other folks, and then we started really learning the C, C++, assembly, and device drivers and whatnot. It was a fun ride, to really write some sort of academic operating system from scratch. And towards the end of the 4 years, I have to say how we went through different hoops. Internet, Google was not there back then, right? As you know. So I had to go through the Yahoo groups to discover like-minded people across the oceans. So luckily, I found a very interesting PhD candidate in Poland who used to help me remotely. I used to put a question in the night, and then he used to reply perhaps a couple of weeks later, But it was a pretty long distance mentoring, I would say, that really gave me the courage to even write the boot sector code of my operating system, which, if I look back, it was a 35-line assembly code, the boot sector. But the 35-line literally took me perhaps 6 months back then. And so that was kind of a pretty interesting exploratory tech career I would have I started off at the beginning. At an age of 22, I left India. I moved around the world. I think, as you know it, Netherlands is my 6th country I'm living in right now. But these places where I moved out, it has given me new opportunity to meet new people, and also understanding how the business models are there in every country. And it put me into different roles as well, individual contributor and also as a leader as well. So all in all, that is how the journey started for me. And where I am today is currently responsible for the engineering efforts in the digital bank of NN.
So you started building stuff from a very young age, already shipping products to production as freeware for magazines. That's it's very interesting. What was the first piece of software that you shipped out?
Video cutter. Put your video in there, and it was a CLI I wrote in C language, I guess. And it is going to basically cut the video from certain point in time to certain point in time.
Wow, you could have used it to make YouTube shorts even before YouTube was cool, huh?
That's lovely.
So you never lost the passion for creating?
Yeah, that's mostly the curiosity element again. Since childhood, the curiosity has never left me. And then one of the elements that made me curious about this entrepreneurship journey was also the same. All right, we write software for enterprise systems, or sometimes open source, sometimes closed source. But how about really writing software that can actually move things? That really has led me into this whole revolution of Raspberry Pis and ESPs that most of us have been through since 2011 onwards. So I am proud to say that I also belong to that crowd of home automation sort of geeks. And that has really moved me to the direction that, hey, why don't we make it a little bigger in the sense of fusing the AI, the computer vision, and also the cloud technologies running at the edge and really solve a business problem. So when I see all these things coming together, then I said, hey, this is possibly a right moment. I'm talking about 2018. um, this is probably the right moment where all these different technologies and businesses are coming together. And the problem that I was running after back then was, uh, why don't you deliver stuff to people where they are and not to an address? So it was pretty much about the precision delivery of almost anything to wherever a customer is. That has led to the solutions coming together in the lines of autonomous drones, computer vision, autonomous navigation, path planning, and the last mile delivery. So all these things coming together has really excited me. And as I mentioned, it was really the curiosity that took me there. And when the skills and the curiosity and the business problem, when they came together, I'm so glad that I could find like-minded people in the world as well. There are 6 people who joined me in this journey for 2.5 years. Unfortunately, you know the story that I had to close that up during the COVID time. But I'm very glad that we could get into the top 30 of the European competition back in 2020. We had one of the top 30s of the 250 startups back then, and that really gives me immense proud with all the people that I had worked with.
And when you were building that drone delivery software, which included both the software and the hardware, right?
Absolutely, that was the best time of my the startup as well. It took me close to 3 to 6 months to assemble a 1 meter by 1 meter hexacopter. And of course, with the help of all my team members. Unfortunately, it's due to the COVID season. They are all over the world, and we had to do lots of video calls to help me learn and also do it for them so that we could actually go into the Netherlands airports and the fly zones to really test it. And you're absolutely right. The 3 to 6 months that I've learned a lot during that time, from the soldering to all the way running AWS Lambda on the edge of that NVIDIA GPU on the drone.
It's not like you can rely on the compute of the cloud for something that needs to make decisions real time, right?
You're very true. I mean, that's also really kept me going, and to make the decisions completely on the edge, right, on the device. And what we're talking about is a fisheye lens, which is 270 degrees of view on the drone. And there are so many calculations that are happening on the fly, on the device, which is basically using the AWS Lambda technology running on the edge. And I still can't remember, I forget this aspect where we were making the changes into the code, and it literally took a couple of seconds before it gets deployed onto multiple drones who are anywhere in the world. That's the over the air delivery. I really can't forget that element. These are little tiny things which gave me that sort of a completedness feeling, but I completely failed when it comes down to matching the market fit, and also not looking at the regulations, how speed at which they're going in Europe. So there are these few elements, which is where I had a bit of a, I would say, the dark side of it. That's when the story after I jumped into to understand the business reasons and the business background to get started with my MBA as well. So that's really, both of them are connected. My startup journey leading to a failure, and then letting me to start something as a discovery again, the curiosity element coming in there. Hey, what does it mean? Now I know how to build the stuff. It does not mean I'm a good startup founder. So then I kind of went back to understand the basics of the other element. And I think that gave me also a pretty good insight into what I don't know, which is very interesting for me.
I don't know much about drones, but I do know that our regulations in Europe are not the friendliest for up-and-coming companies, and not even in the US, from what I heard. So drones are kind of a bit strangled when it comes to innovation. You do need to have a lot of backing so that you can understand what the regulations and the laws are. Otherwise, you risk yourself getting into trouble without doing anything very special.
If I can say something there, it's one element is the regulation. You're right on that. Another element is also the public acceptance. So as a community, we would not still like to see any elements flying on top of our head when we are just relaxing in the backyard, right? So these are some of the macro views that I missed when I started this thing. Yeah, regulations is one of the ball games, and I still see that the regulation for the drones is in the draft state even today. That makes me wonder, perhaps I've taken the right decision.
Yeah, that's European Union speed. When you see what has been accomplished, for example, in countries like China with drones and their drone light shows, how far ahead are they in their drone technology? Because what is the world record? 10,000 drones or something like that without crashing into each other, creating images, everything on the edge, because you cannot rely on anything else, right?
Yeah, it's a 3D imagery, basically. The 3D spatial imagery is what we have been seeing for the last few years. Unfortunately, I remember watching an incident 3 months ago where it was last Christmas, I think, when one of the drone shows in America that has got a bit of a unfortunate ending, where it has come on to a small kid or something like that. So there are a few things still had to get right, and because there are many elements involved. A drone, when it is in the air, it can only withstand between 20 to 25 meters per second wind speeds. So anything beyond that, you still have a bit of a element unknown that is not in your hands. Despite how much ever you would like it to be auto balanced, there is an element of unknown because you're after all playing with the nature, right?
And in a country like the one that we live in, more than 25 degrees, it's called a normal breeze, right?
I can imagine that. Yeah.
And do you have any new projects that you are working on?
Another element, it is in the very formation stage still. I think I kind of described it in the last time when we met as well, is mostly around how people learn in general. This always attracted me because many people read books. Some people learn from podcasts, that is basically from listening, like one of these podcasts, perhaps. And most people watch videos or even draw pictures, mind maps I'm talking about. But when I look at the other side of the equation, where majority of the world's population are visual learners, that is by nature. We are humans are visual learners by default. However, I do see that there is a great amount of gap between the amount of learning mediums which are available for visual learners. I do see that visual learning is quite underrated in the today's world. So what is really keeping me also busy in the weekends and also one of my weekdays is to really see how I can make a dent in revolutionizing the way people learn, especially in the visual space. I think many people in the world belong to different categories of learning, as I said to you, right? Many prefer visuals, but the reality is they do not know that they prefer visuals. So the moment when you show them a visual for the same topic that they have completed a study, then suddenly the appreciation towards a visual imagery for the same content would come in. And it has happened to me a couple of times where my friends told me that these visuals have helped them to understand the subject better because it gives them a different perspective. Because it's also about how we kind of learn over time, right? We pick something up on a certain day, and it gets in somewhere in the corner of your brain, and then after a couple of days, you pick something related to that, and then you start making connections. So the problem that I find with textual content is that they are organized, but not organized in the way that your brain would like to see the connections. Whereas with the visuals, you have that advantage of, you know, rejoining the connections and really showing the big picture that is perhaps connecting a subject in the page number 1 to a subject in a page number 60 together in one line of thought. So you have a much better, deeper understanding. At least that's what my belief is. We will see where it goes.
Do you already have a website or something that where you're posting about this, or are you already building a tool?
It is still in more under the covers. I'm still busy really creating the team members because creating the team is the most important thing. When you have people who are like-minded but complementary with the skills, that is the beautiful team in my view. And it takes time for that.
For sure. Better to get that one right. If we go back a bit and we talk about the other journey that you had with the drone and the drone company, what do you think it was the hardest part about that whole journey of starting your own startup, going about it, and just building a product and trying to bring it into the world?
I think the hardest one was definitely the context switching when you are a co-founder, uh, especially playing multiple roles. In the beginning part of the company founding stage, the responsibilities are quite varied, and it really lets you stretch and also test your boundaries. To give you an example, we had an open position for robotics engineer who can write some sort of algorithms on the computer vision angle on the drone. Um, there were 200 applicants for that role, and it took us quite a long time to not only pick a person with the right hard skills, but also a person who has the same attitude in the line of thought where go-getter and who has got a curiosity in the head, who can learn and make the point and these kind of elements. So it took us quite a long time for all of our co-founders to really find the people, and then we nailed up to three people towards the end. So that's an example where there was a role shift from literally thinking for the future of the company into all the way into the present, which is hiring at that point of time. And then slowly, with becoming more technical responsibilities into my plate, I started playing the role a little bit of more of a fractional CTO. At the same time, also, it's a tech company. My co-founders wanted me to be actually playing the role of a CEO of that company. So that made me put up a fractional CEO talking to the European rule-making body in Brussels. We were having a seat there to participate in the review meetings of the drone rules and regulations. So this context switching has let many of the complications, I would say, in the equation. So the next time, if I would start up something new, having a team is the first and paramount in my view, where the skills need to be complementary and the values need to match, as simple as that. So when that A team is in place, what my thinking is that for the next 3 to 5 years, already start thinking through what are the various roles that we might have to play together as a group, and then start finding out who is actually good at what, and literally putting some sort of a dotted line. In that way, people can be spared from burning out, and at the same time yet be productive. That's also one of the lessons that I picked up from the previous one.
And I think that's a great way for us to end the show. Thank you so much for coming here, Ram. And to all of you listening, see you next time, away from the keyboards. Welcome back to another episode of Away from the Keyboards. Exciting stories shared over a virtual coffee. I am your host, Rui, and today I'm joined by my guest, Matthias. He has been working as an Agile coach, educator, and content creator over the past decade, helping others uncover better ways to develop software. He is the creator of the Agile Coaching Education, ACE for short, and has a ton of free content that anyone can use to improve their agility. So without further ado, my fellow Agile coach and meme creator, Matthias, welcome to the show. Tell us about your origin story.
The origin. If I try to do it chronologically, like my urge was always to build things that people can actually use, that makes sense to people, that helps them do something, like and build ideally companies around it, like to make it really sustainable and create more value for people. And that's what has driven kind of my decision to then go into university for a master's in software engineering, and also business administration, like compare the two things that I wanted to do. And I was also debating going into just studying music, because that's kind of the second, my other life. And I actually been a professional musician for a few years, which is also interesting. But I decided to go for the tech. I just was excited to do that. I was always developing software already, and I thought, let's see if this university can still teach me something. Oh boy, how wrong I was. So they could teach me a lot. And I did it for that, not for the degree. I think that's also what helped a lot. And yeah, then I kind of had my first Agile team, I should say, in 2003. That was kind of with a client. We were doing extreme programming, XP. Sadly, not that common among software engineers these days anymore. Like, I meet so many people who don't know extreme programming, and kind of back then it was the thing to do as a professional software engineer. And this is when I noticed we were kind of doing all the XP stuff. We were working directly with a customer. We're doing rapid prototyping. We're doing test-driven development, like JUnit, using JUnit back then. I don't know if you still know that. Yeah, and so it was the latest stuff. And yeah, I noticed that writing good code is not the only thing that makes a product successful. Like this was kind of my naive belief before. And then I noticed it's a whole team, and you have to work with this team, and you have to make it work for the entire team. You have to work with the customer, because yeah, extreme programming says you have to kind of directly talk to the customer. You have to have them sit in the room. But our customer was the CEO of the company. That was hard to get hold of them. So I kind of understand where then guys like Ken Schwaber developed the notion of a product owner in Scrum as a kind of a proxy there. So yeah, I kind of experienced that. And then I thought, yeah, now I know how to build great products, but I still didn't know so much. I then went to Silicon Valley, worked there, and there was less coding. I did some development there, but mostly was it kind of, I was called a business analyst, but they call everything a business. So my job was to find tech companies that our big clients could buy to kind of prepare themselves for the business models in 5 to 10 years. So what technology should we invest in, and what is just crap and it's just overhyped. And this is another case, because we were talking about the feeling that we already have about what is bullshit and what is actually working in Agile. And this was a hard lesson for me as an engineer. I had to judge whether the technology of a startup or some scientific project at Stanford or something where I met the people, then is it viable? Does it really work? Like, is there a business model? All the design thinking stuff. Is there a business model? Is it technically viable? And is there a market for that? Are there people actually wanting that and getting use out of it? And I started by diving into it and really assessing. Like, I remember we had crazy things. It was telecommunications business. So we had crazy stuff. And I took the tech, like the hardware and software, and I really tried it out. I wanted to get a feeling for it. How does it work? And then quickly my boss there, great guy, he said, you cannot do that because it will take you forever to evaluate one company or one tech. You have to develop a feeling, a gut feeling for what works and what is crap. And I said, well, how? I'm an engineer. I'm science-based. I cannot just tell you something. I want to have the facts. Yeah. And it was hard lesson for me because I had to kind of go through so many things. And I developed I learned a lot because I developed a kind of that sense for technology as well as for business, like future markets. What is the world going to look like in a certain business domain in 5 to 10 years? And I still look back on the predictions I made 20 years ago, and many, not all came true. I mean, I'm not a fortune teller, but many actually came true, and it's much easier to predict the future than I thought. The problem with predicting the future is always that people don't take it seriously when you do that. I mean, this is why the crazy guys are always the successfuls then, because when we told them, I remember a telecommunications client, a big one, and they said, okay, now we are switching from having one wire for a call, like they physically had a wire for each call. Now we're switching to packet switch networks, like internet. You could have thousands of calls on one wire. So that's nice, but what can we do with it? I mean, we can do more calls. It's going to get cheaper, but is there anything else we can do with it? And we said, yeah, video streaming is one example. It's going to be huge, and you own the pipe. If you own the video streaming, you're going to be big. And they said, yes, thank you. Nice concept. Put it in the drawer. And the rest is history. Netflix was still sending DVDs out in these days. It existed. Yeah. And this is kind of like how I got to learn that other part from it's not software development only. It's not only for the team and working with a team and building good structures, but it's also the business part outside in the market and kind of predicting the future. And all these things came together. I came back to Germany, and this is basically what I do today. I help companies with this knowledge and experience to kind of become more innovative, more resilient, just better.
When we talk about developing IT projects or software projects, most of the agile information that we see out there is focused on the development team and kind of neglects this whole other part, which is not just the product development itself, but most important, what is the customer and what does the customer want? And can you even convince the customer that video streaming is going to be huge? And everyone is like, yeah, no, people are using TV. TV is cool. Just buy a TiVo, right?
Yeah, right. That was the thing back then. It was interesting, and we also, I mean, we developed what nowadays is the biggest craze now with AI agents, like smart softwares that can go out and do little tasks for you on the internet. We developed prototypes 20 years ago, and probably, I mean, we were probably not the only ones doing that. But nobody would listen. They would say, oh yeah, it's crazy guys in the garage. And actually next to where I lived, there was Stanford University, wasn't far away. And there were, I think we're meeting on, I don't know what weekday, but one night a week, a few crazy students were meeting there and doing kind of a crazy hobby project, which was they had an old car, and they kind of gutted it, and they tried to teach it to drive itself with software and cameras. And it was, I didn't stick with that because I had other things to do, and I thought, well, only so much time. But if I would have known, like these guys 1 year later kind of won a famous challenge in Southern California, in the Mojave Desert, and kind of were the first autonomous driving car. And now I don't know where these guys are. I imagine they are at the big car manufacturers that go into self-driving now. So it looks crazy. It looks like a bunch of nerds initially, and then it becomes a business if you do it right. But so many companies are they are afraid that they could be wrong, and that's a big issue. Also with Agile, like transitioning the way you work there's a lot of fear that what if it goes wrong and I look stupid?
Exactly. Nothing brings more comfort than looking into a Gantt chart that predicts the future when something is going to get delivered.
It feels so good. You think you're in control. And just this week, I talked to one of the alumni from my Agile Coach education program. Like I have that program where Agile coaches can go through, and he's now working in a company, and we regularly talk. And they actually, the company there, what they are doing, they have this quarterly planning. Familiar, probably. And they start with a very rough estimation guess, like something, and then they do calculations like how many sick days, how many training days, and then they end up with a number that has kind of decimal places, and that looks so precise that they really believe in it. And it like kind of they won't let go of it, because it's that feeling of certainty, that feeling of we are in control. We know what will happen. It's totally hilarious.
Yeah, most of these things are numeric, and people think, well, they are numbers. I can do mathematical operations on top of them, completely disregarding about the context. The most common anti-pattern, right, is summing up story points and dividing them by the number of team members, and then arriving to a story point per person.
That's hilarious. I mean, this pattern is so common. I mean, it's so common that some of us actually tell people not to use story points at all, because there's the danger of abusing it. And yeah, I've seen it. For example, SAFe, the Scaled Agile framework, is often kind of made fun of or by Agile coaches. But I work a lot with companies who do SAFe. I work with very, very smart people at the core of this SAFe organization. And I know now I understand. I didn't before, but now I understand how smart they are. And it's actually, but people kind of misunderstand the thing. And sometimes you can say, yes, they misrepresent it. Something might look and seduce people to think a certain way. Yeah, you could blame them. You could also blame kind of Ken Schwaber and Jeff Sutherland to not write certain things in the Scrum Guide the way they should have. But hey, it's not their fault. It's the fault of people who kind of almost maliciously misunderstand it. And SAFe had always also this notion where kind of if you have to start with story points and you don't have a history, you start with equating, I don't know, what do they have? What's the thumb formula there? Kind of one story point is a day for one developer or something. And I know Ken Schwaber told me that as well. That's just the starting point. Just start somewhere. It doesn't matter. The problem is if you cling to it and never get rid of that kind of conversion factor. And then they go on and they do epics, and they just sum up the story points of the epics. And
yeah, that's a classic. And I think that's kind of the basis of everything in Agile, is just don't be afraid to try it out, see if it works. Doesn't work, iterate, change it, make something else.
I mean, this comes natural to us who have seen it work, who have done it, who have kind of internalized that idea. And what always baffled me, and maybe you as well, or many of my colleagues, is that these are simple concepts. We know they work. We know how to do it. It's not hard to do this iterative thing, experimenting and learning from it. But then we see how smart people, large companies, also small companies, just cannot seem to understand it. They cannot get it. And this was a conundrum for me for a long time as a software engineer, as an Agile coach. It was, why don't you guys get it? It's kind of, it cannot only be curse of knowledge that I can explain it to you from different perspectives. I can have different people. What I then learned over the years, or what's for me now more at the core of what I have to do in my work as an Agile coach, is fear, or kind of the fear to fail, the failure culture you have in your company. And ultimately, it's about trust. I mean, that's what many other leadership coaches say as well. But this is for me, one of the core reasons why agility fails, or why they kind of almost maliciously misunderstand agility and just paint everything in agile colors. Like the requirements document now is called user story and is shoved into this format that was never made as a fit for it. Then person days become story points, and your planning intervals become sprints or iterations, and then you think you're agile. It's just putting lipstick on a pig.
Exactly. So tell me about this passion to teach.
Yeah, it has always been fun to me to kind of learn from others, but also teach others. And this is especially fruitful if I talk to people from a different discipline. I can remember that kind of trying to make fellow software developers understand certain concepts of architecture or of software development, of requirements engineering, was hard. But then I talked to a friend of mine who is a linguist and goes to the Brazilian rainforest to preserve old languages before they die. And he immediately understood everything. And he had different ways of explaining me why it worked. I love that. And for myself, when I try to explain certain things, I try to kind of go to all these different fields and perspectives. Like in math, you call it dualism, I think, where you kind of look at the same thing from different perspectives to kind of describe it in different ways and find the easiest angle to understand. And doing that has always been fun for me. That's one reason why I do this, why I create videos, why I create the blogs and all the content. And another reason is that those of us who've been in the business for a few years, we get the same questions over and over again. And at a certain point, I don't like to repeat myself. I'm one of these guys who thinks if I said it once, it's enough. I don't have to repeat it. I don't want to repeat it. But I know that this is not true because people just need repetition, and sometimes it's new people who haven't heard it before. And and at a certain point in time, I stumbled. I started doing videos actually for music theory, not for for agility. But then I did it there as well, and I stumbled across kind of posting memes. I mean, I was doing that like so many, and then I saw that it was easier for people to understand, kind of to empathize with the core of an idea, because humor is just great. And so this is why since then I use a lot of these memes in workshops. If I go to a workshop, I kind of plaster the walls in memes, and I try to provide more and more, not only to the people with whom I work directly, like the companies where I coach and something, because that limits my kind of what I can affect. My impact is limited because you know that if you work with a big client, you can have maybe 2 or 3 at the same time, but that's very limited. Until you kind of have broader reach, it takes time. And so I started the website and the resources. Kind of in my workshops, I use a lot of games to help people not only get it on an intellectual level, logical level, but to actually feel what is different, what works and what does not work, to actually affect a behavioral change. Not just logically understand it, but we do the old thing, but actually help people to change and to understand. And these games were very successful. And then I kind of recommended them to others. And most of the games I didn't invent. I just collected them and tried them. And then I put them in a game collection that I now sell on the website, like an Agile games collection. It's not that expensive. But it's a way for people to kind of up their trainings and the workshop, the other coaches, the Scrum Masters out there. So that's one thing. Right now, I'm collecting stories that one can use, like also scientifically backed stories, because I noticed that I'm giving this advice to a lot of people, and they say, this is a great story. If I tell that and back it up with the studies, the scientific studies, finally they will believe me. Yes, but it's still on an intellectual level, but it helps. So I'm putting this together. And the biggest thing I actually probably did, I was pushed towards by my TikTok audience, actually, was they said, you have to do something, not just these single videos, but just like an Agile coach education. like a whole program where you teach all the stuff, all your experience, and not this framework stuff that all others teach. I mean, yeah, I do that as well because it's part of it, but it's not like in so many educations, it's the main part. But for mine, the main part is what actually makes it work. Like, yes, you have to know the frameworks, you have to know the technology, you have to know what test-driven development is, for software at least, for hardware. But then you also have to know psychology and why certain things work in a certain way and how to actually affect behavioral change, how to build the basis on to which the agile frameworks then can work. And yeah, so I developed that program, and that was also quite successful for the people who went through it now and kind of found totally different careers, kind of increase their salary, which is nice to hear when I see people be successful. And one fun part about this ACE program, the Agile Coach Education, just someone called it ACE and said, yeah, it sounds nice. This is what we also do there is for each person, we kind of develop an individual character. I don't want to have an army of clone soldiers, Star Wars. I want people to be unique, the human part and the things that we do, where we come from, the hobbies we have, what else we do. This makes it unique. For me, it's the music part. I started this year by having a keynote in Paris where I talked to kind of a global company, and we had music instruments. We were two musicians, and we were showing kind of agile concepts in a very non-threatening way without the buzzwords. But this is unique to me. And what's the nice thing about the ACE program is that we develop kind of the uniqueness of each participant. And I've this one person that I just referenced, I talked to this week, he is now the Agile Wizard. He's becoming the Agile Wizard because he's great. I mean, he has a wonderful background. Don't want to go into the details. He's very smart. And now he kind of shows up in a wizard costume and does some Dungeons and Dragons style storytelling. And it's amazing because there's so much knowledge and smarts behind that, what he understands about agility. And then he brings it across in that way. And it's just very unique. And that's great. And I've seen others do it with their kind of volleyball or American football or whatever. They use their passion. And the nice thing then with passion is that it's a lot of fun. Like, these people become very good at teaching this or explaining agility, or it's not about explaining it, it's about actually affecting change in the client companies they coach or in the companies they work at. And this is so great to see. Like, it's like they are shining so much. They are just in their element and finally forget about the fear. Am I doing it right? Do I explain it in the right way? How should I explain it? No, they are just in their element and they thrive. And that's wonderful.
I don't think I ever explained anything about Agile or Scrum or XP even without bringing some personal note into it or some personal story, because that story is the one that explains the real case. Once I was asked to do a workshop just explaining why iterating on something over periods like sprints works. And what I did was, like, I gave everyone balls, and then you need to pass the balls around as a team. Your goal is to pass around as many balls as possible. And you see, as you're doing the sprints, the iterations, the speed itself just goes through the roof of what they can do. That game really opens the eyes of, oh, okay, so this is what iterating over stuff really means.
When they play the game, they forget about the theory. I mean, they're just having fun playing the game, trying to be good at it. And then afterwards, they reflect on, and then they connect it to what we tell them about iteration, experimenting, learning from it, adjusting your plans. And then they kind of intuitively understand it. They've seen proof, kind of. They've proven it themselves. And it's also much easier to understand than when you talk about it. And actually, although I use a lot of games in my workshops, in my trainings, in the coaching, I'm kind of blown away by a colleague of mine who I've aspired to. She's Kimberly Weefling from Silicon Valley. She's a really Silicon Valley girl. I don't know if she's born there, but she's been there forever, and worked with all the big ones. And she does leadership together. I'm lucky enough that we do it together nowadays. Like she comes over from California, other people, great facilitators come over from Tokyo, and then we do a kind of a 1 week leadership workshop or workshop because we shock. And it's basically, there's so much knowledge. All these people are so smart and know all the science, all the kind of the things behind it, but they don't use any of these words. They just play games with people a week long, like with short, maximum 5 minutes of talking, of explaining things. There's some talking among the participants, obviously, but we don't teach it to them. We just let them experience it, one game after the other, or one simulation if you're not into games. And it's so amazing how people can change in a week and how profound these experiences can be. And this is kind of something that I aim for in all my workshops and trainings now, to make it only games, only participants do, and very, very, very little talking, which is still hard for me to do.
Yeah, it's so true. The power of game, it's amazing. And I think that comes to a perfect circle and a great way for us to end. Thank you so much, Matthias, for being part of this episode. And to all of you, see you next time, away from the keyboards. This is Away from the Keyboards, exciting stories shared over a virtual coffee. I am your host, Rui, and today I am joined by an old colleague of mine, Valter. He has been working in data and tech for the last decade and has seen it evolve from on-prem giant infrastructure to pay-as-you-go scalable cloud. Today we will speak about his journey into tech, his advices for young folks out of college, and where he sees the industry going. So without further ado, Valter, welcome to the show.
Hey, Rui. How you doing, man? Hey, everyone else that is listening. How's it going?
Hey, thanks for coming. So before we deep dive into the data topics, tell me, how did it all started? What made you want to make a pursue in a career in data?
Yeah, for sure. So this might come as a surprise, or maybe it might inspire other folks, but I actually took a sidestep when I started because I did not do computer science. I actually studied biomedical engineering, so a bit more centered on the medical application of technology, if you think about it that way. But the transition actually came naturally because of my thesis. So I did my thesis in instrumentation. So I pretty much built a device, the circuits and sensors to acquire data as the device was performing its action. So I programmed the chip. So there was logic involved in there, pretty standard programming language. It was C. And then I did that data acquisition with that device and the data analysis part as well. So I ended up doing my first dive into data, constructing graphs, looking at trends, all of that. So it came kind of naturally when I got a job in computer science. So as a consultant group here in Portugal, it came very naturally. In the end, I have to say that I really love data related problems. So that's why I've been around working with data for most of the time. And whenever I get the chance to take a step back into a data centric position, I always say yes.
So it was not programmed. It was kind of something that just happened.
Yeah, it kind of happened. I looked slightly for more data oriented roles, but it happened. They ended up putting me on roles that were related to that kind of naturally.
That's cool. So that leads me to my follow-up question, which was going to be about which advices do you have for someone that is fresh out of college and looking to pursue a career in data or maybe even in IT? What kind of advices do you have if they are just doing like the first steps straight out of college?
Yeah, for sure. So first of all, let's start with the gloom bit. So right now it's a challenging market for juniors. I'm not going to lie about that. I was involved in hiring processes for the last 10 years or so as well. And 10 years ago, you would ask me like juniors were easy to hire and they were actually attractive. And nowadays, because of the shift of like less investment, less risk taking by companies, there's a lot less junior centric hiring, I would say. You go and look for specific skill sets, which usually come with 4 or 5 years more of experience. So it is new market in a way for juniors. But it doesn't mean that there isn't space, and it doesn't mean that there isn't an area where juniors can have the edge. And I think it comes in looking at the new tech side of things, and like, because people right now in the market, they're all busy. You can vouch for that for sure. Like our jobs have never been busier, I would say. So we don't always have the time to learn what's new. And I think juniors can focus on that. So like there's all the AI centric explosion right now. If you're a junior or if you're in college, focus yourself on learning those, because then you can use that as your trump card when you're going through interviewing process and say that you can add value with that, with all the knowledge that you've already gathered, with the new tools that you know how to use, with all the stuff that you can do as fast as like seniors because you've learned how to use them now. So go that route. That's my advice.
So that's a good point. AI is not really just a substitute. It's kind of a superpower that can add to the tool belt of a junior to really help them perform at a higher level like a senior, right?
Absolutely. So you probably read about all of this vibe coding craze and how there's a big group that is opposed to it, and there's a small group that says that it's the best thing that ever happened to technology. In my opinion, I'm right there in the middle. So I think vibe coding is a trap. So if you just think as that you can use AI to build a complete application, build a company around it without having the expertise, you will fail. Like AI does know how to do it and does know how to do it fast, but it doesn't know how to fix it when it's necessary. And it doesn't know how some things will be traps in the whole environment or production environment centric of things. So it's not as easy to see the big picture for AI as it is for a human being with experience. So you still need them. But if you just want to get started, like for example, in the past week, I had to do a technical test with Python, and I'm not any senior level in Python at all. Like I've worked with Python very briefly. So I know how to work with a bunch of different languages, and I can look at it, read the code, understand it. But it would take me ages to learn APIs, SDKs, all of that to do that test. And I used Cursor AI, so doing a bit of advertising, but sorry for that. I really think it's a brilliant tool. Yeah, and it helped me so much. Like I got quick started and got done with the test really, really fast. So around 3 hours, and it was a very, very long technical test. So it really boosted the productivity. And that's where I see AI becoming a thing and becoming very important, is boosting productivity for experienced people in the market, in the tech market nowadays. And allowing you to do a sidestep as well. Like, because this Python example is like, I'm strong in Scala, for example, barely no experience in Python. I could do the code really fast, understand it, improve it myself, like change some of the wording, all of that. Tell the AI to change the wording for me, which is also very useful. Like refactors, we lose so much time as senior professionals doing refactors and like restructuring some stuff that the AI will just do it so quick. And then it comes to you as a peer review thing. Like the AI presents it to you, oh, I did these changes. Do you want to keep them? Do you want to change them? Are these fine? You can just edit straight away. And it is your code in the end. You were just boosted in a way.
Yeah, it's a very important point that you just touch upon that, because when you mentioned Scala and at the same time you're not an experienced developer in Python, but you're an experienced developer in Scala, what really boosts the productivity of the AI is having the fundamentals of computer science and computer engineering in place so that you can go and code in any language without having to learn the syntax, but yeah, you know how to do it. And I think that's a good piece of advice for anyone starting. It's not about the languages, it's about the fundamentals, and the fundamentals haven't changed in decades.
Yeah, that's one thing I totally agree. So it's one thing that is also very specific of the market right now. So if we look back 10 years, the market didn't have clear standards for how you should build technology. There was a lot that had to do with the company, where they had their environments, if they were on-prem or they were already on the cloud, and like the design for it, like there were too many possible tools you could take for your software development lifecycle. That changed a lot. Like the standards right now are more clear, and good tools are becoming giants, so everyone use them. So that also helps. So if you're just about to start, learn about some of those tools as well. Like you're probably going to work in Agile. Back 10 years ago, there was a mix of that with waterfall, with a lot of older stuff that now is pretty much just gone from the tech market. Learn about Jira, how to manage tickets and all of that, how to track certain performance metrics, all of that, because that's what the upper level of the company will be doing. So you'll become more familiar with processes, which will help you as well as a junior. So don't just learn the tech, learn some of the soft skills. So that's one thing there as well. Yeah.
You have been in the industry, as you mentioned, for the last decade, even maybe a bit more. What are the big changes that you saw happening since your junior days to now leading an engineering department? Because we were together back then, and at least one of the things that I remember for me, which is crazy, even going back and thinking that I was versioning code with Dropbox or other stuff, like those pieces of software that are now unstandard and even unthinkable to not version your code with Git.
Yep.
Yeah. So what are the big changes that you saw in the industry?
So I did briefly mention the cloud boom a while ago. That really changed the way software is developed for sure. And probably not everyone thinks of the main change now, but for us that lived with it, it's very clear. So we lived in a market where the hardware limitation was practically the design philosophy. So you had to tailor whatever software you were gonna build to where it was gonna run. And nowadays it's less of a thing. So optimization comes more of a cost-centric focus and less of a time hardware focus. So that's one big thing for sure. So I did mention there's a lot of foundation work, a lot of software that became either a giant or a staple in the market that makes it easier, so you know which one to pick. You don't have to fiddle with it as much anymore. There's less of a growth in the market of new things, which would lead people to chase new trends, and sometimes in a costly way. I think that got better. Of course, as a technologist, I like innovation, but there was a lot of questionable ideas in the market for the past 10 years, and nowadays it's less of that, I would say. Yeah. But yeah, I have to say I was very lucky to have lived this industry boom, because it solidifies a bunch of ideas and makes you value reliable software and already like established one and all of that. While if you asked some of the leaders of 10 years ago, they would be a bit more open to new stuff than we are right now.
And following up on the previous topic, we spoke about AIs and LLMs. As you mentioned, it's unthinkable to not use it as well, which is a very recent piece of software that came into the market and very disruptive. Kind of reminds me back in the days when we were surviving the big data crazes and Hadoop clusters and building it all even in Raspberry Pis. So curious, what kind of trends do you foresee in the industry for the next, let's say, 3 years, 5 years down the line?
That is a very long question. Let's go at it by piece. So let's start by the Hadoop craze you mentioned there. So I was part of that one. Literally, my last professional experience was built on top of AWS, EMR, Spark, and Hadoop clusters running big data applications that would never run in anything on-prem. Like it's impossible. So it's part of that craze, and it's part of what that craze made possible. And I think we're already having a new boom of that. So the stuff that wasn't doable, wasn't automatable in a way that AI will allow us to do. And I'm pretty sure that will be part of the future of the market. And I'm pretty sure that improved productivity will definitely be part of the tech market in those 3 to 5 years trends. The thing is, if I could guess the 3 to 5 years trend, I'd probably be buying some stocks right now or working on some solutions that will become kings, because I think it's unpredictable. Like right now, it's everyone's guess what will become become the new like standards of the market for all the stuff that will come from these AI application trends. There's a lot of stuff that I've been looking at. Like people are working a lot with AI agents and bots and stuff like that. Do I think that will be the future? I have my guess that probably not. Like there's limitation and there's user interaction limitations that the AI will never do as well as a person. Like the sensitivity part is still tricky. Like the AI doesn't adapt to a annoyed customer as it does to a nice and polite one. So it's tricky. The models are also evolving very, very fast, as you are well aware. Like every 6 months there's a new one. And what you worked on making possible with the previous one, the new one does it straight away. So it's like you spend that effort because you wanted to be on the edge of the market, and all of a sudden the tool under your belt just surpassed you. So it's kind of tricky. Of course, I'm not going to say don't follow that trend. Whoever has the money and has the idea, go for it. Absolutely. But if I had an idea on how to do this in a way that would be better and would become a market standard, I would definitely go and work on it. Yeah.
Yeah, we are in unpredictable times. It would be way easier 10 years ago to kind of guess where the industry was going, because we saw the booming of the cloud and they could kind of predict that cloud was going to be the future. But there wasn't that many things that were disruptive at the same time. But now with AIs and LLMs and MCP and user agents, every month it seems like something completely disruptive lands into the ecosystem. It almost feels like you're a JavaScript developer and you're getting hit with different JavaScript frameworks.
Ember, Angular, React, all the crazy. I agree. There's also a part of the new industry standards or the future that it's unpredictable to us because it's the first time we're dealing with it, which is politics. So as we all saw, like big tech giants are becoming part of politics in USA and some other areas of the globe. And there's also the fact that AI has not been received with open arms by all countries and continents. So there's a lot of scrutiny going into them and a lot of legislation that is, in my opinion, missing and in some cases being over applied. So we'll see. There will be a lot of influence coming from politics into how the use of AI is shaped in technology markets. So let's see how it goes. It's unpredictable as well there.
Indeed. Let's say that you are now starting in a new company. You just been given the task of building an engineering department from scratch. What would be the skills that you'd be looking for at this moment?
Man, that is a very hard question, Rui. So I would definitely put this AI augmented productivity in some part of that hiring, probably at the staff or senior level, for them to research how to make the rest of the team more efficient. So that would be definitely there. The rest of the hiring wouldn't be that different because we still need the same skill sets in general. Like some companies are saying that QAs aren't as needed anymore if you have AI to test your stuff. I agree that AI is very good at doing unit tests and some of the integration ones. It's not as good as a human to break an application. So I would still hire QAs. The rest is pretty much the same. Still need the software developers, the data engineers, the front ends or full stacks of this world. It's still the same. Still need them, even if the productivity can be augmented by the new tooling. So not that different.
One of the points that you just mentioned, it's an interesting one. There is something special about the brain of a QA and how they can break an application that still amazes me today. The way that they find things that you haven't thought about.
Man, the best example I've ever seen, it's like comparing the QA to the kid that is playing with round, square, triangle shapes and manages to stick the triangle on the square or the round on the triangular by putting it sideways or stuff like that. And you're like, damn, why did I not think of it? And it's their first guess. It's insane. A good QA will guess something that breaks your app in the first 5 seconds. It's insane. Like they are so good at that when they are trained at doing that exploration, like just try everything approach in an app, like adding as much characters as they can into a text box, using words that you would never expect to see, and it breaks something something in your and it's crazy. So yeah, they're super useful, and I think they will stay useful. I don't think AI will think the crazy things that a good QA does, because it sort of is more like educated guess. Well, the QAs at times they just make wild guesses.
Indeed. And I think that's a great point for us to end, and an happy one. Thank you so much for coming and joining me in this wonderful conversation, Valter.
Likewise, it was a pleasure. Thank you.
All right. See you all in the next one. Bye, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Away from the Keyboards, where we talk with tech professionals over a virtual coffee. I am your host, Rui, and today I am joined by a data analyst and rugby aficionado, James Gallagher. He's been working as a senior data analyst for a couple of years for some of the world's biggest companies, and now he's on a mission to help amateur rugby teams to have access to professional analytics for an affordable price. Today's conversation is extremely useful for newcomers joining the industry as data analysts, for amateur sports teams curious about what it takes to get insights like the movie Moneyball, or for anyone curious about the fusion of analytics and rugby. So without further ado, my guest today, James Gallagher. James, welcome to the show.
Hello, Rui. This is very exciting.
Thanks for coming. So, as it is tradition in this show already, tradition for the past 6 people that I've talked with, my first question starts by looking into your background. What led you here? How did James end up as a data analyst, and what was the journey to arrive here?
Yeah, no, super excited about this. As I told you before, I think it's a really nice idea, just interviewing tech professionals, and very happy that you asked me. But yeah, so I'm a data analyst, as you very well know, and working with you currently. But I have, I think now, like over 8 years of being a data analyst, and it all came about like completely by accident, because I was working in Dublin, and this, I think we were just recovering from like the 2008 like financial crash, and I was working in like hospitality and like administration, and the economy was getting like back on its feet a little bit better, and so there's a lot of tech companies in Dublin because of Ireland's low corporation tax, famously low corporation tax, and so the sector started growing a bit better, and there was a bit more money coming back into the country, and the government saw that there was going to be a gap in the tech sector because of all these tech companies. They were arriving, and the economy was getting a bit better, and people were coming out of college getting educated. So they decided to create a free diploma course called a conversion course. So if you had a degree, which I had in business studies, that I scraped, I did not do well in my first course. I was a bit too young and a bit too free-minded and into partying. So I just about scraped a business degree. But this opportunity came up. My mother told me about it, that you could convert it into a tech diploma. And so they had 3 options. They had cloud computing, software development, and they had data analytics. And so when I was applying to them, the only reason I chose data analytics was because it was on a Monday and a Wednesday, and I played rugby on Tuesday and Thursday. I genuinely had no idea what even the words data analytics meant. I just knew that this would make my mother happy, and that I could also play rugby at the same time. So that was my first dive into data analytics. It was a 3 nights a week evening course that I would attend after my job, and yeah, that's how it began.
It's funny how these things go. Like our small decision to choose a career path can go just because of rugby, right? That led you into the role of a data analyst when you could have been a cloud computing infrastructure guy.
I was, or software development. Like, it could have gone it was just like whoever made that schedule or that timetable, or maybe it was just the lecturers happened to be free on those days. Yeah, it is crazy how like sort of those minute little details come together. Like, I can't express how much I didn't know what data analytics was whenever I joined that course. I had absolutely no idea.
Yeah, you could have been programming Java microservices by now.
So rich.
But I guess then it wouldn't go into what my next question is, which is you kind of create created for yourself a fusion of two flavors where you're now bringing data analytics to, as I understand from you, it's a passion of yours to play rugby, which kind of also at the same time was the biggest influence for you to end up in data analytics.
Yeah, it was the driving force. Yeah, absolutely. Because I didn't want to give up rugby analytics, not at all. So, but the fusion was I wanted to do rugby and do these courses. So it was interesting that in my first Python course, I remember that he was a very good lecturer, and he asked us, he was like, "Why are you here?" And I didn't know why I was there, but I had previously watched Moneyball because it was a good sports movie and it was a good story about statistics and an economist applying it to then become, or if you don't know, the Astros came up with a metric called on-base percentage. So this economist who, if you don't know the story for the film, Brad Pitt he's the coach of the Houston Astros, and there's an economist one of his friends who comes in and they create this on-base percentage, it was called. So it was the first time this metric was applied to baseball. So I stood up in the class and I said, I'm really into sports analytics, and I started talking about this movie because I didn't know what else to say because I didn't know anything about it. And that's where the sort of the fusion between the sport and the data analytics came from at the beginning.
And now you decided to make a career out of it as well, to try to help bring that flavor of analytics into the world of amateur rugby.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I would say right now, it's a very interesting side project that I would love to make more of a main project of mine, because I am absolutely passionate about analytics in sport now. After being an analyst for so long, when I started playing rugby in Dublin, I got to a pretty high level. I got to Division 1A, which is just under the highest level. And so we had a form of analytics, I would say. We did video sessions, we talked about tactics, we had rudimentary statistics. And when I say rudimentary, we had a person on our team on the sideline counting tackles and meters with a pen and paper on the sideline. And we would have our video sessions maybe the next week, and we would talk about it, and we would discuss the statistics and maybe what's going to come up in the next games. And so I always saw that we always were involved in with video analytics. And then I arrived in Amsterdam and I started playing for the Dutch. I started playing in the Dutch leagues, and I saw that it wasn't the same level of rugby. And so it may be a couple of years behind where Ireland was at the time. And so I saw less video analytics and less sporting analytics. And I decided that there could be an opportunity here to introduce what I know from my experience playing rugby and now my years as a data analyst. And so, that's where the inception of the idea to really get into rugby analytics was in the Netherlands, because I saw the gaps from my previous years.
That's interesting. So our team's currently approaching, if they don't have a person by hand counting the tackles or recording the video, how is the normal way that they look into a rugby match to try to find something to improve for the next one?
Yeah, it's a good question. Obviously coaches are the ones right now that make the training sessions, the game plan. I'm sure they have some idea in their head of where they want the season to go, what they would like to improve on, but there really isn't as many games getting videoed. And if they are getting videoed, I feel like they are not translating the video into really good insights and analytics. Sometimes they'll just video it, put it on YouTube, maybe show it to the players and sort of ask the players to go back and maybe, look at this yourselves. We're going to be playing these guys in 2 or 3 weeks, analyze yourself essentially. And there's real opportunity in probably some very simple metrics that you can track throughout a game that can really help and make a difference to a coach when they are, for example, choosing a player or a training session or something to improve on in the future, whether, that be, defensive, offensive, very simple. Sometimes a coach won't even know truly where the gaps are for improvement. So yeah, I think that's where the current, anyway, the Dutch level is at right now. I do know that in Ireland, it has been introduced way more. There's a way more professional feel around Irish club rugby. And so I know that even in the lower leagues, they will absolutely video and implement analytics to grow their team and hit their goals.
I guess that once you start implementing analytics, it's again going to the same analogy to the movie Moneyball. It's impossible to go back because it's like a superpower that you just start working out with intelligence instead of just gut feeling. So what do you think is the most important overlooked insight that an amateur team has nowadays that, for example, does not impact a team with a bigger budget? I guess one of the things that you mentioned is the access to recorded sessions of the games. But what about after that? Do you analyze that video?
Yeah, so what I want to offer is actually different from what is currently implemented in the Dutch rugby scene. So in the Dutch rugby scene, there is one South African company that is currently, I believe they have a contract for all of Ereklasse, so all the top teams. What that involves is that every match is analyzed down to the player-specific statistics. So I know some players in the top league and they've shown me their dashboard. And so their dashboard is updated on a weekly basis. It says how many tackles they made the previous week, how many tackles they missed, what their meters made was, all of these different sort of individual player statistics. This contract with the Stats Pro, it's paid for by the Dutch rugby team. So all of the top teams get access to this as long as they provide good video to this company. Now, you go one tier down to the Eerste class, there's no data support or analytics that are, that are contracted elite there. So the real opportunity here is to provide the teams below the top class with some form of analytics so that they can break through into the Ereklasse, because that gap is going to be huge when you have a well-supported, data-backed coach decision-making at the highest level with the best players that the country can get. And then you go one step down, and what we're seeing is that those teams are struggling to break through into the Ereklasse. So what I would love to offer, and what I am offering currently with Rugby League and next season with Rugby Union, is to give a more flexible data analytics option that isn't tied down by like big contracts that last all season, that you don't even know if you're like using this data correctly, like counting the tackle of all 15 players and then plus subs, what their meters made, that is a time consuming task. And if you don't convert that into good insights, it's a bit of a waste of time for everyone. It's a waste of time for the person counting the tackle, and it's a waste of time for the players who are looking at this dashboard. So I would much prefer to sit down with a coach, consultations free, first consultations free, and to really just iron out what are your KPIs? What do you want to see improve? You're not going to fix everything in a season. That's not happening. We can pick maybe one, maybe two, possibly three things, and we will track that throughout the season, and I'll be able to show you improvement, because we can talk about those metrics, how to implement them into a training plan, and I can use my experience as a rugby player to really communicate that to you as a coach, because I understand what you're thinking and I understand the game. So I think I would really love to see that happening, because I've seen the dashboards and I've seen what they're offering, and I think there could be a little bit of loss of translating that into actionable insights. I mean, you know yourself, that's a story as old as time and data. You can get all the data in the world, but unless you can tell a good story with it, it's hard to make an impact.
Exactly. So if you get access to everything and you don't really know what to do with the data, you may end up in a KPI overload.
Yeah, and look, I've spoken to these players. I've spoken to a number of them. So that, like, some of my good friends, some I played rugby with in different organizations, and a big factor of it is incorrect data. So like, I don't know how big this organization is. I don't know how many annotators they have. They have a lot of games to annotate on a weekend. I've done this myself. I've seen these videos. I've got them myself from YouTube. It is difficult to to accurately apply an action to a player that is halfway across a pitch on an amateur video footage. Like you will and can get it wrong, you know. So that's another element to this, you know, like maybe a little bit of data quality, and then past the data quality, like are we actually turning this into actionable insight?
It's a story as old as time when it comes to data and intelligence. It's garbage in, garbage out.
Yeah.
And from what I understand, from what you are explaining, the quality of the video here is key, because the insights are not being gathered real time. They are being recorded to be analyzed afterwards. And if the recording is bad, the analytics will be bad.
I have seen a massive cross-section in quality of video in because I started doing this, you know, just by like as a hobby by myself, you know, like building a portfolio of analytics that I could then come to coaches with. I didn't want to come empty-handed. I wanted to show them that I can analyze games. And yeah, I've seen some very poorly recorded videos from just someone on the sideline who is capturing the video but gets distracted by someone talking to them or something like that. And it's like you know, they don't follow the ball. I've missed complete scores from just, you know, them not following the ball. And nowadays you even have these the automated ones, so they track motion. And so we're seeing like a lot more of these automated videos. But even then, like I remember like a dog ran off the bottom left-hand corner, and so it quickly just like followed the dog for a bit and then came back. So yeah, this is the sort of, these are some of the hurdles that we deal with on the amateur semi-professional levels.
So when you mentioned that the automatic videos that fall short a little bit because the RAN just run over the screen and the video camera follows the dog instead of following the player, or the other person that is just trying to record the game happening and then gets distracted and looks away. How do you see the influence of these new technologies like AI, LLM, computer vision to try to capture better insights about what is happening, or maybe even automating some of the looking into the video and trying to extract specific actions from a player by just having a panoramic view, for example, instead of having to rely on someone that is looking into the player with a handheld phone?
Yeah, like I've already looked into this with like OpenCV, so the Python library, where I was like, oh, when I started doing this, the software package I use, the name of it, Naxport. So I use Naxport. And Naxport, it's kind of a rudimentary tool in a way where you it accepts a video file and you press buttons where it tags along the video. And while I was tagging videos, I was like, oh my God, I would love to like automate this. So I started looking into like OpenCV and things like that. Absolutely, one of the barriers to this is the different formats and the different quality of video that we're getting. But you're absolutely correct. If you could get a still maybe behind the goalposts, looking right down. I've been suggested before, like drones. So I was talking to people in work, like we were having this discussion, and that sort of angle down on top, that still image could really lend itself to AI automation, interpreting different movements and actions, interpreting gaps, interpreting, like defensive gaps that just recur constantly, which is something that the video footage I'm getting from like a either as the spectator level, slightly up on a raised platform, or on a pole. I feel like, you're probably not going to get that consistently, but a stationary high behind the goalpost video would absolutely lend itself to automation, AI, and I think it would really, enhance the analytics we're getting currently, or automate it anyway, and spare a lot of time.
And have you ever thought about something like tracking movement of the players with any other type of technologies that extend video?
That extend video? Well, in the current sort of semi-professional, professional environment, they wear GPSs. So in ERA class, they have a little GPS in the back of the top of their neck. That tracks movement as well. Coupling that, I do know that in the obviously like the top professional leagues, international, they obviously use both of those at the same time. But they have massive budgets and full data analytics teams. So implementing that at this level, I think would be quite a feat. Although although I do know that the top classes do use GPS tracking, which will, track like speed, direction, productivity time in the game. So they do, like, if you're standing still, you're unproductive. If you're running around, you're productive. So they absolutely implement that currently at the top or the year classes.
Curious, yeah, because those insights would be sometimes a bit more reliable if they are using something more on the floor, that using radio frequencies, or than just relying on the vision and computer vision. Although computer vision has evolved a lot over the last couple of years.
Yeah. But having more than one source of data points, it makes it a lot more reliable than me watching the game, clicking away at tackles and missed tackles,
Which I guess is kind of a fundamental of data in essence. If you have more than one data source giving you the same information, that means that the data is more reliable.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Cool. And you have a curious background, and how you ended up here in data analytics, and how you're doing in joining this passion of rugby and data analytics, which, as we spoke about it happened by pure chance. I'm curious, what advice would you have for a young lad back in Ireland that is feeling, I don't really know what I'm going to do, if I'm going to pursue a career, I don't know, in IT or something else? Do you have any advice for them on how they can find something that will help them with maybe their passion?
Yeah, it's a good question. I went on a bit of a journey because, like I said to you, I had no idea what data analytics was when I did it, when I first started doing it. And I would actually argue a lot that my personality traits are not really the most optimized, or, they're not the regular personality traits that a data analyst would have. For example, I actually have kind of poor attention to detail, and math was never my strong point or anything like that. But I am a good communicator, and I am able to tell a story. And I would say that I was worried for a long time that I wasn't doing the right thing and that my strengths lay elsewhere. But you can always fusion elements of your life together. So I feel like I've been a data analyst for so long for long enough that I've kind of gained so many traits and new abilities from it. And I was like, I was worried that I was going to have to change career, change course. And then I was like, why don't I just try and fuse something that I love and that has been a massive part of my life, and to try and, forge not a new career slightly, but more of a fusion career than to just drop one thing, turn around and do something else. So I'm happy with my decision to sort of stay the course with data analytics, because there was a while there I didn't want to keep doing it, and I was kind of convincing myself that I wasn't good at it. But I think there's a place for everyone in any career,
And I think your record speaks by itself. The companies that you've worked at as a data analyst, and I can attest by the work that you do, that is not half bad.
Nice, oh my God, that's on record. That's that's recorded. So I'll take
and
that.
I think that's the happiest note that we can find in this whole conversation to come full circle to an end.
Nice,
James. Thank you so much for coming here, having this chat with me, and telling me a little bit about how rugby works and how data analytics is now helping rugby become a better game in the amateur leagues.
Thank you so much, and I hope you can coherently edit this together. So I appreciate it.
I'll do my best.
Thank you.
James, if people are looking to know a little bit more about insights and analytics, about yourself and about the service that you're providing, how can they find you?
Yeah, absolutely, Rui. You can find me at playmakerinsights.nl. My website's there, all of my information's there. Any coaches aspiring to win gold or a nice cup this season, or any players who actually just want to track their statistics or improve themselves as a player on the pitch, absolutely hit me up. As I said, first consultation's free. We can take it from there, and no big contract and pay per analysis. Yeah.
Awesome. Thanks so much for coming, James, and to everyone else out there, see you again away from the keyboard. Welcome to another episode of Away from the Keyboards. Exciting stories shared by real humans until the day that AI takes over. I am your host, Rui, and today I am joined by an old colleague and friend of mine, the guy that taught me about Power BI and how wonderful that tool is, Hugo Neves. For the past decade, he has worked as a data engineer and a data architect in industries like telco, banking, fashion, just to name a few. He focused on getting their raw data and turning it into meaningful insights. He saw the world of business intelligence move from on-prem to cloud technologies. But let's not spoil the episode already. Hugo, welcome to the show.
Hi, Rui.
The first question is always the same. How did you end up here? I see that in your background you started as a Java developer. How does one go from that into business intelligence?
I always liked data, even before that. So the work as a Java developer was actually it was an internship from the master's degree, and that was something that it came up, right? That was an opportunity that came up at the time, working with the insurance company in Portugal. But I always liked data. Even before that, I already wanted to work in that field. Yeah, I always liked what you can take out of it. So basically the insights part of it, and I always found it very interesting. All the good stuff that you can find out hidden in data. I think you know this example of the supermarket where they like to put together, what is it, like the chicken and the chips, because people will buy them together. So things like this, right? Which a lot of times it's actually common sense, but not every time, right? Not every time is common sense. So yeah, I like that part of it. So then, yeah, when I had the chance to go into the area, I made the move.
That's a really good example of how analytics can help a company provide a better service. So I'm curious, do you have any interesting insights that you tracked over your career that got you to think about it and be like, that's interesting?
I don't know if you remember this when we were in the bestseller. They were analyzing the photos, and they were analyzing if the types of photos, if types of models, if types of like angles that they were shown at, if that would influence or if that was influencing the sales. And it was influencing. So there were some interesting insights from that. So that was something that, I mean, not unexpected, but it's interesting. Like I was saying before, that a lot of times when you see it, it's like, yeah, this makes sense. This makes sense. It feels like it's something that you could have gotten there by yourself. But it's good to be validated, right? To validate your assumptions and to make decisions based on that. But that was a good example. I saw others, during my career, like in financial, so in banks. I saw some interesting ones also related to, for example, how people invest based on where they're from. So, and that, of course, relates to cultures. So people from Russia, for example, have a different risk profile than people from Portugal, for example. So Portuguese, for example, we are way more conservative. So we don't like that a lot of risky investments. So I've seen this also showing up, in my career with data. And that's always interesting, when you find out these things. Sometimes also what happens a lot, and this anyway is part of the, how do you call it, the scientific methods, that sometimes what happens is that you're actually invalidating something that you thought was true, right? So you actually try to confirm, or you have an hypothesis and you see, okay, does this influence this this result? And then you go look at that, and at least in this case it didn't. That's doing the other way around, right? So try to invalidate an hypothesis that you have, and it's of course also good because that way you are cutting something that you thought was a common sense and it was true, but it was actually not. So that's also an interesting thing you can take out of data. Yeah.
Data is indeed an interesting domain, and you have been working in it for a while. You have been working as an employee, as a consultant. Sometimes you've worked even as a freelancer or in companies. How do you see the difference in the roles and responsibilities of a data person if they are working as an employee or versus working as a consultant?
So I always worked more in let's call it within the engineering bubble. So I think this in this case it can be a bit different than someone that has. If you are, if you come into a company as a head of data, or you have to design the whole strategy like long term for a company, I think it will be different. But for something with my experience, architecting and doing the engineering side of things, let's see the two things that you were talking about. You were saying an employee and a kind of a consultant. So I would say that they can be not that different actually, because if you look at but depends of course on how you are. So let's see what are the stereotypes actually of each one. So the employee is someone that wears the shirt. How do you say say? I don't know how to say this in English. Who wears the shirt of the company, right? So you are the biggest person that defends the company. You breathe the company, you leave the company, right? That's the employee, right? You're never going to leave, and you're going to be 100% devoted to this company. That's the stereotype. What's the stereotype for the consultant? You don't care. You just come and you do your job. You don't care at all about the long term. You just sit here to do 2 weeks, 3 months, 6 months of your job, and then you leave. I think I always see myself a bit in the middle of these two. I mean, we work together, and you've seen me on one of those. Yeah, I always saw myself a bit in the middle, and I think that's also why it works for me both ways. The way that I approach this is that I just come and let's try to do the best job possible, and I try to think always long term. Of course, depending on specific situations, depending specific scenarios, sometimes you have to deliver something quickly, right? But even when I start with a client and it's like, okay, we have this project, or we have 3 months, 6 months for you now. I mean, I always come with a long-term approach. So I always try to do the best quality work possible, of course, to my abilities, right? So in that sense, for me, it was never that different. I think I always approach it in the same way, like coming in every day and try to do the best job. So I think I'm in the middle between those two, actually, between the two stereotypes, right? Of course, not everyone is like that, but between the two stereotypes.
Yeah, that's interesting because I do think that we have very similar backgrounds. I was also a consultant. I was also working as an employee, even sometimes working as a consultant and ending up as an employee in the same exact company. But I think that when it comes to the stereotype of the consultant, what people think about is that you just want to bill your hours, and as soon as you can, you get the hell out of that.
Also, yeah. Or coming and like on purpose, leaving some traces that you can be called 6 months after to fix. I mean, I personally don't work like that, but it's true. That's a bit of the stereotype, right? And that's also like of the, not only of consultants, but consultancy companies, right? That they come with this kind of, which this I've also seen. I've seen it myself, this happening. But it's true that, so also for legal purposes, tax purposes, yeah, here they are different, of course, right? So I think the consultant and the contractor or freelancer is always going to go out first if needed. But in the end, yeah, if the company really has to go down, I mean, we all go down together sooner or later. So it doesn't make that much difference in the end.
Indeed, when that time comes, it comes for us all. During your career, as you've been working as both a data engineer and a data architect, what in your perspective is one of the most misunderstood parts about the job?
So there's different approaches to this. So you can zoom in and zoom out a bit. I would say, like, I would zoom out a bit. So how people from outside the team, when I say team, like a data team, how do they see what they're doing? I usually come across two common things. One is the need for real-time data. I mean, this is something that I ask almost every week. Someone asks, can we have this like in real time? Like, okay, but why? So why do you want, are you going to look at this every second? Or do you have something that alerts you and that you're going to act on it every second of your day, of your working day? And of course, 99.999% of the times the answer is no. So that's something that I would definitely say that's not misunderstood, but people think, because also they hear the buzzwords. Of course, everyone always wants the things most updated as possible. But what a lot of times they don't think, and this I think comes from the business side, they don't think that's okay, but am I actually going to act on this, right? Of course, for some things make sense, like for some sensors, some automated stuff, you have some IoT data, you have something in Fukushima, something is very hot. I mean, I think it's good to have that, but this is almost never the case, right? So I think that's one of them. The other one, zooming it a bit in on the data that we actually move, is the case of the data is missing, right? So someone comes to you on 9 a.m. and says, okay, there's no data for today. Is there something wrong? And almost every time it's not going to be on the data pipeline, right? It's going to be on the source. And we are just actually showing or moving. So moving, maybe not, but showing nothing because there was nothing to move, because there was nothing in the source. So for me, these two cases are almost things that people come to you, something is wrong. So because I think, and this to go back a bit to your question, yeah, I think a lot of times they don't understand how what's actually being done in the data pipeline, how we collect the data. Like I just remember now, another one is also the if you not update correctly the source. Like if you're reading, for example, from a table in a source in MySQL, for example, if you don't update correctly a column or a specific row, we're not going to know, right? So if there's no change, if thing that we use to know if there's new data, if that doesn't change, we don't know. And a lot of times, I think people from the business side, they're not aware of that. They think that everything should work automatically and also forever, right? But I think this is common with software engineering. So the things you do it once and it works forever, you never have to touch it again. I think this is a common misconception about software engineering in general, and of course data engineering also suffers from that. On a specific example of real-time data, the cost of even building it's way higher, so it's way more difficult on a engineering side to build something proper in real time than a batch that runs once a day.
Indeed, that is something that is often forgotten, is the cost of the development that exists in the back, and that everything that you create will end up as tech debt and will need to be maintained. And moving a bit into happier notes, since we are in the world of AI and new things are popping up all the time, one curiosity that I have for you, looking into the future of business intelligence, what is out there now that excites you?
I would say, so something that I've seen recently and I think is gaining traction is Apache Iceberg, which is something that enables us, basically it's a table format, which is ACID compliant. So it basically can organize your, let's call it a data lake, so the files that you have in a data lake, for example, in S3 or in Blob in Azure. So it enables you to organize and to have metadata on those files, and it enables you to query and to run transactional operations directly on the files, which is something that you didn't have before. For me, I see it as exciting because it could take potentially one step of the whole ETL, the whole pipeline. I think even now, if I would start a new project, depending on the size of data, of course, this could take out even the whole need for data warehouse itself. Because as long as you can run analytical queries, right, on top of data that's in files in S3, for example, like in Parquet files, as long as you can do that, you can run your analysis. You can have views, so you can use Athena, for example, you can have views and you can have your analysis being done on that data. And this you can already do right now. But what something like Iceberg brings is the capability to update that data, update the files, delete the files. For example, for deletion, something like GDPR compliance. So how do we do right now? Right now, it's quite hard, actually. You can delete things easily from a data warehouse, so something like Snowflake. It's easy to delete, but if you are reading that from files that are in S3, for example, it's not that easy to find, especially if it's something like Parquet files. It's not that easy to find that specific raw information about that person, right? So to act on that deletion is quite hard right now. But yeah, like I was saying, something like Iceberg, I think it will make that easier. So that's something that I'm interested on. I played a bit with it and looked like it has a good potential. So that's something that I'm excited on. On that note, also another thing that it actually has is the time travel. So considering the snapshots, those immutable snapshots, it enables time travel already kind of automatically, right? It has the metadata thing, all the files, which can actually be a bad thing. So many metadata files, but that's one of the disadvantages. But the time travel allows you easily. I think Snowflake also has this nowadays. So I think a lot of technologies are catching up with this kind of capabilities because it's a common thing, right? Having a fact table with snapshots over time, and then you want to see, okay, but how were things a month ago? How does that relate to the sales of a month ago? So that one I like, and it's something that looks like it could reduce the need, for example, even to have a data warehouse itself. For example, I work with a client, we have Redshift server running. It's not that powerful, and it's still like with 3 environments, we're still spending like 1.5K a month, which is not much. But if it's something that we could reduce from there, then of course, when you query directly on the files, you're gonna have to spend this case on S3, but it will be less, So, and also, of course, all the glue jobs that send data into data warehouse, all of those things you could reduce already. So I think that's something that will be good. Me personally, if I would start a new project and I had the freedom to decide, that's something that I would definitely explore, to use. So that's inside data. I think that there are other things like some buzzwords running around like DuckDB, Polars, things that allow you to do things in your local machine. But then how do you actually go from that to production environment? Is it really that useful when you actually have to productionize things? I don't know about that. So we'll see what time will tell there. But there are also some exciting things there. Of course, also on the orchestrated side of things, there are also newer things. So Airflow keeps improving. There are other new ones also coming. Me personally, for example, Snowflake, I think it's really good. I think it's the best data warehouse that we have right now. It has a lot of like new functions, new things that you can do with data that you were always kind of hacking, or maybe you needed 5 or 6 SQL lines. Now you need 1. You have a function, things like this, right? So it's always evolving. Yeah, it's always evolving, and there's always new stuff coming. But of course, you have to be aware of the of the buzzwords, right? In AI, man, there's a lot of things, right? I mean, even AI with data itself, I've seen people using LLMs to do data quality checks. So basically, you put a step in your like ETL pipeline that looks at the data, even looking at the data before and after, and just see if anything looks weird. So that's, I mean, already one example. Of course, you have libraries that do that. So I think also right now we use AI for everything. But that's an example where you can put, and there I've seen people putting AI not related to data. I mean, I've seen today actually a video of like an AI video where the actors also talk already, and this is something that I didn't see before. I think last week this was not a thing, or at least was not that not that famous. That's a big leap, yeah. That's incredible, and it's amazing that what was it, 2 years ago or 1 year ago, we were watching Will Smith eating spaghetti in a very, I don't know if you've seen this, it's like in a very bad way, like it was a nightmare. And after 1-2 years, like it's amazing, right? Even without going into the software engineering world, what it can do even with code, which is also really good. I mean, the whole video part and audio, it's amazing. It's coming for us all, for sure. For me, this is the same change as when we had like internet, maybe not, but I would say Google. So the ability to get information that easily and that fast that you didn't have, I think, like in 95. I don't know, you tell me. But I don't remember those times. I remember times before internet, but I didn't need to Google anything at the time. So my life was fine without Google. But when it appeared, I think it was a big, like in our world, right? People with the big books, right, of software, the Java edition 97, like this stopped existing, right? So I think now we're coming again. It's a huge tool, right, that makes you, like you said, faster. Yeah, I think it is crazy. I think another example that I remembered now, and now back in the software world, I also saw an article of a guy, of some team, and they were explaining that they did conversion. They had like dozens of XML files, so old school, and they converted them to JSON. They just put everything into an LLM. I guess maybe to ChatGPT, I don't know, but they just put everything. And okay, I don't know about the privacy of those files. This is not it's not the point here. But they just put everything there. Okay, now convert this to JSON. And it was ridiculously fast, right? And then, of course, they had to check. So that's what we have to do as humans, right? It's a tool, so we still have to check. But yeah, that was amazing. They had dozens. So can you imagine one person manually converting XML files to JSON? Man, this will take forever, right? If you have 40, 50 files. Yeah, crazy times.
Yeah, indeed. And as everything is changing so rapidly, let's say that you have the opportunity to go back and give a piece of advice to young Hugo about where he should be focusing, or if he should be pursuing a career in data or something else. So what advices would you have for young Hugo, or maybe for someone fresh out of college, a junior, or someone trying to do an horizontal jump from business into something like data?
So I think it's definitely two different backgrounds. I think if you don't come from a computer science engineering background, it's a completely different level than if you come from something different. Right? So if you don't have that background, because in college you can already focus a bit on some data courses. You can choose a bit where you go, and you come way more prepared, even for something like data modeling. We already do a lot of this in college, right? Not every, but in a lot of like object programming kind of course, you learn already quite a bit of data modeling. And I think that's one example, something that's very important to know. So if you know that already, then good. If not, so if you don't come from that background, then it's something that you should really focus on. I think it's something that people ignore a lot. Go into data, you think, okay, I'm just going to learn pandas. And it's not just that. Like the thing is not just moving data around. It's also that, but it's not just that. In the end, why do you move data around? Because you want to present data in a way that the business can take some value out of it, right? And for that, a lot of times, things like data modeling, that's what you need to present the data and to organize the data in a proper way and to facilitate the analysis. So that's something I think is very important. I mean, I would say that to me, yeah, I mean, I already had a bit, myself, I had a bit of knowledge there already. But I would say, yeah, this is very important. Other than that, I mean, I think nowadays programming language, Python is the one, even for things, and this comes a bit into if you go as a data engineer, you're going to need to program, and you're going to need more and more to do a bit of DevOps work. So things like infrastructure as code, for example, Terraform, you need to know this, right? So you need to know a bit of at least one of the clouds, cloud environments, either it be a GCP, AWS, whatever, know a bit of the services that exist and know a bit of infrastructure as code, so something like Terraform, because it's going to help you kind of architect the solution itself, because in the end, like the pipeline is a set of things, right? A set of services that work together. So yeah, know that, know Python. Python is going to be also Terraform. You can also write with Python, so that's important. And then I would say you have to know SQL. So that's in the end, SQL is king. It has been, it will continue to be. That's the one that every data analyst should know. You can know the tools that are around it, that are wrapping around it, that they exist and they are good. But in the end, that's the most important one. Also for transformations, because I worked even before with no code tools like GUI based tools, right? And like you really lack a lot of control, right, on what you can do. And also to see what you actually have to do, it's also hard. And then of course there's, depending on use case, sometimes like it's true that an SQL transformation thing can become very big, but yeah, depends on use case. But you're gonna need SQL for sure. So yeah, learn on that, learn all the keywords, go up until window functions, and then when you know them, I think you're fine. I think when you can master those, I think you're fine for now. And then it just comes with experience, right? There's not much you can do. I would say if it's like an horizontal move, it's definitely harder, right? Especially if you go into an engineering role, it's definitely harder. But I think you can just create something yourself, right? Just run something locally, just have a small project where you move some data around.
And with that great advice, I think it's time for us to end the show in a high note. Thank you so much, Hugo, for coming here and having this chat with me. If people want to find you, know a little bit more about you, where can they find you?
Can check my LinkedIn. I have quite some information there. My work is also showcased on LinkedIn, so you can also check there.
And to everyone else that is listening, until next time, see you all away from the keyboards. Hi everyone, and welcome to another episode of Away from the Keyboards. Exciting stories shared over a virtual coffee. I am your host, Rui, and today I am joined by none other than the man, the legend, the Agile wizard himself, Julio. Julio is an experienced Agile coach who brings a rare combination of technical depth, coaching insight, and a passion for game theory to the teams that he works with. He helps organizations deliver fast, and more important, build the right thing. In this episode, we will explore how the Agile Wizard came to be, how having a technical background can sometimes help and challenge your coaching style, and what really takes to unlock high-performing teams. Julio also shares practical advices for anyone stepping into the world of Agile coaching, especially those coming from an engineering background. So if you're curious about how games, mindset shifts, and a bit of wizardry can transform the way your teams work, this episode is especially for you. So without further ado, Julio, Agile Wizard, welcome to the show.
Thank you mostly for inviting me here, Rui.
I've been waiting for a long time to ask you this first question. How did Julio become the Agile Wizard?
Well, it's actually a funny story here because I've been very long already in the space of, for example, like DevOps or like improvements and so on, where you try to automate things or where you try to improve processes. And there's like a whole background where I started as a just normal help desk engineer, then went to support engineer, more infrastructure and cloud, eventually even towards security, so that you get the DevSecOps cycle actually. And at some point in my career, I actually got high enough, I think, on the technical side, where I was talking with architects and I was talking with, like having full-on migrations, for example, or adding extra things on top, where I found out that despite having the knowledge to do these technical things, the biggest problem was always that there was a person somewhere blocking the project, or someone that said like, no, I don't want to do this for a political reason and so on. So I got to realize there, actually the technology is there and it will work. And, you have enough smart people out there. But the biggest blocker within a company is actually if someone from management potentially is blocking the whole process for maybe a reason that they don't know of, or maybe they're scared, or whatever's out there. And that got me moving more towards, for example, Scrum and Agile, because I've seen multiple agile things being implemented within a company, and seeing it multiple times, every company makes other mistakes, and some of them are the same, but every company makes others of them. So I got very interested in the whole optimization thing, which led me into getting my PSM certification. Got me further into looking at, okay, what's the Agile Manifesto and what are all of these people doing. Eventually found Matthias Orgler, I think it was the previous one that you interviewed. And based out of that, there was one of the things that he said at the very beginning of his ACE program, which was, when you are an Agile coach, you should try and find your own way of how you would like to explain things. And me personally, Julio is a gamer, so I've been gaming since my whole life. And basically out of that, there's also something that I really like, which is Dungeons and Dragons. So I just asked him the question and I said, look, Matthias, imagine you have a client, which is a bank, a very serious client. They have to be compliant. They have to make sure that they get their audits and so on. And you would have a guy come in to the meeting room, full on wizard suit, going to give you a workshop. Do you think that would be possible? And he actually said, yes, it would be possible. So I kind of started playing with the idea, where I even wrote a background for the Agile Wizard, how the Agile Wizard came into this life. And that's basically how it sprung out. That's how this Agile Wizard existed.
That's so cool. Tell me a bit more about the background story of the Agile Wizard.
So the Agile Wizard actually has an evil brother, and the evil brother is actually named Waterfall. And what Waterfall actually did is he conjured a spell over the years that Waterfall became a wizard, and he was able to travel different kind of dimensions. And at some point, he traveled back in time with this dimension travel, where history was changed in such a way that the world where Agile Wizard was living in became very, very bad. Like, he had to fight off monsters and devils and dragons and all of these kind of things. Where at a certain point in time, when he was fighting his last enemy and actually about to die, somehow got teleported in one way or form and ended up here on planet Earth. And for some reason, his magic is not working, because he can't cast spells, I can't cast fireball, I cannot cast meteor or even wish if I wanted to. But for some reason, my brain still knows all the spells and it knows how to do certain things. And the only way that I'm able to find my brother to make sure that history is not changed in this very bad way is by teaching others enough about the knowledge that I have, so that at some point when my brother tries to influence them, people are like, nah, that's not the way. That's not how you do things.
And how do you bring the game theory and all of that experience of playing games into your coaching, into your teaching? Because you did ask me to get a D20 as
yes.
well.
Yes. Well, so there, I think what you see a lot when you are in a workshop, any workshop at all, it is very strict. It is about, okay, this is what you're going to learn, A, B, C. It's like if you're in school, basically, but boring school. Because if you have an actual teacher, they like to do things fun. And it really depends on, of course, the person who's teaching or the person who is going to be giving that specific course or coaching. And what I like to do there is to get the fun into things. So there is something, for example, which is called insights. I don't know if you've ever heard about that specifically, but insight talks about a person is actually, you can identify a person as a specific color. For example, if you're a boss, you would be a red color. If you're someone from HR, you would be a green color. If you're someone who's more analytical, you would be a blue color. But if you're someone who's more looking on exciting things, or really wants to vamp things up or make funny jokes and so on, and really see the fun in things, you're more on that yellow side. I'm going to give you a little secret here. I'm pretty yellow. Just letting you know there. And it's out of that I'm like, okay, look, I need to give certain information that all of these other agile coaches are also giving, but I want to spin it my own way. And for example, let's do a very small session D&D so that you can experience, okay, what is D&D about? And then let's do the exact same thing for a small lesson, for example, in Agile. So imagine you are a bard going through town because you're trying to find out where specific mystical creatures are living. You're in a bar right now and you'd like to ask something to the bar. mate who's behind there if he's heard something. So what would you specifically like to ask the barmaid?
I'll try to ask about the thing that.
Yes. So what I would now say is roll me a d20 charisma check. So now you need to roll.
Let's see what comes out. 4.
4. So actually, when you try to ask that specific question, you see that she actually goes back into fear immediately because there's definitely a creature lying around here. She just doesn't want to say anything. And she kind of points to like a mysterious stranger sitting on the side of the table. And imagine you would have rolled better. I would have been able to say, okay, well, she tells you about a certain creature that you're looking for. And because of that, you find out the information is X, Y, and Z. So what you're able to do is you're able to go to a certain direction where I really control what the narrative is, but you are the one who's interactive with that specific narrative. So I can always come to the same result. However, I can tell you the story in a different way where you're more engaged into the story. And what is even more important, that you're able to live through the story. So it means that you do not only know, okay, this is maybe the thing that you're trying to learn. It also means that you're living through such a story by rolling the dice. You're like, oh, I rolled a 20 just at a really good time when I had to roll it. And you will remember that moment way better because you do not only have your agile coaching session there or workshop, you have your team building at the same time because, you know, like dice are involved and who doesn't like to roll a dice?
For me, I'm a very visual learner and tactile. Like if I'm learning something that is technical about code or anything like that, the best way for me to learn is to go about it, code it, make it work, make it fail, doesn't really matter. And if I just see it in a YouTube video or something else, it doesn't work. And by the way, you were telling the story and I was visualizing the story.
Yeah, that's really what I want because like what is also very important in this setting, right? Because that's the first thing. One, you're visualizing it. The second thing also is that it enables you, once you go through this kind of exercise, to also use that in scenarios. Because imagine you have something that you're doing and suddenly during the workshop, you actually have people fighting each other. Because sometimes it happens, you know, there's emotions out there. So instead of then trying to go to the emotion directly, which not always everyone is able to handle specifically, definitely if you're working in IT, you're with neurodivergent people, which is also maybe a little bit harder. What you could do, for example, instead is that you walk to this mysterious man that this bartender put you towards, and he immediately pulls a knife. Now, you are not really the fighting type. So what would you try to do right now against this person having this knife pointing towards you?
I'll try to pick up a chair.
So you put a chair in front of between you, so you have some distance in between you, and it's like he tells you something, which is like, "What do you want from me?" Like very hostile at this moment in time. So what do you say?
Chill, I'm just trying to find something in this town.
What specifically are you looking for?
Something that is wrong.
Are you saying that I'm wrong?
Yeah, that's going to escalate quickly.
Yeah. So what I would then say, for example, right now is that you could jump in and say, like, look, you could try and persuade him with the exact reasons that you're doing. Because one of the things that is the most agile thing to do, it's one of the first pillars, is transparency. So what I would say right now is that your character is going to try and be very open and then say exactly what he wants. He's looking for a mystery creature. You're there to tell a story. And you can roll me a d20 right now for persuasion.
Let's see. 15.
So with a 15, you actually convince him enough about your story. Like he's still a little bit skeptical because he still has a knife. He wants to stab you, but he does read that you're honest with him and that you really want to find out where this mystical creature lies. And he buries the knife at this moment in time. Now, imagine we go now back to the agile coaching session or the workshop that we're in. What would this person have to do to make you drop the knife right now? What would he have to say so that you are not aggressive and vice versa? And let's listen for a second here, because it's the only way that you're able to do it. So now, because they're in this other scenario, you are bringing them out of the enterprise environment or out of the environment that they're always in, and you can show them visually what is happening actually here at the table, because you're maybe just screaming or you're pointing fingers, but they don't see the physical knife that they're putting up. They don't see the chair that they're about to pull and about to fight with the chair. And because you make that visualization, they start to realize, oh, wait, why are we even doing this in the first place? And it enables people to get out of a zone where they finally know, look, I can be as open as I wanted to, because you could have told me, actually, I don't care about the guy, I'm going to go for a drink. Or you could have told me, I take out my banjo and I start playing. There is no limit to what you could do, but you chose to pick up the chair, put it in between. You chose to persuade this person. It was your choice, not mine, which also puts into your mind the training immediately that my agile coaching is doing. You're persuading people in a way where you're not directly saying you have to do it this way. You let them play through it, which hopefully learns them, hey, this is another way of handling. And what makes it good as well is that with most D&D sessions, normally you schedule something which is called session 0. And session 0 is mostly I talk to you and I say, Rui, what character do you want to play? And is there something that you specifically like? And based on that, I can kind of tailor the story towards you. Well, that same thing I do to clients as well. So before I have my workshop or before I start working there, I ask them, hey, are you open to maybe have like a half hour or an hour call before I start, so that at least I can already fine tune some things before I'm actually there. And then when you are there, you then have, oh, wow, this guy really listened to me. Like he really wanted me to do a certain thing. Or for example, you could warn me and say, look, this is a very heavy subject and we need to watch out how we talk about it. So I could even write a scenario in this D&D world that looks like the scenario that you're experiencing at work, but it's not work, which allows people to be open about what is being said instead of, I'm attacking you, I'm attacking you. No, I'm attacking an orc. I'm attacking this hobgoblin. I'm attacking this dragon. You're not attacking me as a person.
And that touches upon what Matthias was also talking when we had our chat about the power of bringing these games into the sessions, is the simulation aspect of it, where you can take the people out of what is the normal day to day, where there could be some animosity, there can be some personal conflicts, whatever it is, and just go into a simulated parallel world where those stakes are not the same, but somehow kind of manifests as well, maybe as a dragon instead of database burning in production or something like that.
Yeah, it could be. Or not even like the dragon is a database burning. It's like, there's a dragon and he's about to attack the town, making the town completely burned, where the town is your servers. How are you going to solve this dragon, right? I mean, you can't just go there and you whack it with a sword, or you have to be extremely strong, right? I think like Elon Musk did something like that, where he just like whacked all the servers out when he had to move with X. But that's going into detail, like how you handle a dragon. Everyone else does it another way.
Yeah, he did wear a dragon fighting costume once, I think, to the Met Gala or something.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be surprised if that was what he did when he joined X. And that kind of leads me to a follow up, because we just talked about two very non-technical and also the technical subjects. So how do you see your technical background as a systems engineer in the trenches doing really IT work? How do you see that helping you in the sessions that you do?
Oh, it's enormous. Like the best example I can give is, imagine you have two engineers, and one engineer is a Windows engineer and one engineer is a Unix engineer, and they've never done the other operating system, and you let them talk to each other. It's not going to work. I can tell you right now. However, if you have a third person in between that has done both of these systems and is able to make that translation, it is an incredible amount of work that you're saving at that moment in time. Because instead of, oh, I need to confirm with this person, I need to confirm with that person, you can already make some decisions in your own mind that, like, okay, well, this is the direction that we probably have to go. And it's easier to talk to those people. That's number one. Number two, what risks are involved. Or for example, imagine that you need to make a QP demand and you need to fill in, this is the amount of days that we need you and blah, blah, blah. Then it also means that you can make a pretty good estimate on what are the changes required. Because, for example, I could tell you, hey, can you add this line to the website? And then someone else is like, yeah, that's going to take 5 man days. And you're like, what the hell? 5 man days? Why is it 5 man days? Well, we have to reproduce it on dev. Then we have to reproduce it on UAT. We have to reproduce it on the PPE, whatever environment that you all have. And then he tells you, well, we don't have pipelines. We don't have anything. So everything's manual. And we need to make sure that we do X, Y, and Z. And you have to think about, these other processes are also being pushed out. So suddenly, instead of going to your upper management, because now I'm management basically, and saying, hey, this is going to take 1 or 2 man days, probably, you can already tell them it's going to take 5 or 10 man days. Oh, but why is it that long? Well, probably because of this reason, this reason, this reason, but I will confirm in the end. It sets expectations or enables you to set expectations quicker.
And what is the reaction that you see from the engineers? Basically, the engineers just look at you like, wait, you know this?
So I've had an experience in enterprise where people are very good at hiding work or hiding that they don't want to do the work. And a very specific example is I asked a specific engineer, hey, could you do this in a specific solution? It's a security solution called CyberArk. They're like, hey, could you activate this specific option for me? Like, I think it would be, no, that's not possible. And you can't do it. And this and that. And what I actually did is I went to the documentation page of CyberArk. I looked up exactly where it was. And I said, look, here's the check-in, check-out option. If you change this platform setting from false to true, it should enable that specific option. Now, I don't know what your change process is. I can check that with your manager right now, but could you already give me like an estimate how long this would take? And he immediately changed his tone. He was like, oh, you actually know that? And it's like, yeah, it's probably going to take like a day and a half with the automation and testing that we have and so on. So you suddenly feel that they are talking to someone that is from the same space, and you get a lot of more information out of people that I think as a normal manager you would not be able to get out.
Yeah, I feel exactly the same thing, that the fact that you are able to speak tech with the tech people, you get a different type of respect from them. It's like you're part of the same guild as if you're just an outsider that just knows the other part of the business.
Yeah, and to me, like, and I'm gonna be honest here, like for me, it was very recently that I became with agile coaching and so on. I think like I've been doing it now for I think 3 years. I still call that recently versus someone else who has that real experience there, because I was kind of like in a transition, like where I was 50% doing still security technical positions, but 50% kind of scrum mastering at that moment in time. And now I'm fully in that. And what I'm going to start noticing, and I think will be very hard for myself, is that I'm going to lose my touch at some point with the technology. And the only way I will be able to combat that losing the touch, because I'm not busy with it every day, is that at home I have my own home setup, like with Docker, for example, and a Synology NAS and all that kind of stuff. So after my hours, I like to do these cool projects where it's like, okay, how about I set up this full pipeline with everything that enterprise never tells me to do? And that's where I kind of stay in touch with the technology. It might not be that I'm going to be expert in it, but it allows me to still keep on talking with engineers who know a lot more. Because, for example, one of the things that I haven't touched yet, and I should, is AI. Like, I think AI is going to get huge in the future. I just don't know exactly how this will be going, because if it's just replaces everyone, then what do we have to do, right?
Indeed, like if that's the end goal of AI, like learning AI, not learning AI, doesn't really matter in the end. Like you, there's many people also in a technical background that start doing their first steps in Agile. What advices do you have for anyone is looking maybe to do that first step that is in question? Should I don't know, learn about Agile, learn about Kanban, learn about XP or something else? What would be your advice for them to start their learning career and their curiosity into the Agile world?
Well, actually, let me roll for that on how I'm going to give that advice. So I rolled a 12. So I'll just give you the regular one out there. I think I have very unorthodox advice there. And the unorthodox advice that I have is that mostly when you're in a technical position, everything is very clear. You have to do it this way. You have to click on this setting. You have this kind of API call or automation. And throughout experience, you start to notice like, well, they didn't think about this specific feature, or they're not doing this specific feature because they don't want to be liable for something, or maybe the product has an hidden agenda and so on. And what I found is that when you look at agile transformations and when you look at how those transformations are set up, they're not implemented in the real agile way. So what I'm trying to say there is that imagine you have gone through several companies already and they've used the buzzword agile basically. and you're like, this doesn't work, why should I actually go agile? Then the biggest advice that I can give you is that most of the agile methodologies that have been implemented in a company were adapted because management didn't want to implement it in the agile way. And because of that, when you go to, let's say, go for a certain certification, or you would have these very big agile workshops, or even that you're like boot camps for 5 days, is that you take them with a pinch of salt. Because the best advice I can give you is, if you are in the automation world and you have some automation background, or you understand what automation is about, just think logical. That's the first thing. And the second thing is, agile is not about technology. It is actually more about people than anything else. So whenever they're saying with agile, oh, we need a pipeline and we need this and we need that, those are things that come out of agile as an output. But agile itself is looking more in a people-centric way. And the best example I can give you, which is an example that I received, I think like a year or 2 years ago, was that someone who is doing RPA, which is like something that mimics clicks of a user, he sent out a message at some point of an email that said, can we please contact this person because we want to replace him by an RPA agent? What did that person do? He did not collaborate at all with the project. So Agile says, oh, it would be really good to put like an RPA agent there because, it can work 24/7 and would be better, no human mistakes and so on. But the people aspect there is, wait, you're going to replace me? Why would I ever, do that? And the people aspect there, Agile will never teach you. There's no methodology. There's no framework that would dare say, this is how you handle the situation. What Agile says is, handle people like they're adults, which would mean maybe prior saying to him, hey, we're going to replace you, maybe you want to give him something else. Maybe you want to give him a course. Maybe you want to ask them, look, there's going to be a point where we're going to be planning this. Let's be transparent here. But is there something that we could do for you so that we can enhance your career? Because in the end, where this person is thinking of is making sure he can pay his house, making sure that his wife and his daughter or his partner has food on the table, or maybe, I don't know, he has a dog that he really loves, or whatever hobby he has or they have. That's where you need to think of the people.
Is there like any books, any resources that you can share that you used before, or that you advise people to look it up, to learn a bit more about the human-centric part that is behind the technology?
Yes, there is one book that I recommend that every manager should read. And as a Scrum Master, or as a product owner, or as an Agile coach, you're going to be in that position, which is a book called Performance Coaching from John Whitmore. It is one of the best books that I've ever read, like no joke out there, because it teaches you about how you should ask certain questions. It has some stories in there that are very important to understand. There is some data that you can get out of that book in the end, where he makes a summary of on how to use it. And it's a way for you that if you have issues with an individual, which also happens a lot in enterprises or these scenarios, how can you coach this person? Because there's a very big difference between mentoring and coaching into the right direction. That's the book that you would have to read. And I've got like a couple others, but that's the book of all of them.
That sounds like a perfect book for everyone to spend some time in reading, and a great way for us to end the show. Agile Wizard, thank you so much for coming to the show and having this chat with me. If people want to know more about you, if they want to send you a love letter, if they want to hire you, where is the best way for them to reach out?
Well, they can always find me on LinkedIn. So if you just Google or like LinkedIn to Julio Sachez-Tirado, you will see like a wizard icon in front of my name. Then you know you reached me. But I also have a website that I'm working on currently, which is sanchez.coach. Where I'm trying to put all of my services that we give, like we give workshops, we, for example, work as a Scrum Master for you. Also very specific for potential enterprises listening, where my expertise is more in the infrastructure world and security world. I can still do everything else, but that's really where my specialization lies. And a new service that I hope to introduce as of next year, which is retrospectives as a service. Because I believe that one of the biggest things that goes wrong in a company is retrospective. And I hope to bring it in the world, so that maybe works.
And that's a wrap for this episode of Away from the Keyboards. A big thank you to Julio, the Agile Wizard, for sharing not just frameworks and strategies, but also the mindset behind great coaching. If you enjoyed this conversation, consider sharing it with a friend or a teammate who is navigating their own Agile journey. And if you're curious about how play, structure, and empathy can come together to create better teams, well, maybe you're just a wizard as well. Until next time, stay curious, keep building great things, even when you step away from the keyboards. Welcome everyone to another episode of Away from the Keyboards. I am your host, Rui, and today I speak with Simone. He's an entrepreneur and engineering leader with more than a decade of experience and an interesting journey. Today, we'll learn a little bit more about his journey, how it was, how he saw the industry grow, and also, most important, what advices and stories does he have to share so that other people can learn from his mistakes. So without any more spoilers, Simone, welcome to the show.
Hi, Rui. Thank you for having me here.
Thank you for coming. You have an amazing background with one of the programming languages that I both love and hate. But before we dive into that particular part, tell me a little bit about your journey in tech and into tech leadership. How did it happen? What was some of the main problems that you found along the way?
Yeah, so I would say that I didn't really have a typical journey where you start as a junior, then you go into more a career, and then you end up maybe in a management or leadership position. I think that I've always been kind of a natural leader. Also at school, or when I was playing football, I was always like playing in the middle field, or I was trying always to get people together and do things together. And indeed, when I early career, one of my early job was basically being a co-founder for a startup where I joined another person. And I think that how it started for me. So really the hard way. It was really an interesting part. But then after that, I always did a bit of leadership roles back on individual contributors role and then back again. So it was always a bit like a roller coaster for me to get to where I was. Yeah. So by saying that, basically, let's say my highlights in my career were when I was technical co-founder for a startup here in Amsterdam. And I was, for 4 years, we tried to build a startup with another person. We also had investments. We went through all the phases of growing the company. But then, I would say we were really like the first time doing it, a bit like we really didn't know what we were doing. A lot of lessons learned. But it was really nice there because I started really building an organization, so hiring juniors, so understanding what it meant to, let's say, merging technology with people. And then after that, 3 years later, I found out myself in a role of leading an engineering organization in a scale-up at Housing Anywhere, where basically, actually, I started doing it when we were full on COVID. And I think that was one of the hardest period of my career, where basically I got into the role and I was super excited, but at the same time, like everything was like a mess. Like we were really like scrambling around to make do with all the COVID situation that just unfolded. And it was really, really great to go through that period because it gave me the chance also to really to build from scratch something. And then eventually we scaled that organization quite successfully. So then today I am I'm doing something that I wanted to do for a while, which is basically being on my own. So I'm working now. I'm starting my own consultancy. But at the same time, I'm also working with another person as a co-founder on a startup that we should be able to launch soon. So yeah, this is a bit me and my story.
Can you tell a little bit about that startup?
Yeah, the startup. The name is Wolfram, and the startup is. Of course, in the space of AI, and we will try to build an AI coach for let's say first-time founders who are building their own companies. So I'm partnering with a person. She's a coach, and she's an amazing coach, and she has this very structured approach in understanding the phase of a startup, understanding what are the next steps, what are the next priorities to validate the concept of the product, and really to take the right steps. And we're trying to put it in a set of agents, would say, that can really help startup founders to really use these tools and use it as a first step to understand what to do next before they really go into more expensive coaching products. And there is a lot more about the startup, but we're building it, and and I hope in a couple of weeks we'll be out there.
Nice. Hopefully we can bring you again for a future episode to go more deep dive on that startup.
I would love it.
Awesome. You touch upon an interesting part on your first question, and kind of matches up a bit with my experience. So the first time I did a leadership role, like an official leadership role, was exactly in the COVID time. Yeah, it was strange. It was the first time that we were doing interviews with other people without even seeing someone managing a completely remote team, because those were the rules of the game. So curious, what was some of the hurdles that you had during that time?
Yeah, so the story was that I was at that period I was engineering manager of one of the key teams of the organization, and I think the engineering team was around 25 people, I remember. And this was January 2020, before COVID really hit, when the former VP of engineering he decided to leave. And then soon after, basically, there was the problem of COVID, and since in my organization, Housing Anywhere, we were relocating people abroad. It basically all of a sudden the business went flat. So the problem was that when after 6 months, basically the CEO asked me, hey, how about we're trying to hire a VP, but it's being hard. How about you help us with the organization? And eventually, basically, I took the role. During that period, it was really like the difficult part was really to kind of navigate the uncertainties that was happening, because, we were a very transparent company. Every day we would have reports of revenue and so on, and you would see all in a sudden like revenue dropping crazily. And on the same time, we had a lot of people that were on visa. So people on visa, especially in engineering, they were like really afraid, okay, what's going to happen to me if I don't have a job anymore and so on. So what happened is that when I took the organization, I took the engineering team, the main problem that I had to face was a very high level of attrition. So everyone was basically leaving. I remember my first 10 weeks, I had 10 resignations letters in my emails, and I really had a kind of a trauma to open my inbox, my email, to kind of say, okay, where is the next one? And it was really difficult. At the same time, we didn't really have a very strong HR. As a typical company that is moving from startup to scale up, we didn't have a proper HR, proper recruitment processes. We didn't even really have a very good salary bands and so forth. So it was very a difficult challenge to tackle. And I think that was really that where I moved much more from managing the projects, managing the technology of a team, to really managing an organization, and especially the people problem a bit of at scale, let's say. So it was really, really, I think I would say that I did that role for 4 years, but especially the first 2 years to rebuild all of that, it felt like there were 5-6 years I was doing the job, because there was really a lot going on to get us out from that situation.
And if you had to put your thumb on the scale, because you've done it all, you've done the technical part and they've done the people part, more because of that COVID, which one would you consider is the most challenging one, if you think that one of them is more challenging than the other?
Oh yeah, I do think the managing people, managing an organization is really much more challenging. It's really a totally different I would say a totally different job, because often people are great engineers, software engineers, even great managers or team leads, and then they get promoted to roles where they need to start managing managers, or they need to kind of handle 20 or more people, where there is a lot of difference between people, also in terms of personal stories. I do think the level of complexity and the layers you have on that is really, really hard, and it makes it also very, I would say, it's not really like it's in technology, you kind of know, okay, you do something and you can be sure, okay, that is going to work. With people, with organizations, and also with dealing also with management teams and setting expectations towards them, it's really more nuanced. So you really have to also be able to kind of do a bit of politics, be able to sell, to communicate. So soft skills part is really, really something that becomes very important. Yeah.
One of the things that we are starting in this podcast is a recurrent segment where we give a guest the opportunity to ask another guest a question. So we are calling it copy paste. So the question from our previous guest, which was the Agile Wizard, he asked, what is something you did that left a great impact in your team?
I think it's a question we should ask people that were in my teams, so they can answer it better. No, I do believe that the funny thing is that after I left my role at Housing Anywhere, I was VP of engineering, and then I left. I kept meeting the people from Housing Anywhere because we were still friends and we had very good relationship. I often asked the question, hey, with the hindsight, what do you think I did really well? What do you think I didn't do? I could have done better, right? Also, now they have a new VP of engineering, also a bit of comparison in that sense. I think that what really I do believe I did really well was I think that really making the changing the culture in organization, where moving from a culture where technology was really the key towards where the product and the value that the product brings to the business becomes important. And there were a lot of different initiatives that over the years I did or I introduced during that period to kind of shape that culture differently. Because I remember, for example, before we had before I took the role, and also a bit during the first period, we had a kind of a very conflictual environment where it was very easy to kind of get into these very long discussions, into the PR reviews, into the people really not liking each other's approach to technology. But then after, it became much, much different, where the approach was more okay, let's figure it out together. Let's work together with the product manager. This was also another thing that really was important. And I did that. I think that was one of the most impactful things. And that's what people tell me, because also help teams to be more autonomous, less, let's say, reliant on top-down information. And that was really, really something that I observed really created a lot of value and a positive culture in the organization. Yeah.
Do you think that could be the history of the company as it moves from a startup to a scale-up, that you need to move a bit more outside of what before was the technology to drive the product, to becoming more the product driving the technology?
I don't think so. Definitely, I think it really depends on the management, or really from the leadership point of view, from how what is expected and what is also allowed. So, for example, I had the opportunity to build that culture, right? So I was really well understood when I was taking the moves, right? The investment I was making, when I was directing the budget. And I think that was really because there was a leadership, there was the CEO of Housing Anywhere and the CPO and the people I was working with that were really, really aligned with what we were trying to achieve. For example, another organization where I was working it was very different. There were still scale up and everything, kind of similar phases, but you could see there a totally different approach towards much more technology. So it was all about making the technology better, rebuilding it, super polished architecture. And there was also a lot of divide between engineering and product, which to me also is kind of a big problem, especially in this type of companies. And so I would say that it depends on the leadership. It depends. Now, if companies get to that point, means that maybe the leadership knows what they're doing. So that could be a good chance that we get to that type of situation, type of culture.
And one of the things that we spoke before is that you started doing a bit of the move back into more of a technical role from the people personal role. And I'm curious, what was the motivation behind that move?
Yeah, I think that, as I said, I've always been, I've never really been chasing a career in a sense, like, okay, I want to become CTO, VP, or I've never really was that type of person. I think things just, it kind of like followed the flow a bit. I follow how it was going. And in general, I have a technical background also at university. I've always been very kind of technical in a sense. So I've always been really passionate about systems, or architecting or designing those systems. And I think, the funny thing is that also an organization of people is a system, right? So putting together with the technology, especially when you want to, the term is, I think it's called the socio-technical aspect of an organization is really, really interesting. So how people impact technology and the other way around. So in a sense, I've been spending many years on building, let's say, designing a system which was of people and organization. And I think when I left Housing Anywhere, I kind of like still had that itch. Like, okay, I would really like to do, I don't know, to kind of like polish again my technical skills, empathize again with individual contributors on what they go through day to day. And also, configuring my NeoVim setup because it was really kind of like I wasn't using it for a while, and also setting it up for AI now. So it was really like, I don't know, I started like tinkering and so on and so forth. And then there was a role of staff engineer that came through also from a domain, which was the electric vehicle charging, so EV charging domain, which was really, really interesting. And especially the architectural side of it. Like, so there are protocols that is very decentralized, there is hardware involved. And it's really, really, kind of like when I met the VP in that company, I said, oh, I really like it. I just would like to do that. And it was amazing. So I just went back, and I think it's very, so it wasn't very expected. It was, I never really had a straight career. It's more like for me, I felt like doing it. And in the same time, I wanted to hone again my skills, understand what is going on for a software engineer with all this AI revolution, all this change of workflows, way of working that we are experiencing today. And again, empathizing again with who is is basically doing the work more on the operational tactical level, because then, I will, when I will be working again in a strategy level, I can understand better what's going on. So it's this is how it went.
How do you see the industry changing and the role of the software engineer changing in these more recent years with the advent of AI?
Yeah, I mean, I'm experiencing it on my own, because also on the startup I'm building, I'm trying really more and more and more to apply the vibe coding approach, still with a software engineering eye. So I'm not just let some system go nuts, but I just like follow and review everything that is happening. It's a really interesting question, because it's really a hard question to answer. I think we are still at a very early stage, and we are really at the beginning of when things start changing. I think that there is a lot of talking about AI will replace software engineers and other this type of talks. I think there is a big danger in general or at least there will be a big shift for the whole knowledge base workforce. Let's say the white collars, basically the people that work with knowledge and creators. And I think there is going to be a whole different way of working. Workflows we will need to learn, we will need to adapt, and as well as also maybe ways shifting up like our core skills. Because now, for example, a lot of technical people, they are really focused on the perfect technology, the perfect, also the beauty of the code base, the maintainability, and so on. Maybe our core skills will shift towards more building products. So really understanding what means building a product, and so being able to write the requirements and the speccing up for these tools, as well as I think teams will be smaller most of the time, especially for scale up. So it means like being more in touch with the business, understanding what's going on. I think that these are going to be core skills that will need to be still learned, still adopted from software engineering. From software engineers. So, for example, if I go back to my academic years when I was doing my bachelor and master in software engineering, I think we really didn't do anything about business, product, this type of topics. But I think that this will need to be changed eventually, also to educate the future software engineers. it's difficult to say, and I think it also depends on the context of the companies. Maybe startups can build their products much faster, but then scale ups, I think they can still, since usually they use well-known technologies that are also known by the machine learning systems, by the LLM systems. I think they cope with it. But I was reading today a post that, for example, companies like Facebook or the big techs, they have their own in-house frameworks or software. For them, it's much harder to adopt these tools because these LLMs, they are not trained on those type of frameworks, so they kind of need to spend effort and money to kind of train these tools or to fine tune them and so on. So yeah, it's an interesting shift that is difficult to predict. We'll see, but definitely I do feel that there will be a big shift in the core skills we will have to learn and apply as a software engineers in our job.
Yeah, I'm completely in agreement with you. And even in a previous podcast, I had a conversation with another friend of mine, and it kind of made it as almost the same thing as when not the internet appeared, but when Google appeared and the democratization of knowledge. And probably it happened to you as well. I know it happened to me when I was in college in computer science. If you really wanted to search for something related with, I don't know, Java, C Sharp was coming up, so let's say C++, you probably needed to find a book and read it in a book. And nowadays, before the AI, we had Stack Overflow. Like, it was already way faster. And what I've seen as I've used Copilot as well, GitHub Copilot, is that it accelerates my work a lot because I don't Google as much as I need to about doing some small function, like finding a way to optimize a function. Or in some cases, whenever there is a stack error, it's way easier to figure out where the error is, especially when they are very cryptic.
Yeah, and that's interesting. You can also see the faces because I think at 1 year ago I was doing exactly this, right? I would always have usually I use Claude next to my screen or ChatGPT, and I would have them always open to my next screen while I'm coding. I have something. Oh, I need to write this function. I need to understand this. I just would drop there and then take things, copy and paste. But now I have these tools integrated in my editor. So what it means is that I'm using either, by the way, myself. So I use it from the command line, even though I tried also other things. But it's really like this. Now I can put a comment in the code and I can have a tag on something and say like, hey, and then you see that the tool that is running on my terminal that basically picks it up and then it goes fixing things and changing things. And it's really, I don't even have to ask the question because it gets the context right away. So it definitely changes the way we work. And it makes us, I wouldn't say more productive from day one, because there is always the paradox of productivity in this case. This is, I think, happened also when the internet came to be or we started becoming digital. At the beginning, there is this phase in which everyone has to figure out, okay, how am I productive with this? But then eventually, the workflows will emerge. And then all of us is going to kind of go through that threshold, and then there is a new ceiling of productivity we need to reach, and it's going to be really interesting. So yeah, it's really incredible what they can do. And the funny thing is that before the podcast, I was also thinking like, okay, what is an event in the world that I remember that I can compare it with? You said Google, the democratization of the knowledge. I honestly don't know. I think that this is even bigger in a sense, or maybe I didn't experience it back then. I didn't experience it from the same at the same age that I am today. But I feel like this is much more. It will have much more impact not only for us as software engineers, but also for all the people we work with from other functions. So yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, indeed, it's a very impactful piece of technology, and especially with agent mode, it's really nice. I really like it. And that kind of leads me to a post that I saw from your side, which I found interesting, which was an interesting overview that you have on what is legacy and what is legacy code and how engineering teams should approach legacy code. So can we deep dive a bit on that and tell me a bit more about it?
Yeah, I think that the post said, I love I love legacy code or something like that. It started. It was really controversial. Yeah, it's. Yeah, I think on social media, social networks, we also try to be a bit controversial, right? So yeah, so the I think that I don't think it's something that is very unique. What I think, because I hear a lot of other people that I follow, talking about the same thing. But just to tell you an example, so I remember it was 2019 or so. I was in a workshop with Sam Newman about microservices, and basically Sam Newman just wrote the book Migrating Monolith to Microservices, and he was. I remember that. He started the workshop. We were in a group in Amsterdam, and we started the workshop saying, okay, here we're gonna talk about like, okay, now you have a monolith, you have this, and then we're gonna talk about how you can refactor, rebuild this software in microservices. But he said, I will succeed in this workshop of 3 days if I convince you not to do it. And that was his initial statement. And everyone was like, okay, you're selling us microservices. What's happening here? No, I think it was really something that resonated, because then from that moment, I started really thinking about it. And, what I observed, so I mostly worked in startup scale-up. So usually companies that were born, let's say, up to 10 years ago. So and usually companies go in phases, right? There is a first phase where you just like, you need to push something, then you kind of like, you need to grow it to the first, to more features and so on. And then you start creating the patterns, but usually those patterns are not really scalable. And then you get to a point where, okay, now you need to scale it. But those patterns start getting in the way. So what I observed is that often when you get to the phase where the engineering teams maybe goes from a few people to 20 people or more, so there are more people working on the code base, there is this negativity that builds up on the system that is being managed, that eventually the system makes money for the company. And then the terms legacy starts being used a lot, and then eventually, then it falls into technical debt, and it falls into, okay, we need to rewrite this. And often we as engineers, we think, hey, we can rebuild this because we think it's everything in our head. But actually, it's much, much, much more difficult to do it, because in that system that seems hard to manage, there is a sense of, often it's possible to find the sense of things. And there are so many edge cases that just are those edge cases that allow the company to get yet another customer, or maybe they create some competitive advantage compared to the competition and so on. And going to rebuild those edge cases is basically impossible. You're never going to do that. So rebuilding is always a big risk. So I do think that our job as software engineers, actually our main job as software engineers that join this type of organization, is to go work with those systems and make them better. So that's why we get paid, I believe, and make them better so that the company can unlock yet another level of value for their customers. But often, I see this negativity that pushes, basically creates a push, creates some pressure to kind of like move away from the current technology. And I do believe that often we overcomplicate. So we start thinking about microservices, asynchronous communication, and all these things that they seem nicer and more tidy, but then eventually they add a lot of different type of challenges. So yeah, this is where I come from that post. And I also have to say that every time I work in this type of organization, I notice that I enjoy much more working in this type of systems, because I really love to learn them. I really love to understand, okay, how this system came to be this way. What are all the things that happen here, so that they can, create value for the customers and so on. And then building a mental model in my head, and eventually start picturing, how can we move the code and organize the code? And usually the typical thing is that you organize the code from an horizontal layer to a vertical domains, right? But you can still do it in the same system without having to rebuild. So yeah, I do think that this is that's what this post comes from, and to me is often I want to say that don't do that unless you really, really have a strong impediment that if you don't do it, your company goes out. But instead, really fall in love with what the product does and why it does that way, and that system that supports the product, and try to make the system better. So that's my take on that. Yeah, and I honestly hate seeing companies sometimes throwing budget with this type of projects, and these projects they always take longer than it was expected, and then for really long these systems don't go to don't get in front of users, and in the meantime things have changed, and so it just like often doesn't work.
Indeed. Often gets the name something like either a transformation or Project Phoenix or something like that is going to be reborn from the ashes. So I think that's a great piece of advice for all of the engineers and product managers out there is don't fall in that anti-pattern just because the technology looks cool and maybe your old system looks like legacy. There's still value in that.
Yeah, and it's interesting thing, like because I've seen things happening, and so often what happens is that, especially when the rebuilding goes also in pieces, so often people say, oh, but we're going to rebuild in piece, and we're going to extract just a small area, we make it a microservice, and then we make another service here, and then we extract this. But there are usually two really hard things that happen in that moment. I mean, not only two, but technically these two. The first thing is that in the moment we put the system out, we put a network in between, and then the user experience for the customers, depending what will be that if that directly impact the customers or not. But anyway, in general, there is network in between, so there's something to manage. And usually to do this, people start thinking about, oh, how do we now manage network security and so forth? And then the first thing is they think about is Kubernetes. And maybe they don't have Kubernetes yet. And then they add Kubernetes in the mix, which is a great piece of tool. Once it's set up, it's amazing. Like, it creates so much resilience in your systems. But to move from not having it to have it and learn it, especially in that sense, it's really, really expensive, and it's really, really costly. We did that in January in the past, and it took us really years to really make sense of it. And the second thing that happened is that you need to move data. And moving data is one of the hardest things to do. Moving data from a piece, from a database to another, and making sure that, especially if you have to do it in a way that maybe you cannot afford too long downtime, so you really need consistency and so on, is really, really hard. Again, in January, we had a project in which we had our database was in a virtual machine that we manage our own, and we wanted to move to a cloud managed solution because the operations for the database were really hard to do. And we needed to kind of some additional requirements in the database. It took us, I think, 1.5 years to figure out how to move this database to another side. And I think we did 3 attempts with 3 different approaches to kind of figure out. So it's really like a very hard problem to move data. And now you're in the data space, so you also know how difficult it is to move data. Also, when maybe they can be denormalized, it's still very difficult. But if those data needs to be consistent and needs to bring the value to the to the customers, so they are really the main data, it's even harder. So these 2 things, I think, really, to me, were the first biggest challenges that we see, and it already makes the project much, much more expensive than we thought it would be.
Yeah, I can attest to that 100%. As someone that spent many years doing data migrations, once we had a project that took 3 years just to figure out the data migration. So,
yeah.
Cautionary tale out there. If you're thinking that needs to be done for you to move for your legacy, think twice. It's not a fun project for anyone involved.
Yeah, and I also, another advice I give is that some time ago, I don't remember by whom, and I think we need to find it, but there was this concept of a livable code. I don't know if you ever heard of it, but basically the association was, so basically the concept was, okay, think about when you look at a newspaper where you see like the sign of your living room, right? And then you see these beautiful, very well made living rooms where you see like beautiful color, great furniture and so on. But then if you go look at that, further there, like, okay, maybe there is no side table on the couch where you can put your tea, or when you're watching TV, or maybe there is no I don't know, proper curtains on your windows to get more privacy. Maybe there is the TV is in a very weird angle that is really not comfortable to watch. So there are all these little things that you see it, and so it's beautiful, but it's not livable. But instead, if you go see a livable living room, is a living room where maybe things are a bit messier, there's a bit more chaos, but they have their own sense. And the concept was about this, right? Okay, your code base doesn't have to be perfect, but it needs to be livable. So if you understand in your code base where are the entry points, right? Maybe the APIs, the cron jobs, or the consumers of events, and so on. You understand what they are, and then you start building a model how to follow through till the information gets in the database. I think you can really start figuring out, hey, okay, you become much more effective in a code base. You can figure out also the scenes, so where the boundaries are, and then start really remodeling those boundaries over time. And also by using techniques like domain-driven design or this type of principles, it really can happen. We were really successful in doing this on a project, and I do think that paid off so much because we were building features at the same time we were making everything better, and it took a while, longer than we wanted, and it never went like as we liked, but eventually the code was very livable, and we still had like 40-50 engineers working on the same code base, which was a monolith and was still very performant. So yeah,
we dropped a lot of good advices for people that are already in the industry. But let's say you're coming from fresh out of college, someone that is starting fresh today, maybe even you. You have the option to give yourself some advice on how to look forward in your career. So where would you focus your efforts? Where would you focus your learning if you're starting now?
Yeah, so it's I do think that what I would advise somebody starting that wants to become a software engineer, developers, I would advise them to really build a lot, build as much as you can, join somebody that can help you build, can allow you to build, maybe with somebody more experienced where they can learn, because and build not for the sake of building and learning the technology, but build for the sake of creating something that becomes valuable for somebody, that really solves problems, that really look at that side of the product side, the science side, business side, so the part that creates value. Because then eventually, by building also, naturally nowadays everyone is using the AI powered editors or tools. So also I think this AI native generation, I would call, of software engineers, I think they will know much better how to use the tools. And the second piece of advice is that while building, so also try to understand the principle, the foundations of the craft that we do. So what does it mean architecting a system that scales? What does it mean all these terms are happening? Because the principles eventually are always needed when we go into more situations where the technology needs really to scale much more. So what do you do if, for example, all the data don't fit in memory, right? So it starts becoming a different problem. What do you do if you have a system that is lower than all the other systems that cannot cope with those systems? So you have a queue problem. So how do you do this type of how do you manage this type of situation? I think that eventually, still learning these principles, and this can be done through like even online courses, things like that, or maybe reading books about. I think I learned a lot by learning about Kafka and all the streaming processing systems. I think they really tell you a lot about how they are designed for scale. So I think these type of things are still important. So first of all, build, get familiar with the tooling, get familiar, just show that you can build something, and then also on the side learn how to what it means building scalable system, distributed systems, so a bit of theory around that. Yeah.
And that sounds like a great piece of advice for us to call this show an end. If people want to learn more about you, if people want to follow you, learn what you are working on, what is the best place for them to go?
Definitely LinkedIn. So LinkedIn is where I am. Usually where I post. I haven't posted for a couple of weeks now because I was busy with the product we were trying to launch. But I'm on LinkedIn, and soon I think I will also launch my personal website, mostly for my consultancy job that I'm launching. But LinkedIn, and I love to hear from people, to know what they're building, especially how they're using AI. And if they want to reach out to me, I'm happy to talk.
Super. I'll make sure that I'll put all the links in the show notes so that people can find it. Again, Simone, thank you so much for coming to the podcast.
Thank you very much for having me.
And to everyone else out there, see you again away from the keyboards. This episode is brought to you by you, our listeners and Patreon supporters. You keep the algorithm fed and the analytics running. If you want to support the show further, go to patreon.com/AFKS. That's patreon.com/AFKS. And become a member. For as low as €2 a month, you get early access to all the content without interruptions and a spot in our wall of supporters. And now back to our scheduled programming. Welcome back everyone to another episode of Away from the Keyboards, the show that uses Excel as a distributed database. Today we have a great episode lined up for you. My guest is Ergest Xheblati. He is the author of the book Minimum Viable SQL, a collection of best practices and data patterns that will help you move your SQL from good to great. We will deep dive on how his experience as a software engineer shaped the way he writes SQL nowadays. So, if you are a data engineer, data analyst, business analyst, or just a data curious person, this show is for you. So sit back, relax, and join us for this great conversation. And if you get any value out of this episode, drop in a like and subscribe to the show. That helps us a lot. Share it with a friend and comment about any subjects that you would like to hear next. Any interactions will help us reach out ever more people. So without any more babbling, Ergest, welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me.
One thing that I would like to know, like you have been an author and an architect, but how did it all started? What is your origin story?
I've got an interesting career journey, and it started out. So I've always been interested in kind of electronics. Later on, I got into computers, into programming. So when I went to college, I studied computer science, and I really, really like the kind of the algorithms classes. That was my favorite. So again, I got a computer science degree, but when I graduated and I did an internship at a startup, and they asked me to code something in Python. Mind you, this was before Python was famous, and I had only studied Java up to that point and a little bit of C, and I struggled a lot. So for whatever reason, I decided, okay, programming isn't for me. But then I didn't know what to do. Like, what do? You have a degree in programming, in computer science, and then you don't really know what to do with your career. So I went back to school to get a master's in business, so an MBA, which is kind of what you do when you don't know what to do. Luckily, there I met a friend who kind of said, "Hey, we need someone with your background who can help us with some like project management type of stuff." So I started working part time as a business analyst. That was the title, business analyst. I hadn't even like I always wanted. I knew that I wanted to be somewhere between business and technology. I never wanted to go full in any one of them, right? And so this role, the business analyst, happened to be perfect combination of just the business and the technology side. It wasn't what you would consider today a business analyst, so it wasn't like a data analyst. It was more like a product manager type of role, right? So I would speak to the business, figure out what they needed, and then take that requirement, create tickets, have the engineers work on it, make sure that it was working, test it, and then release it back to the business. So that was how I got started. But while I was doing this, I also learned SQL, and I really, really liked it because it seemed to be something in between programming and something that wasn't just quite coding. It was just something in between. I really liked working with data, and I was building SQL queries for reports that the company needed. So I was building these dashboards very early on. There weren't any BI tools that we were using, so I was sort of just coding them in ASP.NET, this really old technology with VB. And from there, I started to hear about this job called like data scientist, data analyst, data scientist, and I wanted to move in the direction because I really liked data. And so I started to transition into that role, but I discovered that I wasn't very good at it. Also, I didn't have the proper understanding of how things worked. And at the same time, I was just struggling. While I knew that writing SQL and doing kind of data engineering, I knew I was good at that. So when I left that role, I decided this is it. I'm sticking to data engineering. And I've been doing that for, I don't know, almost 20 years now. It's been a while and I still do it to this day. Like my title is like software engineer, but I do mostly data engineering. I do a little bit of Python. Interesting enough, for some of your listeners, I didn't do a single line of Python for the longest time, and yet I was able to move up in my career. So I have this kind of meme that says "Thank you SQL," and here's like my brand new car that I bought just by doing SQL, right? So learned Python, or rather, I'm doing Python now, but I'm not quite learning it. Because I'm using Copilot, so these code generation LLM tools. We can talk about that more. I know that you have a question about that. But so yeah, this is what I do, and I've always enjoyed kind of the technical side of data, like the data architecture, data modeling, data engineering. And so, but since I started writing my newsletter, I have delved a little bit more into the business side, and I've kind of learned some new frameworks, which I wish I had back when I was a data analyst. I know that that stuff would have helped me tremendously in that career. So now I'm sort of writing sort of in a retrospective way, both to help people that are in that space right now, but also as kind of like writing it to my younger self, if you will, right? Like, hey, here's some tools that could help you, become a much better business analyst, much better data analyst.
You also did something very similar for data engineers when you started exploring these recurrent patterns in SQL that led you to write your book. What was the motivation around that? Was it similar?
Yeah, it was definitely similar. So in one of the previous roles that I had, I happened to work somewhere in between data engineers were writing like shell scripts and Python and working with Hadoop and really low level stuff. And then the data analysts who were using SQL, basically writing queries on our big data warehouse to do their analysis. And I was the one who was checking their code because we were doing sort of commits to our repository of all the code changes. And looking at SQL that somebody else wrote is always an interesting perspective because I immediately started to notice things like repeated code, very long queries, 300 lines, 500 lines, 1,000 lines queries, a lot of repetitive stuff, or some of these queries would be very slow. And I could go and make one or two small tweaks and immediately have the query go from like taking 5 hours, 10 hours to only taking a few minutes or even a few seconds. And I sort of learned this stuff without really intending to, right? It just sort of I started to see it. And around 2020, late 2021, I've always wanted to write a book, right? That's always been my dream. And for the longest time, I couldn't figure out what the book was going to be about. But around late 2021, I was taking an online class that was about something that this guy, Daniel Vassallo, he called it small bets. And the idea was that, hey, what is the smallest thing that you can do that you can sort of test a market or something that you can sell, for a minimum amount of money. And he had written a book called The Best Parts of AWS because he had worked at AWS at Amazon. And somehow the idea really got into the back of my head of like, oh, what if I did like the best parts of SQL? And I sort of looked into if you search for books on SQL, there are thousands upon thousands of books on SQL. But they all focus on the same things. They focus on either a specific dialect of SQL, like Postgres or MySQL or SQL Server, or they focus on here's how the syntax works, here's select, here's where clause, here's this and that. And I had sort of looking at SQL. I've been looking at SQL from the perspective of a software engineer, and I realized that there could be these design patterns that are very common in software engineering. Things like single responsibility principle, or the Liskov principle, the open close principle, all these ideas that kind of make code easy to understand, easy to maintain, easy to debug, and sometimes even make the code more performant. And so these ideas kind of coalesced all into something where I'm like, oh, minimum viable SQL patterns. Like, okay, here's like the minimum set of patterns that you need to learn to sort of take SQL to the next level. Like once you know how to write a select query, which a lot of data analysts know how to do, now you want to make your queries in such a way that you can push them to production. And this is not just SQL that you're writing for a one-off report or just to like check something or to answer a question. This is SQL. Like this whole thing coincided with the release of a tool called DBT, data build tool, which took SQL from just a casual writing a query to actually working as a data transformation language. Now, SQL has always been a data transformation language, but what DBT did, it sort of created the ability to separate the steps of a data transformation workflow to distinct logical elements. So you can sort of clean up the original data here, handle nulls, renames, handle data type conversions from text to integer, from text to date, and so on. And then in the next step, you do something else, and then in the next step, you do something else. So you could sort of break down this very complex workflow into much more easy to understand and maintain steps. And my works happened to coincide with this because I was talking about how do you take this giant SQL query that does everything in one shot and break it down into steps that you can then put into flow. And then each of the steps are sort of independent from each other. So this idea of single responsibility, each step does its own thing. So that if something breaks, it's just like a car, just like an engine. You know that okay, it's only, let's say, the fuel, or it's only the oil filter that you need to do. So all these things become independent components that you can go in and change, fine tune, etc. And so some of the patterns that I wrote seem to kind of fit into this new paradigm of SQL. Up until then, SQL had only been used for doing reports, for writing queries, for just sort of ad hoc type of stuff. And even in store procedures, in something like SQL Server, people used to do store procedures. But even then, it was sort of like business logic, but it wasn't as easy to sort of separate into components and pieces. People still repeated stuff. This is where the book idea came from. I then, beginning of 2022, I wrote it it was just like in my head. Basically, it was just a question of how do I organize this knowledge into chapters. It took me about 2 or 3 months to write the book, and I think I published it in April of 22. Was when the book was sort of like released as an EPUB to the internet. I will say that I before I wrote the book, I wrote a Twitter thread that captured the essence of the book. Like if you want to, I've been writing SQL for this many years. Here's like one way to think about it. Here's the different patterns. There's this. There's like performance patterns, modularity patterns, granularity patterns, and so on. And immediately that it went sort of viral in a way, right? And overnight I added like 1,000 or 1,200 followers from my Twitter, and it was just it was a novel way of looking at SQL. Like there was only one other book that existed in that same vein. It was called SQL Anti-Patterns, like what not to do. So yeah, this is how the book started. much. This was the background story.
As you were writing those, how do you feel like those patterns improve readability, but also at the same time impact performance of a SQL query?
Yes. So one of my core guiding, I guess, tenets or principles is that underneath that shiny new tech that you see, there's stuff that's been there. There's either technologies or principles or ideas that have existed for many, many years, many decades even. And I truly believe that these patterns, like the stuff that I wrote in the book, is stuff that will never go out of style, because as long as there are systems that need to be designed, these core ideas, these patterns repeat every time. Now, of course, the specifics are different, right? So you could take my patterns and apply them to something like Python, perhaps, although Python is a programming language, so it has its own thing. But if we're talking purely data transformation, you can take these patterns and apply them to a language like R, which isn't as popular these days. Well, maybe I've offended some R people out there. I'll say R is still pretty good, but Python seems to have sort of taken over as the data transformation language of choice. My point is that these patterns exist everywhere. So if you learn them, one thing that I noticed is that so I was working with SQL, and then I wanted to do some machine learning stuff. Given that I did not want to learn Python, I was actually against learning Python for whatever reason. I was just like, because I had that experience way back when I was still in college, I didn't want to learn Python. So I was using these visual machine learning tools. This tool called the KNIME, KNIME, which is kind of a visual tool for doing machine learning. And I learned that I could take the same transformations that I was doing in SQL, and I can do them in this tool with its components. So I could take sort of like the raw data, do the filtering, select the columns, do group by, aggregates, et cetera. And I had the idea that, oh, so as long as I learn the specifics of the tool, I can take these patterns and apply them as is. Just like I can take the same ideas and apply them to a new domain, right? So for me, this triggered the idea that there's this knowledge that you learn that never goes out of style. So to get back to your question about performance, I do have performance patterns in my book that I write. Now, one interesting thing with SQL is that the performance is often tied to the database engine that you're working with. So if you're working with something like Postgres or SQL Server, these are transactional databases. So they're used for what's known as OLTP, so online transaction processing. And they're very fast if you're doing very few like very micro, very small transactions. You're saving or retrieving very few rows. And so if you work with a database like that, if that is your backend, you have to sort of tune your queries differently, as opposed to if you're working with a massive online analytical processing or OLAP database, such as BigQuery or Databricks or any one of these tools, where you're processing gigabytes and gigabytes of data in seconds. So the specific patterns of performance are slightly different depending on the tool, but there are sort of generalizable principles that you can apply across databases. And this is what I wanted to write in my book, because I wanted to make it independent of any one database system and independent of like current or future database systems. And so I was able to extract things like, okay, if you don't need to process all the rows of a table, filter them as early as possible. Like if you create a CTE at the top of your query that says only give me yesterday's data, and then everything underneath that CTE or downstream of that CTE works with just that subset. So the entire query is therefore faster, as opposed to, let's say, you don't filter, you only filter at the very end. Now, some of these engines are pretty smart, and they can see that you're filtering and sort of propagate that filter all the way up to the top. But if you don't know if your system is going to be able to do that, or like you can't sort of just trust that the system will do that all the time. So you as the engineer can go in and filter the data as early as possible. Another one is limit the number of columns. Don't just do a select star. If you have 100 or 200 columns in your table, it's going to try to select all of them in memory, and then you filter later on. It's a lot easier that it's a lot easier and faster that if you know that you only need 5 or 6 of those columns, select them as early as possible and then work with those columns downstream, right? And then things like unnecessary sorting was another one. So people always, like, I used to see this in production code where analysts would create a CTE and then put an order by in the CTE, probably because they were testing the query and they said, okay, yeah, this query looks fine. I need to sort the results. So they copy paste that order by, they do a bunch of joins, they do a bunch of other things, and then they do another order by at the very end without realizing that they've just doubled the time that it would take to process. So I have a pattern that says don't sort in your query, sort in your, let's say, in your BI tool, right? You always sort the data when you present it and in the presentation layer. You don't want to sort it in the database because that's a very expensive operation, regardless of what engine. I mean, it could be a really, really fast engine. If you do sorting or if you do window functions, which automatically do sorting, you get poor performance. So yeah, so that's performance is definitely an important aspect of the patterns of book.
Hearing you talk about those performance patterns is bringing me up back to the time that I used to do data migrations. We had kind of a list, an implicit list that was being shared verbally between senior developers to junior developers on what are the things that you always need to do to make sure that your SQL is performant. And then there was kind of the hidden list that, because it didn't happen that often, it wasn't shared that often. And I remember now everyone talks about CTEs, but back 20 years ago, it wasn't that much of a thing. And I remember it was one of my go-tos if I needed to make something a bit more performant, is put it in the with statement. That was my sentence to my juniors. Just make a select in the with statement. That's something that I learned during my certification as an Oracle developer. And yeah, those were like those tools. Like you don't do a union if you can do a union all, because implicitly it will try to do a distinct and it's going to give you processing.
That's another one where I say avoid unnecessary distinct.
If you don't need to distinct, don't do it, because it will try to do it, and that's processing time. That kind of brings me to a follow-up. In 2025, how important do you think it is for a data engineer to be able to read an explain plan? Because that was the tool that we used to use back in the day to understand where the problem was. Like, are you doing a nested join or are you doing a hash join? Like those kind of things.
So I work with Postgres, and I often have to deal with queries that just don't seem to want to complete. The query just keeps running and running and running, and I can usually smell it. There's this code smells, this idea of engineers who can sort of, this code doesn't quite look right, and there's a lot of like tacit knowledge that's baked into something like that. It comes from work experience. And so oftentimes I'll see a query that just seems to take too long. Okay, this query has been running for 15, 20 minutes. Do I expect something like this to take 15, 20 minutes? No, it shouldn't take that long. Okay, so what's going on? Let me write and explain. And to be quite honest, I don't fully understand all the specifics in an explain statement, but it is very important to at least understand, like, look at how many rows this query is expected to process, and it's doing an inner loop join, and it is sort of like it's like 300 million rows times 300 million rows. Okay, this thing is going to run till the end of the universe. 300 million times 300 million. And so a lot of those things you learn in computer science when you take like in algorithms and you learn the big O notation. And so a lot of this stuff, a lot of this knowledge has come back to me. And again, it's not just the like you mentioned specifically query plans, and I think that's important to understand to some degree. And there is a SQL book that explains how to read these explain statements. There's a few. There's one that I like. You can put it in the show notes because I don't have it off the top of my head. But in this day and age, you're kind of thinking, oh, who needs to worry about that? You know, we have these AI agents that are going to be able to do everything, right? Well, what if now you have some code that was written by an agent, say, and then it's not performant? Like you need to kind of understand what the heck did this agent do, and what is it actually? What's going on under the hood, right? Why is the database taking so long? Why is this query just taking so long? So that knowledge doesn't go away. That knowledge is still valid, still important, and you kind of, I mean, you can't just blindly program stuff. I mean, this whole vibe coding thing, where people that are non-software engineers are just writing code, and I look at it and shake my head because I think like, well, this code, who's going to maintain this code? Well, maybe AI can maintain. Like, yeah, but no, not really. Who's going to maintain it? Who's going to debug it? Who's going to make sure that it's performant? Who's going to make sure that it's safe and secure, that it's not accessing stuff that it shouldn't access? So that knowledge is and will continue to be, right. It's just like those COBOL developers these days who are still. I read somewhere that mainframes are still a big business, like $1 billion business. Mainframes are still being sold. People are still programming in COBOL. So this stuff doesn't go away just because new tech is there. And when, let's say, as we say here, when push comes to shove, you still have to be the one diving into the muck, as we might say, the code. Not be afraid to dive into the muck and understand what is going on under the surface. We're never getting away from that. That's what I'm trying to say.
So that's a perfect segue for the installment that I have prepared for after. We call it copy paste. In this show is where a guest gets the chance to push a question forward to another guest. And this was a question from Simone Potenza, which relates exactly to this. How do you see this statement of AI is going to replace software or data engineers? Like, what are your feelings around this? Do you believe it?
Yeah, so I actually wrote a little bit about this. There is kind of I guess you can call it a philosophical razor, or like basically a heuristic shortcut for understanding stuff like this. It's this Latin phrase called cui bono. Cui bono, which means who benefits. Whenever you see a statement like that, think about who benefits. Who is benefiting from AI replacing humans? Oh, it's the people building the AI. So if you ask yourself this question, and if you see who is making these statements, it's usually someone who's heavily invested in one of these AI companies. For example, the CEO of one of these companies, or a big investor in one of these companies. And why are they making this statement? Well, because one, it's they want to create attention to themselves, like it's sensationalization, I guess. It's one way to think about it. And two, they want their company to be the one that you think about when you're thinking, oh, like it generates a lot of FOMO, a lot of fear of missing out, right? And it's all designed as a way to get us to start to use this technology so that these companies make money and have huge valuations. Now, is there some truth to something like this? Nobody knows the future, right? Nobody can predict the future. But the way that I've been able to kind of understand this is that we haven't yet seen the negative side effects of something like this. Of if you go ahead and replace your workforce with like one person and a bunch of AI agents, what are the side effects? Is your code still going to be as good? Is it still going to be performant? Is it still going to be safe and secure? Is it still going to do the work that it was designed to do? Is it like a mission critical? Would you ever use AI to build like let's say like a mission critical operating system for, let's say, an airplane, right? I read somewhere that there is a threshold of how many bugs you can have per lines of code for mission critical software versus like your everyday software, and it has to be like one bug per million lines or something ridiculous like that, right? You can't have that. You can't have some AI write that. There's no way. No matter how good things get. The other way that I like to think about this is, if stuff breaks, who's going to fix it? Is the AI going to be able to fix it? Okay, so you employed these AI engineers, let's say, and now they're writing all this code. Well, is anybody checking it to make sure that it's doing the right thing? Is there tests that are being written that are supposed to, like, someone has to check? Even if you hire junior engineers, somebody has to check to make sure that the stuff that they're doing is correct. Well, who's going to be that person? It's going to be somebody who knows what they're doing. And the other thing is, like, isn't it interesting that these companies that are claiming that OAI is going to replace engineers are actually hiring engineers? So yeah, my take on all of this is like, yeah, let's wait and see. In the meantime, I'm still going to learn the things that are important, because there's another side effect that I've been seeing, which is that people that use a lot of this stuff start not only to become lazy, but start to forget and not learn anything. There is this phrase that is, I forget who says it on LinkedIn, but it's brain rust or intellectual atrophy. And I really like this term, because it's like it's telling you that, okay, by you using this technology, you're not learning anything. You're not improving. You're like, in order to become an expert in any field, you have to have seen a lot of different scenarios and be able to then see, okay, yep, I noticed that pattern. You wouldn't be able to learn this stuff if you're coding with AI. Well, you might say, well, the companies don't care. There's another thing that I will say here, is that right now, this AI and these agents, their costs way outpace the money that they're making. So if you look at anyone, whether it's Anthropic or OpenAI or any one of these companies, yes, they're giving these models out for free, or they're charging, $200 a month or whatever, but they're being subsidized by investors. There's people pumping money into these companies in order to keep them running. Like, they're actually running in the negative, in the red, as we like to say here. And what will happen once, let's say, you as a company actually implement these agents and you fire your workforce or most of your workforce? Will the costs of these agents stay the same, stay what they are today? I don't think so. I think these companies are undercharging in order to take market share, just like Uber did, take market share from taxis, just like Airbnb did to take market share from hotels. And look at where they are today. If you take an Uber today, or if you go to an Airbnb today, it's almost exactly the same as if you were to take a taxi, if not more expensive, or if you were to go to a hotel. So what's the lesson in here? The lesson is that prices you see today for this agents or AI or whatever are not the prices that are going to be there in 5 years. It may very well be that by the time that the prices catch up to, like, by the time these companies start to make profits, they're going to keep charging more and more for these agents. At some point, these agents, I guarantee you, will become more expensive than having actual employees. So anyway, that's a bit of a longish take on it, but these are the things that I wrote when I when I thought about it, I kind of realized that like yeah, the economics aren't going to be there always as they are, because what is the motivation behind companies replacing people with AI? The motivation is to save money. You're hiring these agents because they're cheaper than your employees. They won't be cheap forever. That's my but these companies don't yet understand the I think the smart ones do, and they're kind of like they're running their experiments on the side, and they're kind of seeing, okay, let's see what we can do with AI, but let's not go as far as like cutting into our workforce.
Microsoft with Power BI, same exact thing. For almost 10 years, they gave it for free. And then after a while, it became a paying model because it wasn't sustainable. And we see it with companies as well when they decide, most of the times, I'm not going to rent tool X, I'm going to create it in-house because it's cheaper. And then in the long run, your OPEX is going to be like 2 or 3 times as if you were renting something that is an industry standard that everyone uses and you don't have to care about the price of maintaining it. Going back to SQL, I would like to get your advices on a couple of subjects. But first of all, there was a quote that I heard from you, but I know it's not your quote. I would like to hear your thoughts about how that relates with the job of a data engineer and how important do you think it is? I have my personal opinions on it as well, but the quote was, accountants don't use erasers.
Accountants don't use erasers. Oh, I remember this one. What that quote means is that if you are doing data modeling, it is a very good idea to think of your data as immutable. And using that concept of immutability, you can create a model that represents reality, both as it is today, but also as it was at any one point in time in the past. We as data engineers like to truncate and reload or replace data because it makes things faster. But if this is a data model that represents the performance of the business in time, it is a very good idea to think of it in terms of like a ledger, like an accounting ledger, which if you make a mistake with your money, with your bank, if they make a mistake, they don't erase it and put a new value, just like we say, oh, we made a mistake in this table, let's run an update statement and fix the mistake. They add another transaction that offset the mistake. So if they overcharged you, they add another line item that kind of undercharges you, and so in the total, everything looks fine. And I believe when I mentioned, or when I said this quote, I was referring to a very specific modeling technique called the activity schema, if I recall correctly. And the activity schema is a way to model a lot of things in your business in a ledger. And this ledger is meant to be immutable in the sense that it's not like a dimensional model where you go and you replace stuff in the fact table, or you go and you update the dimensions. The nice thing about this is you can sort of store the data as you see it today. And if you want to, if something were to change, you just add another line, and then you create your query or your system in such a way that it can sort of compute the state of the world, as you might say, at any one point in time. So if you want to go say, what did the data used to look like a year ago? Your ledger is unchanged. You could just go back and say, okay, at this point in time, we had this thing and this thing and that thing and that thing, and the dimension looked like this, and so on. And then you can handle the translations in code. I think that's what I was referring to when I was talking about the accountants don't use erasers. It's a very useful way of thinking, because if you look at any of these advanced modeling techniques, I believe maybe Data Vault. I haven't done Data Vault before, so those of you who know Data Vault, forgive me for making any sort of grave mistakes here. but I believe that the way that the historicals are tracked in a data vault are by keeping a record of every. Yeah, what I was trying to say is that there are certain modeling techniques that are built on immutability, the ability to sort of say that I'm going to keep my data as it was, but because things have changed now, I will handle that in my translation layer. One of these ways, so I haven't done any activity modeling myself, although I did write about it because I thought it was interesting back then. But I've seen another modeling technique which relies simply on just taking a daily snapshot of all the tables. And the beautiful thing about this is, again, just like an accountant, I mean, maybe accountants don't add lines where things don't change. They don't add redundant lines, but in this particular modeling technique, you keep a copy of the data every day, even if it is the same. And what this allows you to do is to go back and forth in time at any one point and kind of like be able to compute things much more easily. There are ways around it where you just, if you don't want to keep that much data, you can only store when things change. But this was the beauty of that technique. So it's just it's a way of thinking about data modeling in terms of immutability, which makes it, when data changes, it causes all kinds of issues, especially when dimensions change, when you have to deal with drift, like the slowly changing dimension problem that you may have encountered. So yeah. Anyways, that's it's been a while since I thought about that quote, but yeah.
It's an interesting concept that it's easily applied to SQL to make sure that once you look back into historical data, you get a bit more performance, but also reliability about what is that. Because I've seen over the years, as you move along forward in time, it gets more complicated to go back in time and say, this was exactly how it used to look like in, I don't know, 2021 January 1st at midnight. Becomes a very expensive query to do, but if you have like immutability or snapshot, you just filter the data until that point and then you just calculate.
Yeah, and I had to do this in one of my early jobs where all of a sudden we started to get these questions of, hey, what did the data used to look like a year ago? So that we could compute the growth year over year a lot more easily. And we didn't have snapshots, but the developers who had written the code had done kind of a smart thing where they had stored a date. There was a date, this was the original date when this transaction was stored, and then there was another date when things changed, and another date when basically things are today. So it was, once I discovered how they had done it, I thought it was pretty brilliant, but at the same time, it was super hidden. Like you had to like go through these mental gymnastics to figure out that, oh yeah, this is like the status of this reservation was booked at this point in time, but then it changed because they rebooked to another date, let's say.
And how do you make sure that you keep your SQL skills sharp? What resources do you use for that?
Well, I mean, I write SQL every day. That's my job. And to be honest, I've reached a point where I can do most of it sort of with my eyes closed, as they say, and I haven't really learned anything new. And this came to bear recently when I learned a new sort of thing, a new concept, which I hadn't seen before. And this worked in Postgres. I was quite surprised. And it was the filter statement. So the filter statement works inside of an aggregation function. So you could say count star filter where date prior to this in one statement. And once I started, I was like, what is this? So I started to look into it, and it turns out that the filter statement has been in the SQL standard for many years. It's implemented by most of these databases, including Postgres, which I work with. Not all of them have it. I don't know if SQL Server, for example, has it, but I know BigQuery and all these other tools have it. And it was a way to, you used to have to say, if you were doing these segments of aggregation, let's say case when You say count, and then inside count, you say case when, date prior to this, otherwise this, and then you close your count statement, and that just counts that particular segment. Well, with filter, you could just say count star filter where date prior to this, and you didn't have to use a case statement. It was a lot more cleaner. So SQL still surprises me that I'm like, wait, I didn't know that. That's pretty cool, right? So the way I sort of keep up to date is, I mean, I'm always on LinkedIn, kind of looking at new technologies. For example, DuckDB is something that I've been looking into for many years. They've written a lot of synthetic sugar for SQL. Like they've made a lot of things very, very easy. For example, pivoting data or unpivoting data. Extremely difficult if you don't have the right function in there. In fact, I had to do a pivot where I took data that was very long, so like one ID but multiple categories. Like this particular entity belongs to these 5 categories. This other entity belongs to these 4 categories. And what I wanted to do is have one row per entity and then one column for each category, and then a yes, no, yes, no, yes, no. Right? That's a simple pivoting statement, and you can do that by using max, case when, etc., etc. But I discovered that in a tool like DuckDB, you could just say take this max pivot, boom, and they handled all the intricacies internally. And I wish I had something like that in Postgres. I developed it using dbt, which meant that I could use like a for loop in Jinja to I could grab the columns. I could grab the distinct values of the category ahead of time and then create, because it's different every time. Is for every case it was different, so I didn't know what the columns would be ahead of time. I couldn't just hard code them, so I had to create something with Jinja with dbt to grab all the columns, grab all the distinct values, loop through them, put a max around it, and all of that. So the way that I stay up to date is facing problems that I'd never faced before and kind of looking online and seeing how did other tools solve this, maybe asking ChatGPT. Sometimes actually I've been amazed by the ChatGPT solution to a problem that I was it was a relatively simple thing, but ChatGPT managed to do something quite clever. I thought that it was able to do something much more elegant, like for your own edification. If you are listening out there, what you can do is you can write something yourself and make sure that it works, and then take the same problem and run it through one of these LLMs, ChatGPT or Claude or Gemini, whichever one, and see what the answer looks like, and say, okay, yeah, that's what I wrote, and compare the two. And if you see something that you haven't seen before, you can go into the documentation and say, what is this thing? This is how I discovered the filter statement. Wait a minute. What is this filter statement? Wait, this works in Postgres? Let me try it. Oh, it works. What? What is the documentation? Oh, it's been here since Postgres 9.0. Wow. Okay, I learned something new. There you go.
That's really good advice. I'm kind of sad that I didn't have that when I was writing a lot of SQL, but I kind of remember a similar story when I discovered lead and lag.
Oh, lead and lag.
My world opened up just to know that if you are grouping something, you can now get a record before and a record after.
Yeah, basically what you could do, those rolling sums that you could do in Excel so easily. You had to do a self join, because I used to have this book of like snippets of code, SQL, and it said, hey, you want to do a rolling sum, you have to join the table with itself, but you have to join it in such a way that you only join a portion of the table from one point and before, or from one point, basically doing the same thing that lead and lag do. For me, that was when I discovered PTEs, the with statement. Mind blowing. I was like, whoa, okay, wait, I could do this? This is because I used to do, subqueries up until that point.
And I think this is a great happy note for us to end the show. Thank you so much for coming. What is the best place for people to know more about you?
I'm quite active on LinkedIn these days. I used to be on Twitter as well, but I have abandoned Twitter. So you can find me on LinkedIn. From there, you can find some links to the book. The book is on Gumroad and on Amazon. But if you go to I also have a newsletter called sqlpatterns.com, SQL Patterns, PATTERNS.com. It's called data patterns. I haven't quite figured out the right. It started as data patterns, but then I own the domain SQL patterns, so that you can go there and you can find all my writing there. There's also a link to the book on SQL patterns, so all my writing is there. I post on LinkedIn at Ergest X is my handle, so I use that handle pretty much everywhere these days. So on Twitter, on LinkedIn, on any of these social media. I don't post on Instagram though. That's so yeah, if you want to find out more, this is I also have my old blog at ergestx.com. There's some SQL writing there, but I haven't written there in a while. I mostly write on Substack these days.
And any ideas for a second edition of Minimum Viable SQL?
I released sort of a second edition, more of an update, version 1.5, I called it, about a year and a half after the launch, where I replaced the database I was using BigQuery for because I have a project in the book that people can work through to kind of learn the patterns. And I used to use BigQuery because they had a free data set, but some people could not access BigQuery. So I released an updated version that uses DuckDB, and it uses DuckDB and DBT. I added a section on how to apply these same patterns to DBT. I use a lot of that stuff. So I've been using a lot of my software engineering patterns to DBT, to my day-to-day work. If I were to do another edition, I would expand more on kind of this, like how to use these patterns with a tool like DBT. But for the time being, I'm focused more on metrics, KPIs, business performance, that type of stuff. So basically the applied side of data. So don't have any plans for doing an update on MV SQL. I'm thinking of doing something else though, like another book that's more related to metrics. But I know that metrics and KPIs and business intelligence is not everything in data. I know that there's a big chunk of data work that has nothing to do with metrics or KPIs or business, and it's more just like data processing and scraping and loading and all that. Yeah, if I did anything, it would have to be something like, ETL type of patterns. Thought about doing a data modeling course or book for a while, but I think Joe Reese is doing that. So I think that's already covered. So yeah, I mean, I don't have any plans. I'm trying to sort of like keep my technical knowledge where it is, and actually start to focus more of like how do you apply data to making better decisions in the business. So
That sounds like a future book is there in the makings.
we'll see.
A big thank you to Ergest for spending time in his busy schedule and having this chat with us in the 4th of July. If you took any value out of this conversation, consider dropping us a like and subscribing to the show. And to anyone that is still listening, see you next time away from the keyboards. Humans, cyborgs, and androids, welcome to episode 12 of Away from the Keyboards, the #1 show in a parallel dimension. Today, we have a great conversation with Erik around coaching and Agile. Want to know how to explain agility without using the word Agile? If you stick around, Erik will help you out. So if you haven't jumped out yet, join us for another great episode. So sit back, relax, and Erik, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much, Shui. Thank you for inviting me here.
So to go and satisfy my curiosity of every Agile person in the world, how did it all started? How did you first get introduced to Agile and to agility? Tell me that story.
Actually, I was at that time, I think it was in 2018, I was at that time a trainer for all kind of things in the previous company I was working for. And they just started to work with Agile. And for me, it was just a vague thing. I never really, I was not yet in the software industry yet. So it was really far from what I knew back then. It was kind of intriguing me. So I tried to, understand a bit what it stood for. And when the same company started to scale up, because they started with just a few teams, it worked fine. So they wanted to scale up the Agile organization, and then they were looking for Scrum Masters. So they were like, let's not hire a lot of Scrum Masters from the outside world, but we have a lot of very good people, in house. Let's just maybe offer anyone who would like to explore this world to just give it a try and see if the mindset fits already with the Scrum Master job. And whoever is interested, let's just have a talk and see if you might become a new Scrum Master. And I was really, when I read the job description, it was a combination of all the things that I love to do, all the things that I knew I could do well, and also all the things that I wanted to learn. So for me, it was really like reading my dream job description. So I just went all in and I never looked back.
Cool. And you started like coaching and that learning like pretty early on, right? 2007, which is 6 years after the manifesto came out. Curiosity from my side, what changes have you seen in the industry since back then to now 2025?
First, when you say coaching, it can include a lot of things. There are multiple types of coaching, and the coaching that I was doing at that time when I started, it was very specifically targeted to retail workers. So I was working in a telecom company, and the coaching that I was doing was for the salespeople. So I was there in the shops, listening to what they said with customers, trying to understand what was the driver that they had to do this job. So also to rediscuss a bit their sales speech. So it was a mix of coaching and training, and I think that it's also an interesting stance to have a combination of those two positions, because it can cover both the hard skills and the soft skills. And even if we consider them very different, they are often very intertwined. But indeed, it evolved more and more, of course, in the last few years to a regular, I would say, if it's even a thing, regular agile coaching position. And I think the main difference I've seen in the last few years is really about coaching in general can be a bit, how to say this, I wouldn't say despised, but like, not really neglected neither, but like looked from the top, in the sense that there are a lot of people just having one side of the coaching universe, and just thinking that just being able to do, I don't know, live coaching makes it possible for you to do any kind of coaching, which is not entirely true. And the fact that there was a high demand for coaches in the last few years also meant that we opened the doors to any kind of experienced or inexperienced people, not fitting people in the role. And I think we kind of need to rebuild the image of coaching in general, not being this cliche of the coaches only asking questions and never giving any solutions or replies. This kind of philosophical approach of coaching, just being there and doing nothing and just asking the key question after 1 hour and a half. I think it's not really the kind of position that most companies are looking for. And I really feel like we need to get back to a more practical, hands-on coaching, and really something in which we get our hands dirty as well.
Yeah, I tend to agree, because if the only thing that you're doing is just asking questions, well, it's like me now. You're just an interviewer and you're not really creating any impact. You're just like, making information flow, which kind of leads me to my follow-up, because agile coaching is one thing, life coaching is another thing. Completely agree with that. How do you describe your role as an agile coach to someone that never heard about agile coaching or agile at all?
It's a good one, because I think it's a struggle that I've been having since I'm doing this job. I think since 2018, when I first wanted to get interested, and I explained around me why I was interested. This is where the challenge started, to explain the rule clearly. And at my big surprise, 7 years later, it's not really easier, actually. So I would tend to start with the motto: meet the people where they are, depending on what is their current understanding on this kind of role, I would say. I will explain in a different way. Of course, if I meet a software developer, I can just explain that I'm a Scrum Master, Agile coach, and usually they understand what it is. Maybe there is a misunderstanding based on past experiences of their Scrum Master or Agile coach, so I just need to explain my own approach. But if I'm talking to somebody who is doing a totally different job, I don't know, a construction worker, a psychologist, anything like this, I would just go like, yeah, I'm just helping software development teams to deliver software better and just help them to self-organize and get rid of the administrative hassle that most companies are struggling with at the moment.
Basically, you approach your explanation to the person itself, because as you mentioned, there is often many misconceptions, and people already have some preconceptions depending on the Scrum Masters or Agile coaches that they worked in the past. So it's good to adapt to it. Before we talk a little bit more about your coaching style, there is a recurrent segment in the show named Pass It Forward. And is where a guest gets the chance to pass a question to another guest. And the previous question comes from Ergest. And what he wanted to ask you was, how do you explain agile without using the word agile?
It's a very good one. I don't know who your previous guest is, and I don't know who if he knows me, but maybe he hates me for mentioning this question. It's a very good one, and I could even try to explain agile without using the word waterfall, because usually it's how it goes. Like you compare to something different to try to make your point. I would say that agile is a way to develop a product. I wouldn't mention software because it goes broader than this. It's a way to develop a product while keeping the final user in the loop at all steps of the development. It's a means to an end to avoid this moment in which your team spends 2 years building something that the customer doesn't want in the end. It happens a lot in the past. I think we all have those kind of experiences around us that we spend a lot of time working on something, and at the end it's not what the user or the customer wanted.
Yeah. Sometimes even with our own personal projects, we just start investing time on it, doing a lot of other things, and if you don't iterate often, you're going to figure out that after investing a lot of time, oops, that wasn't the right question. Going more into your coaching style and what you bring to the table, how do you approach coaching your teams that are very new to agility? Like, for example, we are just talking about it, like these projects that go forever and this waterfall, which still happens in many companies. Some people never got introduced to agility yet. So how do you approach coaching those teams?
Again, I will refer to the motto, meet the people where they are. I'm not aiming, and I think it should never be the aim to create the perfect agile team that checks all the boxes. I could totally live with a team like not doing something that I consider basic in some frameworks, because the main part that I'm doing when I'm joining a team is just to understand how they work and understand what the challenges are. It can seem very, very basic and a bit fluffy to say, but still, I think it's a step that we either miss or go too quickly on, but without understanding the team's challenges, ways of working, even old habits, etc., it's difficult to operate a change. And also, even if you understand that the team needs something, suggesting a change will not have the same impact if the team doesn't really grasp the importance and the impact of the potential dysfunction that they have. So I tend to sometimes consider myself as a slow Scrum Master or a slow Agile coach, because I'm not pushing changes every day. Like I'm not every day, like, yeah, we should do this. I saw something online. Let's try this. Let's do different type of things. And the quality of my job doesn't depend on how many things are proposed or how many things I try to change. The quality of my job can be measured by how those changes are actually implemented and followed up on the long run, even after I leave. This is how I would consider my type. I just like to stay close to the people. I like to stay really close to the development teams, but as well have a strong connection with the leadership. So I try to be the link between all of it, to understand the different challenges, because all parties have different goals, and we need to realign a bit all of this at some point. It's also something that I consider as one of my assignments as an agile coach or scrum master.
That sounds like a similar approach to how I've took over the years, which sometimes even led me to a bit of frustration, because you kind of know what works, but the team is reluctant to it. But you know, once they go into that kind of approach, it will be better. So you kind of almost have to let them fail on purpose to figure out that there is a better way. So do you ever had this kind of experiment where, like, yeah, you just need to let someone fail and then they will learn something that you already know it works?
I think it happens now all the time because it's the only way to make a change that people will actually keep on the long run. Again, I know that sometimes if I want to change something too quickly because I know that it would be helpful, the adoption of this change will not be taken the same way because you are just asking people to follow you blindly and just change something because you, as an agile coach, you feel like it's the best thing to do. But even for the trust of the team, it's not the most helpful way to do it. And I feel like by observing things that could be changed and waiting before proposing, we are kind of filling our toolbox with just the right tool that can be used at the right moment. And the right moment is not where you see the issue. The right moment is where the team sees the issue. What you can do is also make sure that the issue is visible. Work on it, like make it really clear that it's a dysfunction, for example, and then you get the team ready to also follow you in the change that you want to do. But this part is definitely a necessary step in every change.
And when it comes to new leaders coming into agility, do you have any techniques that help you out when you're trying to explain to new leaders what agility is, what are the benefits of agility that they never saw before?
Mhm. It's a good question because I think it's when you read everything about Agile, when you read the Scrum Guide, it always focuses on the team and the people who do the work, and of course, it's a crucial part of it. But most in 2025, I think most of the organizations working with Agile, or at least a big part of them, are big corporate companies or governments, but big stuff. It's not really Agile is not only for the startups anymore. And joining a company, a big company, with only the knowledge of what you need to do with the team, you only start with half of the situation. What we read a lot is, yeah, I feel like there is this kind of, I wouldn't say conflict, but dichotomy or something between the agile mindset and the middle management with the micromanagement, etc. And a bit like, yeah, management is evil and agile is the key, something like this. And once again, I will go back to the same motto: meet people where they are. Sometimes micromanagement is not just the reflection of somebody with bad intentions or something. Like if somebody has worked 20 years or 25 years in a certain industry, and the only thing that they've seen around us is micromanagement, then of course it's something that they will apply because they didn't see anything else. So once again, meet people where they are. If I see somebody like having this kind of practices or approach, or and I see that it's harming the team, or is a risk for harming the team, then I will just make it clear. Okay, what is the goal for you of adding the pressure on the team? What is the goal of adding twice per day if this certain feature is going to be delivered on time? We come from a time from, I don't know, from the industry period like 60, 70 years ago, where the carrot and the stick was maybe something that the people needed to get others, yeah, doing the work. But we are not in the same industry anymore. We are working with knowledge workers. We are hiring smart people with a strong expertise doing their job, and we need to trust them. And it would be a bit my message to the leadership. But I don't mean by saying that all the leadership that I've been working with are this type. So voilà. Again, maybe it's easy to fall into cliches by taking this topic. Usually, again, the direction of the leadership and the direction of the team should at some point be aligned. If they have conflicting goals, then of course we will have conflicting people, because then they will work towards different directions. If we can get the team and the leadership aligned, then it's way easier. But once again, it takes time. It just takes time understanding their main challenges first and trying to come with a proper response. Just doing it over and over again is the best way to also build trust and have a long-term working relationship.
I think what you mentioned is kind of the crucial part: proper goal setting and making your goals very clear to everyone. Because if everyone's goals are aligned, very unlikely that you need to micromanage it. Because when you're like setting up sprints, you start with a goal. If you're setting up like your performance evaluations, you start with a goal. It's all about very goal focus. Kind of leads me to what I can see in the back, which I love it, because I do also, I have a saying that I share with all my teams is no ticket, no work. So, and you have there, keep calm is on the backlog. How important do you see that statement when you're talking with stakeholders and to kind of manage their expectations that, yes, it is in the backlog?
As in everything, communication is the most important. If we commit on doing something for next week, but I already know that I will only be able to do it in 3 months, of course we'll have issue, because in 1 week we'll be like, hey, okay, what's up? Where is my thing that I ordered you? So we must understand also the expectation from the other side if the real situation was not clearly mentioned, at the beginning. So I think more than having something on the backlog, which the most important is having clarity on the backlog, clarity on everything that you do, clarity and honesty about the fact that yes, we have it on the backlog, but it's not the most priority thing that we have on it, because we have also this for other stakeholders. And as long as this is clear, usually it goes smoothly with the stakeholders. The biggest conflict I've seen with stakeholders are usually when, I wouldn't say for promises, but some commitments have been done with already the idea that it would not be possible. Like you try to keep them calm on the short term, but it's only a way to make them even angrier on the long run.
Yeah, it's pushing the problem forward a tiny bit.
Yeah, it's what we do as humans most of the time. But we need to face the consequences as well.
And talking about problems, following up on that, what do you think, at least in your view and your experience, is the hardest part of being an agile coach?
The hardest part of being an agile coach, I'm sometimes a bit biased about this, because I love my job so much that I can't even easily say like the hard part I'm struggling with. No, I would say that the hardest part would be, it's a bit the same as we need to communicate to the teams. Choose your battles, because we see so many things around us that we feel like we should work on, we should improve, we could have an impact there. And I'm a really passionate person, so I want to be involved on everything that I do, but it just ends up being me saying yes to a lot of things and afterwards not having the time. So back again to the previous discussion that we had. But yeah, choosing your battles, I think is the most important things.
I think it's also the same problem when it comes to product owners and to development teams. And the development team is like, should you focus on maybe improving the architecture? Is that the most important thing, or making it a bit more readable, or would it be to ship a new feature? And for product owners, I think it's also the ability of saying no, we don't have time, or we don't have capacity, or that's not at all aligned with what we are doing as a team. And what is the most rewarding part for you as an agile coach?
For me, I would say it's when the thing that you work on, your suggestions, your improvements start to have an impact. You start to see that even in your absence, it's sustainable, because it's easy to be an agile coach and keep things running by being present every single day with the teams. Of course, I will follow it because you are there, so they kind of need to follow you on this. But I think when you are able to leave a team and seeing that the thing that you implemented 3 months ago are still alive, yeah, for me, it's the most rewarding thing, because it means that it was really useful. If they still use it and still gone in this direction, it means that it was the right thing to do at that time.
I used to say to my teams that my job is to make myself not needed.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not just because I'm lazy and I don't want to work, it's because I want you guys to be able to do the work without having to rely on me.
But it's a very good one, and I think it's something that it's more easily said than done, I would say, from what I see around me, because it's something that I really like indeed to do things that can be sustainable in my absence. It's not really reflecting what I see around me in the industry, though. We can still see a lot of Scrum Masters wanting to be there at every single team event or Scrum event. I would mean like, okay, no Scrum Master, no sprint planning, this kind of things. No, of course, the goal is that the team can continue in the direction that you guided them to, even in your absence. And there is some kind of conflict of interest at some point between this intention that we should be able to leave a team, but also that people need to work. And I feel like a lot of Scrum Masters, Agile coaches avoid becoming obsolete, because it's some kind of going in this direction of becoming obsolete is also risking your own job. And I think it's a sad thing, and it's also something we should reinforce, that if you leave a team, it doesn't mean that the team should not have a Scrum Master anymore. It just means that at some point you probably reach the point where your improvement and your style and your approach has come to a less impactful way of working. After 1 year or something with the team, I like to change because I also like that the team that I previously had have a new Scrum Master, who is not biased as I could be after a few months, or with a different expertise on things, or with a different approach, will see things that I didn't see, this kind of things. So I think it's the best thing we could indeed, we could do to become obsolete. It's just that I don't see it happening so much in the industry.
My personal experience so far is that every time I made myself obsolete, it just created way more opportunity for me, not the other way around. But you touch upon a really nice thing that you just said, like you like to keep changing and allowing your teams to also experience other Scrum Masters because everyone has a different view, life experiences, and so on. But also gives you an opportunity to keep growing and keep learning. So curious, how do you keep yourself up to date? How do you approach learning and growing as a coach?
I would see it as two different parts. The first one being I like to learn based on something that I can use directly and that can bring value directly. For example, in my current client, there is in one of the teams that I'm going to take care of, they are starting to explore Dorametrics. Okay, I'm not experienced with Dorametrics, but now I want to learn Dorametrics. It was not in my learning backlog 1 month ago, but the fact that it's now something that the team wants to explore, yes, it's something that I should also have some expertise on as an agile coach. I don't have it yet. So now that there is a practical opportunity to apply this knowledge, I want to learn it because I want to be there to support my team in this current exploration. So I would say it's either based on specific needs that are just along the way, like same with the OKRs. I realize the same client I'm currently working with, we are working with OKRs. A lot of more and more companies are working with OKRs. However, the overall OKR knowledge, it's a bit the same as Scrum, I think. Based on a few years of implementations, everyone had their own interpretations, and you really see you never see twice the same kind of implementations in two different companies. And I think for OKRs, I realized, of course, I need to step up my game because I want to be able to just help my current client better. So I will just learn on OKRs. It just because it was what I needed at this exact time. So voila, I just took a training online, probably during a few weeks, having two certifications about OKRs because it was just responding to a need that I currently had. So I think it's on one side. On the other side, we are living in a very interesting era because everything is accessible very easily. In a few clicks, you have access to any kind of knowledge that you would like to explore. And it's so easy that I just, once again, choose your battles. I think it also applies to this topic. As a passionate person, I would tend to try to learn a lot of things every single day, but it's a mix of things that I need for my work, for my career, for my clients, as I said before, but also just things that I want to learn because it makes me happy. It can be something totally not related to a situation that I'm currently having, but just for the sake of learning. Everything is possible. Like there is no better job security than the one that you create yourself by constantly growing. The world is changing so fast. The skills that you needed 10 years ago are not the same as the ones you need today. And it's even very far away from the ones that you will need in 5 years or 10 years from now. So if you stop learning at some point, whatever topic it would be, then it's way more problematic in the long run.
And for someone that is joining new, they started thinking about becoming an agile coach or a scrum master. They are doing their first steps. What advices do you have for someone that just wants to become a scrum master and help their team?
For someone really jumping in the job and discovering the job, I would say that theory is worth nothing without understanding what happens on the field. So again, observe what's happening. Don't come. I'm saying this because I made a mistake. When I knew that I would become a Scrum Master, I was so exciting that I just read a lot online and just read the Scrum guide from top to bottom and bottom up in 7 different languages that I don't even understand. So I was just so excited that I just built a lot of theoretical knowledge before doing my first step on the field. And of course, I made mistakes because on my day one, I wanted to change the way they were writing the user stories. I wanted to challenge something that was coming on the backlog, but it wasn't just my first day. So it has nothing to do with what they really needed at that time. So I would just say, all right, keep calm, step back, observe, and use your theoretical knowledge as a toolbox for an issue that is really an issue, not just for the things that are differentiating between the theory and the practice.
I think I fall victim to the same mistake when I started, where I start, no. The board needs to have these columns and you always need to have a daily every single day and be 15 minutes maximum. But what if tomorrow it takes 20 minutes because we have a bit more to discuss? Well, the world is not going to break because of that.
It's indeed the case. And I think it's a mistake that we all did. And we were guilty of being maybe too excited or too impatient to have an impact and to propose something. But yeah, I think it's as well a necessary step. So maybe I will give this advice or maybe I will not, just so the person makes the same mistake again.
Exactly, learning from the failures once more. And when it comes to books or resources online, what is like your go-to to recommend to a new agile coach or a new scrum master?
I like buying books. I don't like reading books. No, I like reading books, but I just don't take enough time to do it. So I have way more. My backlog is getting more full more quickly than it's getting out of the way. So for me, the one that changed the most my way of viewing things was Drive by Daniel Pink. Maybe it's not directly related to Agile or Scrum or anything, but by touching the deep way that people are getting motivated, you maybe understand a lot of working with people in general, or even more than this. It's even something that you can transpose to your position as a parent, for example. And again, we were talking about the carrot and the sticks earlier in this conversation. I think in 2025, understanding what really drives people, what really motivates people, is the best way also to be aligned and to have a good driving and genuine energy in a team. It would definitely be my go-to thing way before the theoretical agile related books.
Cool. We'll make sure to add it to the show notes so that other people can find it. And if there is anything that you hope that people listening to this podcast, one thing that take out of this whole conversation, what would it be?
I would say make an impact. Just whatever you do, we are not just there to work 8 hours a day just to get busy. We are there, whatever, or think about the impact that you will have at the end of the day or of the week. Just make sure that you make an impact.
Cool. Eric, thank you so much for having this chat to me, coming to the podcast. If people want to know more about you, if people want to find you online, reach out to you, what are the best ways for them to do so?
For now, the best way is to reach out to me on my LinkedIn profile. My wife is supposed to build me a website because she's a website designer, but she's leaving the room right now. But she's it's on her backlog. I'm just trying to make it a bit higher for now. But for now, just reach out to me on LinkedIn. I'm happy to connect with people. I'm happy to just have a chat and meet new people. It's also my passion.
Super. And for anyone still listening, if you enjoyed the show, if you think that you got any value out of it, please drop us a like and subscribe to the channel. That helps a lot. And to everyone else out there listening, keep calm, put it in the backlog, and see you again away from the keyboards. Welcome all to another exciting episode of Away from the Keyboards, the show that knows that dolphins make the best executives because they love to be at sea level. On today's chat, we explore flow, the theory of constraints, and what companies do wrong in their agile transformations. So if you get any value out of this episode, consider dropping us a like and subscribing. So without any further babbling, Wolfram, welcome to the show.
Thank you a lot. Hello.
So I've been curious for some time as I've been following you on LinkedIn and seeing your posts, and I have a lot of curiosity. How did it all started for you? When did Wolfram became the Dolphin, and what is the story behind that?
The story behind the all about all story. To make it very simple, you have to know that I am an engineer. So I've 2 degrees in engineering, so I'm completely messed up with my brain. It's engineering. So I have to understand everything. And then I really worked for 2 years in medical device. And there I learned how to make the real project management. So we were able to make project plans 10 years in advance. We knew what happens. And yes, the reality was not so nice, by the way. So we changed all the time the plans and stuff like this. And But we had a good priority system, one with 1 star, with 3 star, and then US wants it and stuff like this. So it was a mess. So and then I decided no. Project management in classical organization doesn't work. And in parallel, I always did programming. So I hired, I think you know this company too. It was in the beginning of the 2000. So this internet companies came up. So I started to work for oneandone.com, and they hired everyone. So if you could switch the computer on, you were in. So and then I started software development. But my problem was that I always slipped into the project world, and at some point in time, blah, 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 the top boss of One and One wanted to introduce project management, and I was the slowest to run and the only one who could write project. So they made me the head of PMO. And then suddenly I was responsible for all the project you can imagine. So everything you now use in the internet, everything from voice over IP, domains, whatever you can imagine, we made it available for customers. And that is my background. So, and of course, we started with Agile in 2002. Can you imagine? 2002, you tried everything and nothing worked. So, and that's why I became a dolphin. And then suddenly everything starts to flow. And flow. And dolphins love flow. So dolphins, that was very near. And we are a group around the world. And maybe also interesting, make flow happen, and the dolphins are happy.
Cool. And that then gave birth to the Dolphin universe and a community
Yes.
behind it. So what was the inspiration of that, to bringing that that agility, that flow, that knowledge to, and creating a community around it?
That was also an accident. So my whole life are more or less a series of accidents. But after this one time, we started a consulting business. So we found this flow, this constraint stuff, and it worked out very well. And then we worked with 20, 30 companies, and they got in flow, and everything was happy. But we had to learn that the less we are working with the company, so the less we consultants are on site, the better it worked. Then you have to think a little about what you're doing. So it was something around 15 years ago. One of the customers said, "Oh, it would have been better if you would not have been there." So we could have done it in 5 days. And you say, "Oh, this is very hard for consultants to realize that it's better if they are off." And that was a starting point of this Dolphin universe thinking, not to do insulting or consulting, but really consequently let the people learn and find their optimal solutions for their situation. And that was the birth of the universe, because we don't want to do certificates, we don't want to do any training, we don't want to do mindset brainwash stuff and all this stuff, and we don't want to tell you that you have to stand up in the morning and stuff. This is all not ours. Dolphins don't like this. And that was the birth of the universe. And then it's, of course, clear that if you don't do consulting, then it's much better if the people learn their stuff on their own in a community. And that was more or less the birth of this.
I really like what you just said. No certification. Seems like now everyone and their uncle creates a certification for whatever product they are selling, and that's kind of their go-to-market strategy, because, I don't know, seems like everyone likes to share the certifications on LinkedIn. But this really sounds like a more natural way of people to share knowledge and have kind of a community around it. And I just think it's really cool. And how do you, for example, explain flow to someone that never heard about flow?
I think everyone knows what flow is, so you don't have to explain. And flow is very simple. If you are really feeling in this mode when your creativity is really coming to work, when you are not disrupted, when you can talk with other people. So everyone has this feeling. I often describe it like this: if you come home after work, online or offline, and after 8 hours of work, and you say, "Hey, I'm feeling so full of energy. Let's do whatever." So, and then you're in flow. So working in flow gives you more energy. That is the mental flow. But of course, if you know about the theory of constraint, then it's about workflow. So working in underload so that everything is flowing. And then you get also information flow, of course. So if information is flowing in the moment you need it and not forced in meetings or whatever, but flowing in the moment it is needed. And then the fourth flow is, of course, the cash flow. So, and that's the result out of the other three flows. So, but I think everyone in the world knows about flow.
I think most of software engineers and kind of data engineers, people that create code, kind of have some understanding of flow, which is when you put your headphones and you just go into the flow and you just start producing and everything just goes like perfectly.
Between 11 o'clock and 3 o'clock in the morning.
Exactly. A lot of caffeine and Mountain Dew and sugary sweets. You keep mentioning something that I think it's also near to me the moment I found it, which is the theory of constraints. And that goes back to great books that I've seen you mention several times and that I like as well, which is The Goal and The Phoenix Project. Can you do a quick explanation on theory of constraints and how that can enhance something like, I don't know, Scrum as a framework and make it optimal?
Okay. Theory of constraints is very simple in the end, and it's a natural idea of 35 years ago, and even before. There were people who found this before, but Goldratt was one of the first who wrote it down more or less in a work environment way. So the assumption is very simple. Complex adaptive systems need something that stabilizes them. So if they do not have a constraint, so something that stabilizes, they grow very fast and explode, and that's it. So at least one constraint you need. If you have two constraints, then they start to oscillate. If you have three constraints, you know the three-body problem maybe, then you have very often chaotic systems. And with each, if you have more than one constraint, with each more, you get more into chaos, and the productivity does not go to zero, but it's getting harder every time. So that is the main assumption behind a theory of constraints. And that means companies with one constraint have an advantage. So survival of the fittest, they win. So, and that's the main assumption. So if you look out of this perspective to an organization, then funny things happen. If you have 100 teams or 20 teams, then maybe one of these teams is needed by the rest most of the time. So, this is a constraint. And then it makes no sense to overload this constraint, but you have to prepare everything so they can work fine. So you subordinate, every team subordinates below the other. And then the flow in the team, the constraint team gets maximum and you get most of the output. So that is not just theory. So one of the biggest drawbacks is everyone has to be busy and fully loaded. And in that moment, you have a lot of constraints, a lot of dependencies, and the flow is away. So that's the most direct consequence of theory of constraints. But it's a universe, and there are more books and more concepts. You talked about the Phoenix Project. So it was 20 years ago that the TOC guys found that the constraints is always this last part of a delivery. When you have to integrate, then suddenly stuff happens and stuff like this. So all this continuous integration, continuous delivery is a direct consequence out of TOC. So, and there's much more. There's, by the way, a third book. It's called Critical Chain. It's even more interesting. This is for projects. And then the constraint stuff gets a little fuzzy and a little more interesting. But therefore, the community, really, in the community, you are guided through the basics, through the concepts, how to improve a team, how to improve projects and stuff like this. Because in the end, it's a little more than just, okay, there's just one constraint and everything will be good. So you have to think a little more, but that's normal. So, and you asked how can it improve Scrum? It's very simple. Scrum works very well on a team, on a project level, or on a single delivery, a single product level, single product, single team, very well. But most of the companies are more than one. And so the next abstraction layer is projects. So it's all the dependencies are in there. The critical chain stuff is really pretty nice because it fosters self-organization. And the top layer is this find the constraint and underload the organization stuff. So in the moment you add the project layer and the portfolio layer, Scrum gets wonderful easy. And it really can show the full power.
As you said, it happens a lot in bigger companies where you try to split your companies by competence or by system, and it always ends up that when you do something you always have to first go to an order management system even before going into the financial system and to other systems, and everything it kind of gets concentrated there. And if you're developing your mobile app, you need the order management system, and everyone always ends up depending on that critical piece of infrastructure. And usually it's kind of forgotten. You just keep on dumping stuff on that team, trying to increase their speed in the story points and just make it deliver faster.
Absolutely, and changes the way of thinking. Huh? So if you know that maybe a middleware or an infrastructure team is constrained, huh? Then it makes absolutely sense that everyone helps this team. Huh? And at 1&1, we found the constraint, huh? And it was a four-person middleware team. They were responsible for introducing the new tariffs and products into the sales system. Huh? So, and that's very complex, by the way. Huh? So you have to think a lot of stuff. And 4 people were the constraint for 2,000 developers. Huh? So, and in the moment you see this, the solution is clear. Huh? So no one asked. So suddenly we had a lot of volunteers who said, hey, this is stupid. Can we help you to improve the middleware? Can we help you to improve the throughput? What can we do? Because they wanted their products to be sold. So for me, the biggest eye-opener in theory of constraints is that it absolutely enables what the Agilists want, collaboration. Huh? If everyone in the company knows a constraint, you don't have to talk. Huh? People start helping the constraint. And that is wonderful to see. And then suddenly 2 times more, 3 times more, 4 times, 5 times more output can be generated if you stop looking at your team alone. Local optimization is stupid. So an organization, and then all the decision making goes very fast. So everyone knows if you decide something that's good for the constraint, everyone claps hand and says, "Hey, cool." If you decide against the constraint, better stop before asking. So it really enables self-organization, and we've seen it up to 6,500 people, 4,500 people suddenly working together, and that is cool flow on an organizational level.
That's so true, because most teams, most people, they just want to do really good work.
Sure.
And if they know where they can help out, they will be more than happy to help out. And I think what you touch upon is like the real part is the moment it becomes visible, it's like that shiny star, like you just saw everything new from new eyes.
Absolutely. And suddenly people, they do not change their mindset. So, but all people have different mindsets already. Huh? There are good mindsets and not so good mindsets. So in the moment you really make it visible, they switch on their own. You don't have to force them to switch the mindset. And that's also for the sales and for the top management. If they know the constraint, then they suddenly prioritize. So because they know, oh, this is my constraint, then the most important thing is to help the constraint. And then these projects are the first. And then often they look, okay, what is the most business value divided by constraint hours? So where can I get most business value with least constraint? And suddenly, even just a few minutes ago, I was in a steering with a list of 400 projects, and that made no sense. It was much too much. And they saw the constraint, and they reduced within a few minutes to 24.
Because if everything is a priority, nothing is a priority, right?
Absolutely. But you just can't prioritize if you know the constraint. Otherwise, everything is important. So these are the 2 eye-openers that really gives me the energy to do all the stuff. It's this collaboration if you know, and the priority if you know the constraint.
Yeah, that's super cool. Wolfram, we have a recurrent segment on this podcast. The recurrent segment is called Pass It Forward, where a guest passes forward a question to another guest. And my question to you comes from Erik, our previous guest, which asked, if you needed to save the world by selling the SAFe framework, what would be your pitch?
This is a very, very interesting question to me. Yeah. So I have no really good answer. I would pitch it like following. So hey, look here. This is safe, but to be honest, let's go to Elon Musk. So he has the idea to go to Mars. So Mars is even better if than working in a company applying safe.
That sounds like a great way to save the world.
So sorry about this. Yes. The hardest question he selected for me.
I think the three of us, we both have strong views on safe, and I think your answer was right on par. And not trying to make a follow-up, but what do you think that companies do wrong when they try to apply their, between quotes, agile transformations?
We are in the situation that we really help companies to get out of this. And it's not the person, it's not even the management. Very often companies come to us with, we really wanted to implement blah, blah, blah framework or method, or we want to get agile and stuff like this. And they often are very brave and change everything, hierarchy, and they hire people and they get trained and invest a lot. So that's for me important. It's not the people. The people want to be agile and they fight for their company. So if someone comes around and says, hey, you just have to do it better, then I say, okay, guy, forget it. So the people want to do it, make it better. The biggest mistake, I think, is the root cause is seldom addressed. And most of the transformations are bottom up. So you start with a team and it works in a team. And then do you think it works on a bigger scale? But what works in a team does not work in a compound of teams. Otherwise, the system were the same and systems change. So with each layer, the character of a system changes. And if you use the same method on the next layer, then you are more or less doomed because it does not work. And very few people know about these layers, about the difference between projects and production. And the root cause, the overload of the organization, is normally not addressed. Back to the TOT, if you have a constraint, you don't overload the constraint, but then no one is overloaded. So if someone wants to use TOC, then he has to underload. That means 40-50% of the capacity overall is not planned because you need it to protect the constraint. And so it's not just, let the lazy people be lazy. No, it's necessary. If you go to a production, you will see exactly the same. Not even the constraint is loaded and every other machine is not loaded. So, and this is a key mistake companies do. And the root cause for this is no one really wants to talk with top managers about this. And everyone is afraid of the top managers. Hey, but they are not dumb. They understand it immediately. If a company comes to us with a broken agile transformation, most of the stuff is already there and good. But then we start with this, okay, make a list of all the initiatives, find the constraint, underload the organization, and then it's like igniting the engine. Suddenly it starts flowing. I can tell you a trick. It works all the time. So if you ask the people, hey, if you don't do multitasking and all the stupid stuff and the ceremonies are away and all, you just can work, how much faster can the projects go? 20-30%. And then we can ask, okay, how much effort you can save? Okay, then we don't do much mistakes and it really flows and we are creative. So we can save 30% of the effort. And then you can calculate, okay, if you can save 30%, then you can do 50% more. So you just ask the people, how much more can they work if all the stupid stuff is gone? And then with this number, you go to the top manager and say, hey, we found out that we can do 50% more. Would this be good for the company? Oh, yes, of course, then we can sell more and blah, blah, blah. And that's very easy to calculate. So current sales multiplied with what you can sell minus total variable costs. And then you have the bottom line increase. And every top manager immediately say, oh, yes, I want. So, and then say, okay, cool that you want. And we have their idea, but it's not so trivial, because we have to, I don't tell you what we have to do, but to reach this, there's an idea. It's called whatever talk. You can call it talk. And then the only thing is, okay, we as middle manager has to sit together and find why it's not working. Oh, what's this? Yeah, hey, boss, huh? If you do something that's not working, then no risk, no risk. And then the boss says, oh yes, no risk is good. Huh? So just gain, no risk. I'm with you. And then we take all the middle managers together and go through they learn about the TOC stuff, and then they are allowed to say why it's not working. And the interesting thing is they come up with 150, 250, 350 why it's not working, but there is no physical blockage for flow. All the stuff they find is organizational stuff, man-made organizational stuff. And then I say, okay, there's no physical blocker. So solve this. Do you have an idea how to solve this? Oh, yes, that's easy. So within hours, the middle managers find what has to be done, and then they see what they have to do. And then they say, oh, this sounds interesting. If you do all this, then we can work in flow. And then I say, oh, do you like work in flow? Yes, I like work in flow. Huh? So the only thing you have to do is now go to the top management. They all already want to do it. You just have to explain what you want to do with the company. And then they explain to the top management, shoulder to shoulder. So it's a clear concept. And then the top management says yes. And then we do the change. So talking with top manager is not so hard. Huh? You just have to address them by their needs. And that's making, of course, money and riskless. And if you show the top managers that you take over the responsibility for the change, they will say, go. Huh? Sometimes they get wet feet or cold feet because, oh, we want to do it in 2 weeks or 3 weeks or something like that. Then they are hyperventilating, but then you have to say, okay, just go on vacation. And if you come back, then the organization is in flow. I made it a little more funny. In reality, it's really like this. It's like this. So it's not hard to talk with top manager. You just have to know how.
And it's more important to come and already have some solution in place than just bringing the problems. That was a really good point that you touched there.
And not just one person, but can you imagine if the whole middle management comes to the top management and says, hey, we know what to do.
Yeah, we just need the empowerment to do it. And most of the time it'll be, sure, go ahead.
For sure. I waited since 5 years that you come up with the idea how to solve our problems. Thanks a lot. And then typically we have then steerings and stuff like this. And I just came out of one. And it's so wonderful to see how top management and middle management and how they work shoulder to shoulder because they have the same interest, having enough flow to make the company sustainable. And Agile is a part of it. So it's a part.
Yeah, I think that's where you kind of reach the true meaning of agility, right? It's just everything just goes and you don't have too many problems or too many constraints. You are truly agile as a dolphin, of course.
Dolphins love this flow.
And going a bit more into advices that you have for our listeners, besides the books that we talked about, we said the goal, we talked about the Phoenix project, and you mentioned another one.
The Critical Chain book.
I'll add all of those to the show notes as a good read. But do you have any other books that you try to recommend to C-level or top management? Just, hey, if you are a bit reluctant into going into this transformation, just read this book or read this article.
Yes, for sure. But maybe it's a little fun fact. In the last, or one of the last projects, we suddenly had to have a French book about all this flow stuff and critical chain stuff. But it was not available. French is not so common in books and stuff like this. So we needed a book to explain everything. And we have a Dolphin GBT since 2 years. Since 2 years, we have a GBT with all our knowledge in. That's very nice. It knows more than me, interestingly. There also books from Joe Justice are in from Tesla and stuff. So really, really, this GPT is not so bad. It's not so easy to understand what it says, but okay. So and then we programmed an Excel file with just the table of contents and with some hints and stuff like this. Then this book was written by our Dolphin GBT. And the fun part in this is, and you asked about a book. So the fun part is you can change the prompt, of course. So you can say, okay, I want a very small book with just the facts in for experts. Okay, then it writes a very small book with just the facts. But you can also say, okay, I need a book for my manager to understand. So use manager language and make stories that they understand. So for children and stuff like this. So So, and you can say, okay, I need it in French, in Japanese, in Portuguese. So you can select the language, the size, whatever you want. And this is really a good move. If you want to recommend the stuff, you can just generate a book. I can provide you a link, especially for you, so the listeners can generate their own. You can even upload the graphics and some text that is included in the book for recommendations. So very cool stuff. So generate your own critical chain, all about Flowbook. This is more for multi-project, multi-initiative, agile at scale. So it's not so much about Scrum, it's more about scaling all the stuff. But that could be a good starting point.
That's a really good utilization of these new AI technologies. I never thought about it in that sense, because you can go from, if you just want a pocketbook, you can get a pocketbook. If you want a whole encyclopedia, you can get the whole encyclopedia, because you already predefined the chapters and kind of the content.
And in the beginning, the first one, it was not so good, but then we provided hints for the ChatGPT where to take care on. And within 3 days, we wrote the whole book, and the French guys were happy, and they confirmed, and the project worked. So it can't be that bad. It's not the perfect language, I have to admit. So you really see that LLM is writing the book. Don't care about. It's about the information.
Exactly. It's all about the context in this case. We already know in advance that it was not written by a human, so you don't have that false perception of it, which is really cool. So that leads me to my follow-up. How is AI helping the dolphin swim faster? How is it helping you on your day-to-day?
So this is really part of it. I already told you. But the main mission from the Dolphin universe is not just to build a community. Nice, huh? And I love that people talk to each other. Wonderful. That's what makes us human, huh? Talk funny things and drink coffee. But this TUC self-organization stuff is so useful. And the big companies can afford to hire these TUC consultants, but the smaller companies can't. And you just can read a book, but then you don't understand the TUCs. So you need more than just a book to make TUC happen. And the mission of the Dolphin universe is to make this knowledge, and not just knowledge, but also the possibility to do it, this process, how to convince top managers and all the stuff I told you, available for as many companies as possible in the world. So, and we are really very near to this, and therefore we needed this Dolphin GPT. So in a few weeks, hopefully, we have full self-service product. If you want to use TOC to scale Agile, to increase flow, to whatever, then you just can make this on your own, and the Dolphin GPT assists you. So finding these obstacles. So you can do a brainstorming, find the obstacles, and the Dolphin GPT helps you to sort it. Or if you have a solution for one of the obstacles, you can ask Dolphin GPT, hey, is this a good idea, or did I forgot something? And the answers are pretty shitty good. So because it's not just me, so a lot of dolphins already contributed, and that's the idea. So we really use the Dolphin GPT, the AI, to support as many people as possible to learn how to transition to the TUC, the holistic world, and it already works. So the first try runs work pretty well, and that's, for us, it's a key to make more people into flow. And maybe there's a green dolphin around. So companies who do something to save the world, so grab carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere, or help more plants or animals run around and stuff like this. So they get our startup product for free. So, and therefore we need something where we don't have to invest so much time. So that is the idea behind using AI, is really helping more companies to apply this, and we are very near to launch this.
Yes, if you're a big corporation, a big enterprise, you usually have unlimited amount of money to do and hire hundreds of consultants. But if you are a smaller company and you have problems as well, you may want to reach out to the Dolphin itself. If people want to know more about you, if you want to reach out, hire you, know more about your products, what is the best way for them to know more?
I would say it's not just about buying a product, so don't care about this. But the community, we just started 4 months ago, and we currently have 954 members. 954 in 4 months. So, and international around the world. So it's a real fun, and all the discussion already starts. And the community is built like this. So you have a course, so about UC stuff. And after each course, you get a book for free, a copy, a PDF copy. So it's the really easiest way to jump into this world is just join the community for free. It's really for free. Do the courses, grab the books, read the stuff. And then there are web sessions. The experts are around. We have question and answer sessions and stuff like this. And it really started a month or 1.5 months ago. And the experts are very, very willing to support because they all saw how it works and that it's fun. And you have the tools. You get everything you need. Currently, you have to learn and do it yourself and ask questions. But it's a good start. And in the moment we announce more, as you get the messages for everything. And it's really evolving very nice. I really love it. I never expected this.
That's super cool. And let's see if we can make that community arrive to the round number of 1,000 and 1,000 plus.
That would be cool. The 1,000 is the next goal to manage, but it's not so far away. So it's just 50. Just 50.
It may even happen before we release the episode. Let's see. Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed. So the number 1,000, that's the goal.
I'll add all of that to the show notes, and people can find more about it underneath. Wolfram, thank you so much for coming to the show and having this chat with me.
Absolutely. It was a fun talking with you because you're asking very nice questions.
Thank you so much. And to everyone else out there, keep watching your flow and see you again away from the keyboards.